All righty. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Yeah, that is not surprising. Whack. Okay. Good thing I stopped myself from hearing myself again, because usually that happens over on the side. But it is March 24th, 2023. And we have a very interesting day for severe weather here in front of us. So if you guys are new to the stream, if you are new to my channel, please be sure to stay tuned. And if you're watching this after the fact, for whatever reason that may occur here today, or if you just found this on your recommended feed, please be sure to go to my channel and find more relevant videos and or live streams that I may be providing. Otherwise, if you're watching this for nostalgia, feel free to sit back and relax. Unless if you are in the area here today, then you probably should be figuring out ways in which you should probably be weather aware. And the reason why I say that, we'll get into the tornado warning here in a second, but we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and extreme southwestern Tennessee. I'll show you guys here in a second because I am a part of a tornado track competition, the TTC, where we have a bunch of other forecasters that play against each other and we try to forecast where tornadoes are most likely, and we get points because of it. So it's essentially just amplifying our forecast abilities, and it's not actually trying to play it for sport. But we'll show you how expansive the area is for how much we forecasted, but this right here is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. They are not going to go 5 out of 5, all right? They just updated this, a few minutes ago, and they have said, look, we're going to continue to go with this. We don't really have as high of a confidence of there being a violent tornado that can move on through. You know, it's not undeniable according to them quite yet, but the environment into which this area is at is very volatile, and I'll go into that more here in a sec, because I did not make my video yesterday, and I put up a thread on Twitter last night, you know, putting all of my thoughts on what is happening here today, and you know, after the tornado warning expires, which hopefully there isn't any more tornado warnings that occur while I'm talking about what's going to be happening today, because I will get into the nitty-gritty of science, all right? You guys know me. I try not to create as much hype as possible, only when stuff is actually happening, all right? Because everyone gets excited whenever stuff happens live. You know, if stuff is happening live, then, you know, we try not to, you know, let it get a hold of us. But, you know, it happens. But anything before then, it's not really, you know. We try not to create as much hype as possible. But notice, all right, if I take radar off, it is a very expansive area where there is severe weather here today. Very expansive. And if my Epic Pen was working, I would be able to draw it for you all. But because that isn't the case, I have to restart my Epic Pen application and make things wonderful. So while that is restarting, Katrina with the 2.8, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Andrew with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate your guys' support to the channel here. All right, my pen is working again. That rhymed. And so we can get into the risks here. So if you are in the 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, all right, I wouldn't be too worried about today. Unless if you are over in the Ohio River Valley, there could potentially be some flash flooding over in those areas. So if you see any flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, all right? Just, it's not very smart. If you are in the yellow, you guys are kind of on the outer portions of this risk. Usually I would say you guys need to watch out with the orange and the red. In this instance here for today, unless if you are on the western side of the yellow, which is currently what we're doing or dealing with right now, and potentially the eastern side, so not really the southern side, not really the northern side. I really wouldn't be paying too much attention to this, but if you would like to follow along, please feel free to do so. We will be live, more than likely past midnight. More than likely past midnight. This is where people need to start watching, though. This orange area covers a very expansive area of the Deep South. We're talking Kentucky, we're talking southern Missouri, we're talking Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. It is a very expansive risk for both strong damaging winds and tornadoes. So if you are in the orange risk, you should definitely watch out today. I'm not saying you guys are going to get the strongest activity in the world. I'm not even saying you can get the strongest activity here today, but you probably should watch out if you live in those areas. And then finally, what's one step further than the orange, the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale? You have your red, your 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And this is where I am highly anticipating the chances for our strong tornadoes here today. Some of which could be long track, maybe one could be violent. It'll depend upon how the environment interacts with each other, into which I will get to that here in a bit. We do have a 15% chance for tornadoes here today. Realize it is localized over an area to where there could potentially be not as many radars, all right? And what I mean by that is if I go over here to, let's go to Memphis's radar here real quickly, okay? And I will show you guys the radar screen here right now, please. Oh, wow, my Stream Deck is not going to work. This is... Now it works. This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Notice here, all right, if we actually turn off the place file, because I was going to show you guys this here in a second. Notice here, okay, we have our radars. We have this radar right here, which is in Little Rock. This one right here, which is in Fort Smith. This one, which is in Shreveport. This one, which is over in Alexandria. And this one, which is also in Jackson. We also have this one in Columbus Air Force Base, but that one's not as relevant. And then maybe we could use the Memphis radar as well. Don't pay attention to this radar right here in northeastern Louisiana. This one's pretty much down. All right, this one is an experimental radar and it doesn't work half the time. So we'll try to peer into it every now and then, but it's not going to be really something that we're going to utilize a whole lot. So notice that in between all these boxes, there's an area here in which there lacks radar coverage, kind of right within that general vicinity. But what the National Weather Service and some researchers are doing with the Perilous Project is they are setting up the Doppler on wheels, these Doppler radars that are being carried by trucks that are being sent into some of these areas. And we are fortunate enough to be able to have those radars on hand, which means that we will be able to provide the same content that would be somewhat similar to these storms being near the real radars, the actual radars that are moving on through. And it just so happens that they are situated over here in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, and western Mississippi. This is going to be really interesting here, guys. I'm very excited to see what the Doppler on wheels can find here today, and especially since this is right in the heart of that moderate risk. If we go back over here to the map here, you can clearly see that this moderate risk is over those same exact areas that I just mentioned. So this is going to be very interesting to see, and we will... I'm very excited if you can't tell already. As if I wasn't already excited to tell you guys about how this event is coming together, I am very excited to showcase the Doppler on wheels here today and hopefully be able to give you guys accurate information as to what these storms are doing. Because let's be honest here, when storms are far away from the radar, we don't exactly really know what's happening at the ground. That's why we have the Doppler on wheels here today, and that's the reason why I am very excited. So hit the like button down below for the Doppler on wheels and give them a shout out if you can. If you ever see the Doppler on wheels on Twitter or stuff like that, tell them thank you. Because they are doing the Lord's work here today. They really are. Jasmine with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Becca, I saw you became a member for 15 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it as well. Everyone's already saying in the chat, hey, make sure you guys like the stream to help me spread this out with more and more people. Subscribe. You can even unsubscribe after the stream. I don't care. We're just trying to get on to YouTube's algorithm to try and spread the information to as many people as possible. All right, that's the same exact thing. We're just trying to spread this information. So if you see anybody new in the chat, please tell them that. All right. And last but not least, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, I would let them know to have a tornado precaution plan already, all right? Tell them to know where they need to go if something bad does end up happening, all right? And this is just a precautionary if the storms don't do anything today, which there's a good chance they might not, all right? There is some fail modes here today that could limit this event, okay? But on the off chance that it does, on the off chance that it does do something significant, it is always good to be over-prepared in situations like this. So, just something to note. Feel free to share this live stream with them as well if they have no live coverage, which I'm assuming some of these areas will not be able to because they're not really near a big city, except for Memphis or Jackson, maybe Monroe. So, stuff like that. So let us go over here real quickly. I want to go over to our radar before we do anything, okay? And it might be difficult to see, but there's a lot of these red triangles. You see these red triangles on your screen across the board? These red triangles are where myself and other people have forecasted where the greatest potential of tornadoes could actually be located. So note that, remember, this is the border of Louisiana and Arkansas, and this is the border of Arkansas and Mississippi, and then Louisiana and Mississippi. Note that a lot of people, the general consensus, believe that it could very well be northeastern Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. All right. Anyone want to take a guess as to where I picked? Anyone want to take a guess where I picked? By the way, this is the tornado track competition, so I'm with competing against other enthusiasts, student meteorologists who are going to college, as well as meteorologists, in trying to figure out where tornadoes can be. So anyone want to guess where I picked? Yeah, I'm very happy that I worked through it as well. I really do appreciate everyone yesterday who was a part of that community post and reached out to me. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. No, I did not pick Pennsylvania for there being a tornado today. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Sean. If you saw what Sean said in chat, I picked Arkansas. I picked southeastern Arkansas, and specifically, I picked an area 8 miles west-northwest of Parkdale. All right, so here is Parkdale right here. Here is Hamburg, and we are talking about Ashley County. This is Ashley County here, next to Chillicothe County. And I ended up forecasting next to or near Jacob Stitcher. Ben Price, wow. So Ben Price, one of the meteorologists from Ryan Hall y'all's corporation over there, as well as an Oklahoma meteorologist, picked a similar spot to myself. Jake Smith, Kevin Mahoney, let's see, someone by the name of Bryce, Brett Wright, Biggles, Lucas Reynolds, J. William Theising, and Tyler Mercurio. So, very interesting to see all those people around there and what they've picked. I wish everyone luck, and I hope that everyone forecasted to the best of their ability in this competition. Of course, I hope that, none of us is correct. I hope that none of us see a tornado. But, with an event like this here today, who knows? Who really knows? So yeah, I picked southeast Arkansas. Keaton with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Everyone say thank you to Keaton if you haven't already. It really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. Near McGahee? Is that all the way up here? Yes, that is. There's Sean Paul. There's Sam Emerson. Wow, Sam Emerson is actually doing the stuff here today. That's pretty cool too as well. That's pretty cool. So Sam Emerson's a little bit further towards the north. But all right, I'm going to turn off the place file here. I am going to add my own place file that I had, which is the copy. So there I am. I'm going to try and add, or I'm going to try and put down this. And then after we're done talking about this, by the way, here, chat, we're going to talk about what has made today into what today is. Yeah, if that makes any sense. So, we have Fort Smith, Shreveport I need to fix. There we go. Fort Polk I've done already. Little Rock I have not, so let's fix that. We're almost done here, guys. We're almost done fixing it. Memphis, we've done it already, and Jackson is the last one that we have to fix. So, yeah, I'm putting this up here so that you guys can kind of see, because once again, I want to be as fully transparent with you guys as I possibly can. All right, I want to make sure that you guys know exactly what I'm thinking, because there's a lot of lack of communication in some instances with some people on the air and some people who are watching. You know, people are just trying to say stuff about the storm, and they're not really going further in depth with it. They're not giving opinions as to where they think the storm is actually going to go and what the characteristics are with this and stuff like that. And I want to make sure that I can actually provide that, because I want you guys to be able to try and see where I'm coming from with all of this. All right. Part of it also is because my philosophy is, if you're going to try and convince someone that something terrible is happening or something good is happening, you are going to want to try and provide as much evidence to support your thesis. And by me going in depth with all this stuff, that's the reason why I am what I am, is because I want to try and make sure that if there is anybody who's watching, sure, it might be nerdy, sure, it might be too sciencey for some people, and sure, people may not even care about it. But if people are going to actually pay attention to what's going on, or if they have a tornado warning and they do come to my stream, they'll know every single little thing that is coming out of what that tornado warning is about and what it's doing and stuff like that. So that's the reason why I am doing what I'm doing. So I want to talk about the tornado warning here real quickly. Because I did say I was going to do that before I was going to talk about what's made this event. The fact of the matter is there's a tornado watch right now. There is a tornado watch here for portions of extreme southeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, eastern Texas, and northwestern Louisiana, all right? So if you're along the I-30 corridor, or if you're over heading off towards Shreveport, I believe that's what? That's 49, I believe is what it is. I would have to double check on my camera map here. Yeah, that is 49. If you're along 49 heading down to Shreveport, or even any other areas heading down along 49 towards Alexandria and east of Shreveport on 20, there is a good chance that you guys could potentially see some strong severe weather within your area. So just something to note. I hope that you guys are able to watch out for this relatively closely. I'm actually going to put this camera up here because I do have my camera map, which I will actually talk about. I will promote that a little bit later on. But I do have my camera map. That is going to help me figure out where cameras are. So hopefully that helps too. So this is When we have 2 cameras in Prescott, it's the one north of that. And it's that one. So we're going to put that camera right there. That's northeast of Prescott, Arkansas, which is in front of the tornado warning. So let's go back to the tornado warning over here. So here's the tornado warning. This is for Hempstead, and this is also for Howard County, but it seems right now as if the storm is just a little bit on the southern side of Howard County. So if you're in central Howard County, like Nashville and Mineral Springs, you guys should be good. The storm should be a lot further down to the south, but if you're over in central and northern Hempstead County, we're talking Washington, Ozone, as well as this is McCaskill, and even further along the way, this is Blevins over there in Arkansas. This is southwestern Arkansas. I recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can see the reflectivity here. We do have a supercell here, or this is a cell at least. You can see the giant body of rain that's kind of clumped together, and it has also created a little bit of a lagging tail at the bottom side. And usually what that tells me is we have a bit of an outflow boundary extending from this storm. The storm is actually bringing a lot of rain and wrapping it around and creating a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side of the rotation. So if I had to guess as to where the rotation would actually be, it would be right near the Saratoga area, right about there. And if we go to the velocities, you can see that that kind of is the case. It's very broad, the rotation in itself at least. Reds are the winds moving away, and the greens are the winds moving towards. But in this instance, we don't have any tight velocity couplet here together, so the velocities are quite broad as of this moment. And for people who are wondering, our radar is situated in Shreveport. We are currently in Arkansas right now. So when I talk about the winds moving towards and the winds going away, south of us is Shreveport, which means that we have winds moving towards that are going south, that is in the green, and winds moving away, which are going north in the pink. So something of good news to note from that is that the rotation is definitely not as strong as it once was. You can see when it was near Ashdown and Ogden, it was definitely a lot stronger, but as it has continued to progress further to the east, there is a little bit of area, a little area of rotation down near the Saratoga area or south of Saratoga, and as soon as I say that, it actually kind of dissipates a little bit. But as of right now, it doesn't seem imminent of producing anything tornadic. There is another cell that's approaching Texarkana. If you know anyone that lives near Texarkana, I would watch out for this supercell right here. This does have a little bit of rotation at minimum, and at maximum, it does have some very strong damaging winds associated with this. So if you live in Texarkana and areas north of Texarkana here in the northeastern portions of Texas and the southwestern portions of Arkansas, there's a good chance that there could be something tornadic here approaching I-30 and paralleling I-30. So something to watch out for that as that heads off towards the north and east. Who dat with the 5? Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm a truck driver on 20 West trying to get around Ruston, Louisiana, looking for advice to go or stop early in Tumsuba, Mississippi. Well, first off, I-20 is going to be a big issue for you. I-20 is going to be a very big issue because there's a good chance that that could probably be the strongest threat for severe weather. We're talking from Monroe all the way over to Vicksburg and maybe even Jackson as to which our main threat is going to be. It will be at its peak at around 6 Central. 6 Central, 7 Central, 8 Central. Those 3 hours is when it's supposed to be the event's peak. And so if you're at Tumsuba right now, which I believe is a good ways away as of this moment, it looks like you're going to be getting into the area right when it is the most significant. So my recommendation is if you can find a large truck stop as you get closer to those hours, sometime in the near future, I would pull off. Whether that is Vicksburg, whether that's Monroe, whether that's Jackson. Jackson could be a good idea because there's just, there's so many different buildings over there, sturdy buildings in that general vicinity. It would be recommended, or I would recommend, I should say, that you probably should steer away from driving while the storm is moving on through, or these storms are moving on through, and I would try and figure out ways to get to a sturdy truck stop. So that's my recommendation, Whodat. I hope you stay safe as this system moves on through, and yeah, I hope that you stay safe. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat there. Katrina with the 1.5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I'm scrolling through chat here because I'm trying to shout out as many people as possible. Lindsay with the tornado tracker, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Holly Leeden with the weather watcher. Thank you so much. You're watching from Florida. I saw that in chat. Thank you so much for watching from an area that isn't really being impacted as much as, say, the areas that we are focused on right now. So for the people who are watching outside of the risk and are just watching the show here today, I really do appreciate you guys. That's what makes my channel continue to thrive as well as it does. So I really do appreciate all that you guys have done. Let us see. I want to get into the nitty-gritty now, because I said I was going to do it, and I'm going to do it, because the tornado warning has been canceled. It is now severe thunderstorm warning. There could very well be a new tornado warning in Texarkana, which means I might actually have to move my radar over to Texarkana. Let's see if there's any good, or not my radar, my camera's over to Texarkana. That might be a good image right there. That says it's looking north. It's not really looking north. It's looking west. Yeah, that actually is going to be a nice little image for us to use by looking off of this. So watch that, or watch out for that. By the way, for people who are asking as to what radar this is GR2 Analyst, all right? This is the best radar in all of radars, all right? People say Radar Omega or Radar Scope is the best radar app. This is the best radar product that you can get, the radar program that you can get. So if people want GR2 Analyst, Gibson Ridge Analyst, make sure you get version 3, and it does cost a lot. It does cost a lot of money, but you can do all sorts of cool things, like taking 3Ds of storms just like this, which is pretty nice. You can take 3Ds. You can also take slices through the storm, which you can tell what's happening through the middle of the storm. I'm going to be using that a lot here today if storms are near radar. And then if not, I'll just try and use Guru to the best of my ability, which I shall actually move Guru over because we are going to be using this quite often here today with the Doppler on wheels. But yeah, GR2 Analyst is the best product. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, all right, let's get into the nitty-gritty. Let's do it now. Let us go to the weather bell models. We shall go to the HRRR. And I want to show you guys the general reflectivity first before we do anything, all right? Because I feel like if we can get over the timings first, then we can start to understand and comprehend how everything can come together and how everything can be as significant as it could be. So let us go into the deep south, which is right here. Let us go into the precipitation. We'll go into the composite reflectivity here. The time is up above in Eastern, not standard time. We want daylight time. So you're going to have to subtract 1 hour. That's just where I live. I live in the Eastern Standard Time general vicinity. And as this moves on through, okay, so we're talking 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, which is currently right now, 5 o'clock. Notice that we have our big line of storms over here in west central Arkansas. This is going to be our wind threat and then the potential smaller tornado threat that will start to materialize and move on through into the central portion of the state. The real issue here is going to be the stuff that's coming from Louisiana here, and you'll see why here. As this progresses, you see that these storms are all discrete, or at least semi-discrete. We have one storm right there, another storm right there, another storm right there, another storm right there. And then we have a couple others that are further south of that that aren't even as strong. But as we continue to move on through, so once again, this is the 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. You move on through, you still see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different discrete storms, 6 different discrete storms or semi-discrete storms within the area, which means that all those storms have the potential to try and produce strong tornadoes within the general vicinity. Now, there is a fail mode, all right? I say semi-discrete because the storms are not completely by themselves. If they were completely by themselves, they would look kind of like that, but this storm would be all the way over there, right? That isn't the case. In this instance, they are semi-discrete, which means there is going to be a lot of energy for these storms to fight over, all right? I commonly use the analogy of one storm is like Pac-Man and the other storms around it are the ghosts. If we're playing Pac-Man here and the energy in the atmosphere is the little dots that they're trying to eat up to get more and more points, the storms around them are ghosts. And if a storm hits one of those ghosts, it's game over. So the big thing here is that also applies not only just to other large storms, but smaller storms around it. Smaller storms can collide into the larger storms, and it would still be game over. So that's the thing here. Can storms become a lot more discrete by the time we get towards the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hours as this moves on through? All right. So essentially what I'm saying here as of right now is that we have a lot of time between now until the big boom in this event. It's going to be late evening into the overnight hours as to when this is really going to be significant. I'm talking maybe, 5:30 to 6 Central, which would be 6:30 to 7 Eastern, which is a good time away between now and then. And then this will last more than likely for 2, 3, maybe 4 hours. All right. So just something to note. If there's people who are like, man, I don't want to, continue to listen to him talk, that's fine. I understand. Sometimes I don't even want to hear myself talk sometimes, all right? But just for a timetable as to when these things will be significant, that's around the time frame in which we're expecting. As this continues to move on through, all right, storms are still there, but then they start to get swallowed up by that line that was over in western Alabama. We'll rewind this a little bit here. And you can see there's your line. You see this little kink right here in the line? You see this little bow? We have a little cold front that's going to be slamming into this portion of the state, the central portions of Arkansas all the way down to southern portions of Arkansas, which will generate the significant wind threat for northern Mississippi and Tennessee and stuff like that. And because that cold front is there, this is going to create the opportunity for hurricane force winds across the board in this area. So watch out for that, especially as storms start to get mixed up within the line. Things will start to become more of a damaging wind threat. So we're looking towards midnight when things will officially all be relatively linear. Everything will then be more of a damaging wind threat. But anything before midnight is when we can really see the threat for strong tornadoes. So that's kind of what I'm thinking with the reflectivity. I want to go a little bit more into things, and to do that, we're going to actually go to pivotal weather to actually figure this out a little bit more. I want everyone to also bear with me here as I try to make this as easy to understand as I possibly can. And I understand that sometimes I can go off on a little tangent sometimes. So we're going to try to fix this here a little bit. All right. First off, you guys are going to see a lot of these little lines with the little sticks on the side. All right. That is a wind barb. And if you can imagine it as if it's an arrow coming from a little bow, like in medieval times or stuff like that, at the tip of the little point, if you draw an arrow, that's the direction the winds are going towards. You don't have to worry about the little feathers on the side because that just tells you the intensity of the winds. You really need to know in which direction they're moving. All right. As we continue to advance this further and further towards 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock Central, which you can see right there, that's the time. I want you guys to notice, okay? I want you guys to notice that we have a lot of winds coming from the south here, and then in some instances, they change, just like that. Winds coming from the south, and then they veer a little bit. They change. That veering right there is a confluence band, which means there's a axis of vorticity that I'll be able to show you here on satellite here in a bit, into which storms can not only form off of, but they can also potentially sustain and become rather significant. So, something to note We do have a confluence band in that area. We also, if I go over here towards the south central United States, so we're not going to be able to see the time anymore. You guys see these little streamlines that just disappeared temporarily here. My goodness. All right, these little streamlines right here. So these little black lines that end up becoming a circle, just like that. So you see how this streamline here kind of bends a little bit, just like that. This one bends a little. This one bends a little. This one bends a little, all right? This is a shortwave trough. Okay, and this is a negatively tilted shortwave trough. So similar to our long wave troughs that we've discussed on our videos, and how if you have a trough, if it is leaning towards the right, to where if you were to draw a line through it and you have the line going from the bottom to the top left, that's a negatively tilted trough, all right? Vice versa, if it is straight up, that is a neutral trough, and then if it's leaning the other way, if you were to draw a line with that, that would be a positively tilted trough. So as of this moment, we have a negatively tilted shortwave trough that is going to be kind of our little vorticity axis that can meet up with these confluence bands. I'll go to 850 millibars, which is about 1 kilometer above ground level. We'll take a look at our wind shear here, which, by the way, our low-level jet is pretty strong here today. And you will see that our said confluence band that we have been mentioning here just a little bit, there's a little bend, there's a little bend, and it doesn't really go that far south, but there's a bend right here too. This lines up perfectly with that confluence band that goes over Louisiana. It lines up perfectly, which means we have not only a vorticity axis at the surface, we also have a vorticity axis in the mid-levels. It's actually the lower levels specifically. So we have surface vorticity. We have a lot of surface vorticity that is building up within this area, which is the reason why this event is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I don't want to get into energy too much because we have a lot of that. What I want to get into, however, okay, and it's not as much of an issue right now, but it very well could be later on in the event. If I go over to the RAP model, which is one of my favorite models to use, so for people who are curious as to what I use tandem of the HRRR and the RAP model. We go over to mixed layer CIN, C-I-N. And this right here shows that there is slightly aloft in some of these areas. You can see these little grays right within these areas here, that there is a little bit of capping inversion in the mixed layer. What's the mixed layer? It's essentially where when you have warm air rising from the ground and cold air sinking from the cold air aloft, all right, when the air hits each other, it starts to mix together. And so essentially, we have a little bit of capping inversion, a little bit of a limiting factor within these storms in the mixing layer, which could inhibit a lot of your updraft sustainment or tornado sustainment and stuff like that. So something to note there, storm development and storm sustainment, as well as the already semi-discrete mode with some other storms colliding into each other, could create a fail mode to where we would just have a bunch of storms that would form, they would try to become strong, and then all of a sudden they either A, die out, or B, another storm runs into them right when they're supposed to produce a tornado and it doesn't do anything. So that is something to note here as this continues to move on through, is that storms very well could try to do stuff, but then they just don't do anything. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about here today for the bust modes, all right? The wind conditions, however, all right? And this is where I have to get a little serious, okay? Remember when I was talking about the shortwave, negatively tilted shortwave trough and the confluence band over Louisiana? If something can ride that axis of the two, so somewhere in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern Louisiana, western Mississippi, wherever that axis is, where the two of them meet, or the general area into which they all collide with each other, those two axes, we will see a very strong tornado, violent one, and potentially long track within that area. There is a good chance. So, What do I personally think? I still think we're still going to see a strong tornado today regardless. I think the environment is too strong for it to not do so. Long track tornado, probably not as long as you would think it would be. At least for today, I would think at least. Long track tornadoes are, they stay on the ground for a good time being. I'm thinking in this instance, probably about 20 miles, maybe 30 miles and stuff like that, which is still long track. All right. It still is a tornado that sustains on the ground for a good time being, but probably not super long track unless if a storm gets by itself. If it does, then it's game over. So that is really my thought processes on this event here today. If you want more information about that specifically, I made a thread last night. I couldn't make a video, and so I had to make a thread. I had to say something about how this event really came together. And I'll put it in chat if you guys want to read it yourself. It's 15 posts, so what you would have to do is you would have to go onto the post, you would have to scroll down to the next one. You can see there's 2 out of question mark, and then you would read that, you would look at the images, and then keep going down, see 3, 4, 5, I go all the way to 15, all right? Actually, 14 and 15 are not as important, but if you would like to read that, feel free to do so. I am feeling better for people who are asking on chat. By the way, Wendy, that's amazing. Thank you so much for watching, and I see that. Look at me. That's pretty cool to see. But that's what I'm thinking right now of this event here today. So, it seems the funny has occurred. It seems the funny has occurred. Farmer Matt with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And to all the people who are gifted, Mike Russell, Chris the Hurricane Tracker, Julie, Tom, Blue Dragon. Congratulations on your gifted memberships. Do I have a brother named Clayton Barr? No, but I know a person by the name of Clayton Barr. So, day 7 funny? Yes. So, if something does happen, all right, they also have a risk for severe weather the end of next week, on Thursday. If something bad does happen, we will probably be live during that time period. So that's the reason why I put down below. You'll see. I think it's not this frame, so it says thanks to our company sponsor and stuff like that. If we switch that over, I think it'll say the 30th. Yeah, there it is. It says 15% severe. That's Friday? I thought that was Thursday. It is Thursday, so I'll have to change that, unfortunately, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll do it. Thursday, file, save as, JPEG, all slides, and boom. All right, everything should be good. Everything should be good. We do have our severe thunderstorm warning here. It was for Hempstead, and now it is starting to shift off more towards southern Pike County, heading off into Clark County. So if you know anyone who lives over in those areas, there is some pretty strong rotation with this now. So let's move our camera back over here to this would be areas north of Prescott. I actually wonder if we could probably use a better camera than this. Prescott. Oh, that is some pretty good rotation there that is starting to develop. This might actually get a tornado warning. There's actually a good chance that this could actually get a tornado warning. Where would be the general track of this system here? So severe thunderstorm warning for southern Pike County heading off into Clark County. If you live in any of those counties that I've mentioned here in Arkansas, I recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There is some rotation here. There is some slight rotation here north of Blevins, and this will be heading off towards the Delight and Okaluna areas here. So get into your safe space if you haven't already. And if you're near State Highway 19 north of Prescott, I would recommend you also get into your safe space. So if we use this camera here north of Gurdon, I wonder. It says it's looking west, so my assumption is it's actually looking south here, which kind of sucks. So we will have to use this camera that's over here, that is west of Gurdon. But once again, severe thunderstorm warning over in those areas. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. So if you are just tuning in here right now, we have a new mesoscale discussion, which we will talk about that here in a second. But we do have the threat for severe weather here today. This is a very expansive risk here for severe weather. If you are in these states, you should pay attention. If you are not, you're good. All right. I don't even have to talk to you about tomorrow either. Like, there's nothing really too much happening tomorrow either, besides maybe some marginal storms in the southeast. All right. We have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in portions of Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. If you are in this immediate threat right here, you need to pay attention to the weather here today, especially since a lot of these significant storms could potentially be overnight, which means you can't see anything already, on top of the fact that these storms are going to be heavily rain wrapped. So it is not recommended for you to be unaware about tonight. All right, don't be ignorant. Have a tornado plan in place in the off chance that something bad does happen. And I always like to be, over prepared just on the off chance that some stuff happens. But we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in those areas. If you are in the orange, this is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So a little bit less, but still could have some very strong severe weather conditions. And we are talking about areas here in western Kentucky, central to western Tennessee, extreme southeastern Mississippi, central and northeastern Arkansas, as well as areas of northern Louisiana, much of Mississippi with the exception of the southern portions, and northwestern Alabama. If you live in those areas, I still think, need to watch out for severe weather. I still think there is a good chance for there to be something potentially significant within any of those areas, especially the closer you get towards the red. The closer you get towards the red, it'll be more significant. The further away, of course, the less. Yellow, I'm not anticipating too much significant activity for you guys here today. Usually I would say you guys need to watch out for severe weather here as well. The main thing that you guys need to watch out for, especially on the northern side of the event, is flash flooding. Flash flooding will continue to be an issue all the way throughout this event. So turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Otherwise, there is a small chance for tornadoes and strong damaging winds throughout the area. So please be mindful of that. And then the dark green area is a 1 out of 5 in severe weather scale. So don't worry about that too much if you're in the green. And just kind of enjoy the passing showers and thunderstorms. So something good for that. So there are 2 mesoscale discussions that we shall talk about here now. The first one was issued about 30 minutes ago, so we will talk about the mesoscale discussion. For central to northern Arkansas, it says elevated thunderstorms intensifying over western/central Arkansas may pose a wind threat through the late afternoon and early evening hours. Watch issuance is possible to address this concern. So just something to note, something similar to what we said earlier when we were talking about the timings for this event later on today. We said that there is a pretty strong cold front that was going to start to move on through the cold air behind it, and the dry air behind it's going to just smack it, create a lot of hurricane force winds across the area, and so that's the reason why we got a lot of stuff over there. However, there is a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued, and it is starting to get into the area of which we are the most, or should be the most weather aware of this. The threat for tornadoes is increasing across the watch area and will likely extend east of the existing tornado watch this evening, meaning they will probably issue a new tornado watch for the majority of the area that we are watching here today. Storms continue to organize along a cold front, particularly near the surface low over west central Arkansas, where a small MCS has formed just on the cool side of the modifying outflow. Other storms extend southward along the primary cold front towards TXK, which is Texarkana, and farther south into Texas. Of special note are multiple bands of convection which are gradually deepening within the moist plume near the Sabine River. This plume of 70-degree dew points is resulting in over 1,500 joules per kilogram of mixing layer CAPE, which is sufficient to support supercells as lift continues to increase with time. While a relative warm layer still exists near 700 millibars, as can be seen on the 18Z Shreveport sounding, the moist layer has already become deep enough to break the cap, resulting in warm sector storms well east of the cold front. As the low-level jet increases this evening, so will shear and supercell / tornado potential. Effective storm relative helicity on the order of 300 meters squared per second squared, with 0 to 1 storm relative helicity over 200 meters squared per second squared, may support a few strong tornadoes with maturing cells east of the cold front. As such, a new watch will likely be needed to include areas east of Weather Watch 75. So what does that mean here today, guys? That means that this is going to be kind of similar to how a roller coaster would be. You're starting at the bottom part of the roller coaster, and you need to gain momentum in order to gain speed and essentially go down the top part of the roller coaster. And so as of right now, we're currently starting to ride up the top part of the base of the roller coaster to the top part here. And as soon as we get to the top and we start to fall down, things will start to kick off. But yes, it will steadily increase with time here. And because of that, I actually want to go over here real quickly. We're going to go back to the camera. I want to go over to Guru here. I want to show you guys here what we're looking at in general. This right here is our satellite imagery, our visible satellite imagery accompanied by our infrared satellite imagery, which is going to kind of help us get an idea as to what could potentially be happening. So right here's your cold front that they were talking about right there. You can see that already evident. We also have our surface low, which is situated somewhere over here-ish. I'll probably go into mesoanalysis to actually confirm that for you all. And you can see that there are some storms that are forming out in front of the cold front as well right here. And this is along its own little confluence band. You can kind of tell that it's along a confluence band because you see these little streaks in the clouds like that. That's its own little mini boundary. All right, so we have our cold front that's right here on the left side or the western side of the system. And then we have another boundary that's kind of right here. So this is one confluence boundary. But can you guys find any other ones? Can you guys try to find any other ones? I'll give you guys a couple seconds for you to be able to try and figure it out. All right. You guys figure it out? Do you guys see where it is? I'll tell you where I see it. There's one right here, just to the east of Natchitoches and west of Alexandria. You'll see that it'll start to develop. It's kind of in the shadow of the anvil precipitation aloft. So it's right there. We have another one. We have another one that is also out in front. It is right within this area right here. It's kind of right there-ish. So that's another confluence band right there. All right. And you can also see the remnants of that down here as well, near Lafayette. So there is one right here, and there is also one right here. So pair that with the confluence band that's already out in front of the cold front that is over near Nacogdoches in Texas and Shreveport, and of course the cold front, and we have multiple waves here of vorticity. Multiple waves. Which means that any storm that forms along this could very well continue to sustain, given that other storms don't form in abundance around it. So really interesting to see there from satellite imagery. I love looking at satellite imagery. Satellite imagery is so useful to be able to determine little small characteristics that can be a huge factor in the overall storm environment. So when in doubt, use satellite imagery with radar. It's always good to use. As well as, of course, I do want to bring up, and I gotta pull it up now because I didn't pull it up earlier, our mesoanalysis. Mesoanalysis. So we're gonna be using this quite a bit here too. We're gonna be using a lot of things here today. All right, there's a lot of things that I'm gonna be using here to try and figure out what exactly is happening. All right, that's just how it is. All right, as weather people, we have to try and keep up with what all is going on in the environment, so that way we can try and figure out what to expect later on. So we're going to be using stuff like mesoscale analysis to be able to determine as to what exactly is going on. I want to go over to the surface vorticity and 3K. Or actually, let's go to the divergence in vorticity first, because that can actually help us before anything happens. Before we go to the surface vorticity, and you can even use the surface vorticity with the 3K. So see this here, guys? See that right there? That's a band of vorticity right there. So there's one. There's a little bit of vorticity right there. There's your cold front. It's missing the other one, so it's a little bit of a weaker confluence band. But it's there. Vorticity, vorticity, vorticity. Vorticity exists across the area. Now let's pair it with the 3K. Because 3K can tell you your energy levels at the surface. If you have good surface vorticity and good energy at the surface, which is 3K, you'll get tornadoes. All right? There's a good chance that you'll get tornadoes. And we have that. We have vorticity right in here, and even vorticity out in here too. And you can see we have a lot of these red contours here, which indicates energy amounts. Energy levels of 3K. And there is an abundance of it. There is an abundance of it in north central to northeastern Louisiana, which means this is a pretty expansive environment here for severe weather. So expect the vorticity to continue to increase because based off of the forecast models, and we mentioned earlier on in the stream, the wind shear will continue to increase as it goes throughout the night. Okay? It will continue to increase. But as long as the energy continues to linger around, not really decrease all that much, there is a good chance that we will, as I've mentioned, see some strong tornadoes that could be possible even after the evening hours and heading off into the overnight hours. So we're going to have to watch out for this very, very closely. I'm feeling good. For everyone who's curious about how I'm feeling right now, I'm feeling a lot better than I was yesterday. So thank you to everyone who was worried about me. I really do appreciate everyone who was worried about me yesterday. So thank you so much. April with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, can you please say hi to my 3-year-old grandson, Micah, and 4-year-old granddaughter, Kyle. They're learning about the weather, please and thank you, when not busy. Kyle, Micah, hello. Keep, if you like this stuff, keep going, all right? Anything that you like, don't be afraid to say I like it, all right? And don't be afraid to keep liking it, all right? Because it's fun, right? You know, I'm sure when we all play games around the house, or if we all talk to friends, we all have fun there. Talk to your parents, talk to your grandparents, talk to your friends. We have fun, right? We want to keep doing it. Don't be afraid to keep having fun. That's what I do all the time, even on stream. You'll see sometimes I'm messing around. I'm having fun here too. So yeah, don't be afraid to have fun. But Kyle and Micah, thank you for watching here today. Really do appreciate that. Colton with a 21. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Says hello to you. Hello. Is red cape? Yes, red is cape. Red is cape in this instance. Do you guys remember earlier when we were talking about the 700 millibar inversion with the mesoscale discussion? Anyone remember that? Because if you do, that's the reason why storms are not as significant as they are right now. So they are still struggling with that inversion. There is still a capping inversion aloft, which is going to continue to limit these thunderstorms until it starts to alleviate. Once the dam, if you will, that is holding back these thunderstorms once the dam breaks, storms will start to kind of become a lot more sporadic and a lot more intense. So as of right now, it's holding, but it won't hold for very much longer. All right, let's look at radar. We've talked enough. We've moved our mouth one too many times. We need to get what we've been paid here to do. It's actually not paid. It's fan supported. But the point being is that we are supposed to be talking about radar. And have I done that in the past 10, 20 minutes? No. So we are doing it now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Gurdon, Curtis, and Arkadelphia. This actually might be a little bit more of our Arkadelphia and Gum Springs. So if you're over in those areas on I-30, on the northern to northeastern portions of Clark County in Arkansas, I would watch out. I would watch out for you guys. Very strong damaging winds could be possible with this. You can see we've got a little bit of a bowing structure right here within the red. I tried not to put it over the red so that you guys can kind of see it symmetrically, but this is what it really looks like. It's like that. So that is where our main storm is. It is heading off to the east-northeast. And it looks like here pretty soon, Arkadelphia and Gum Springs, as well as areas near Curtis and north of Curtis, could potentially be impacted by these storms. So watch out for that. Don't be surprised if they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Clark County as well as Hot Spring County. So watch out for that. And then maybe even further along, we're talking about Grant, northern Dallas. I kind of doubt northern Dallas, but we'll say northern Dallas anyways. And then south is Saline County in Arkansas. Carolyn with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate you watching all the way over from Newton, Texas, which is kind of around where some of these storms are on the eastern portions of Texas. So if anything bad happens over there, I'll be able to let you know. But right now, it doesn't look too much, fortunately. I appreciate it, you know, everyone who's came into the stream, hit that like button down below and shared it. Keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. If you haven't already, subscribe. You can unsubscribe after the stream. That helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm and helps us spread this information with more and more people. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do that, because we are going to want to try and get this information out to as many people as possible if we haven't already. So I do appreciate it. I want to take a look here. I'm going to go over to my side screen to look, actually. Yeah, I'm going to go over to my side screen. I want to see, I'm going to turn off Guru for a second, and I want to see if the Doppler on wheels is polling right now. If it is polling, we can get to where they are at and discuss the relevance of that here in a bit. But if they're not polling at the moment, then, well, oh well. Yes, they are polling right now. So Dow 7 and Cal 1 is polling right now. 1 is in McGehee, which is all the way over here. So 1 is in McGehee, and the other is in Montrose. So they have put their radars specifically in southeastern Arkansas. I wonder if there's going to be any other, are they going to bring the Dow 6 out? They very well could not. There's a good instance that the Dow 6 isn't out today, but they are polling right now. They do have their stuff out here in a second. So I'll show you guys here in a bit. How's the weather in Natchitoches? As long as you guys stay indoors, you guys should be fine. It's not really supposed to be that significant for you all, but regardless, just be weather aware, and if anything changes, be sure to watch out for that. All right, I'm turning that off for right now. There we go. Michael with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, what would I say if I stole this from Andrew? Well, it's not very nice to steal, but on the other hand, that is an FBI open up moment, as someone said in chat. I don't know what Andrew was going to be doing with those $2, but I'll put it to good use over here in this channel if it was actually supposed to be meant towards me. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate the 2, Michael. But don't steal anymore. Don't do that. All right, let's go to the live data sources. Now, since I know which Doppler on wheels is actually functioning right now, we have 2 of them. And we are going to want to show in frames, and there it is. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We have our Doppler on wheels. Look at that. We have radar coverage. Oh boy. So we have one thing here. So this would be, once again, this is Montrose. And then there's another one in McGehee, which I will pull up here. Show in frames. There is McGehee. And there it is right there. So 2 radars, both in southeastern Arkansas. And we shall see what comes up of it. All right. This is where the main area of tornadoes is expected to be, specifically northeastern Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. So I think this does create some good coverage here for us to be able to try and track these storms. So good stuff for us. Good stuff for us. Andrew with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. He says, it's fine. I took this money from him. We even. There it is. There it is. Once again, I do not condone stealing. I do not condone stealing. But yeah, I am going to, I'm actually going to move the radar over to the cow I'm going to go to the cow one because that one is situated more in southeastern Arkansas and closer to Louisiana. And it has a larger cone to try and pick up stuff. So that's something to note. Morgan will be joining here in about 15 minutes, so that's nice to see. It's pronounced McGee. Ah, so I see. Do they have to be stationary to get readings? Yes, they do have to be stationary, which means these are going to be here for the entire event. The entire event, this is going to be here. So, yeah, we're going to be watching out for this very, very closely. Now, the one thing I do want to say, okay, is, first off, I invite open discussion, all right? I invite open discussion in chat about these storms, all right? I don't invite specifically about, you know, oh, this is going to be the next EF5, this is going to be the next EF4, all right? Don't say that without any sort of evidence. And when I mean evidence, I mean damage, all right? Radar is not evidence in this instance because the enhanced Fujita scale, the EF scale, rates things based off of how much damage it does rather than how intense the actual tornado is. So it's stupid, but we still have to abide by those rules. On the other hand, once again, I also invite open discussion about these storms. Oh, this thing looks like it's starting to get stronger. Oh, this thing looks like it's starting to get weaker. Oh, this storm is going to be heading off towards, you know, these specific towns. Stuff like that, all right? I invite a lot of open discussion in the chat as well. And I will even, in some instances, discuss with the chat as well if stuff's happening and what all could be happening with it. So don't be afraid to communicate in chat. It is very good for not only yourself, but other people, because other people may want to try and get better at it. And so they're learning off of each other. Especially, you know, there's some instances where I've actually gotten in discussions with other very smart people, other smarter people than myself. All right. There's a lot of people who are smart, smarter than me. You know, I might think I'm smart. Not, you know, I couldn't hold a candle to some of these people that I talk to, but I learn off of them. And that type of stuff is stuff that I want to see. So, leading into that, I recommend that if you have a Discord account, all right, that you join the Discord server that I have created. All right. Now, hear me out, okay? Thing of it is that we are in red mode right now, which means that we are in a little bit of a no tolerance policy. So for instance, if there's a tornado on the ground during a red mode, we wouldn't want to be cracking jokes, right? Because we don't know what the people who are being impacted by a tornado are dealing with right now. So whenever there's a red mode, you know, the red mode was put up for that reason, was so that we don't desensitize ourselves to tornadoes or any sort of weather impact that could be impacting people. Because it's, you know, it's not right to be cracking jokes when deadly situations could be possible. All right. Not saying they're imminent. I'm just saying they're possible. So, if you want to be involved in open discussion, Discord server's over there. And if you subscribe to the Discord server and if you create a ticket in bot commands, I actually talked about this in the announcements. You guys actually get access to the camera map. So a subscription on Discord, that's a tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for East Central Hempstead County in southwestern Arkansas, northern Nevada County in southwestern Arkansas.
Yep, so that is a tornado warning 100%. I'll finish this little segment here real quickly. If you subscribe on Discord, it's kind kind of similar to like a newsletter where you pay money per month to do it. And it's $8, $7.99. And it has over 4,000 live cameras. I'll show you guys here real quickly. Here, my entire camera map. That right here, as I zoom out, is my entire camera map that I have. Once again, over 4,000 different cameras that I have on there. So if you would like to contribute, all the funds go into us creating a website for this map. If you would like to contribute, if you would like to get hands-on stuff, feel free to do so with that. If you actually go take a look at the legend that is over here in the Atlantic Ocean, it'll tell you more about what you can see with those cameras. But nevertheless, we have a tornado warning here, and this one takes priority because this one does look to be very strong. This one does look to be somewhat strong. So if you guys live within these areas, we're talking Eastern Hempstead, and we are also talking, okay. We don't really have a whole lot of good cameras over here, unfortunately. But we're talking about Perrytown, Deanne, Oak Haven, Prescott, and then the surrounding areas on Arkansas 24, Arkansas 19, I-30, heading off towards Highway 67. If you live in those areas, it is recommended that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we'll get some timings out here for you all. It'll be getting to Prescott in about, I would say, 15 minutes. So 15 minutes from now, that's when it's supposed to be there. And then we're talking about, I'm trying to get a camera here for you guys to see on the top side. There you go. Now we have a camera. We're also talking about Highway 67, especially as it gets relatively close to I-30 north of Prescott. We're talking about Birney and Gurdon, or Gurdon, as this continues to pass on through into southern Clark County. So we're not actually in Clark County quite yet. They don't have a tornado warning as of this moment, but this is more for Hempstead County, the immediate danger in eastern Hempstead County and northern Nevada County near Prescott. If you're in those areas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I want to see if we can actually find a decent radar here. So that's 7,000 feet. Let's go over to Fort Smith and see. That's 11,000 feet, so that wouldn't work. And then let's go over to Little Rock's radar. This would be 10,000 feet. So Shreveport is the best radar for us to look at. This will be KSHV. Once again, very strong velocity couplet here, just for people who are wondering as to how velocities work and how tornadoes work. First off, you have to look to see where the radar is, and in this instance, our radar is in Shreveport, Louisiana. So we are due south of the tornado warning as of this moment. We go to the tornado warning and we look at the velocities. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar, and the greens are the winds moving towards. Now, in this instance, we actually have some pretty powerful reds, and now even pretty powerful pinks, to the point to where we have the pinks that are starting to transition into maybe more of a tan color. And we even have some bright greens over here approaching Deanne. So this right here is a bona fide tornadic storm right here that is currently ongoing and could very well be trying to produce a tornado here. So when we talk about these areas like Deanne, Prescott, Emmett, Highway 24, southeast of Blevins, talking about Highway 19, getting off areas near the intersection of, this would be I-30 and State Highway 24. This would be exit 44. This would be exit 46 over here in Arkansas on Interstate 30. If you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. I'm going to move Radar Omega over here so that way we can actually see what's going on with this. Once again, there is the storm in question. The radar is kind of buggy at the moment, so you're just going to have to kind of take my word for it as to this is where the rotation would be. We'll pull up storm relative velocity, and it's a blocky version of what you see on both radar scope and GR2 analyst. But nevertheless, we still have our little bit of rotation. And once again, Deanne, Emmett, Prescott, Pleasant Hill, Iron Springs, Boughton, and Redland, you guys need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. People sometimes say in the chat CC, and some people might be trying to figure out, well, what does CC mean? All right. CC essentially stands for correlation coefficient. And the correlation coefficient can help us actually try to figure out if a storm could be, or I should say not a storm, if something that the radar is looking at is meteorological or not. Meaning, is it rain or is it not? If it's red, it's rain. If it's yellow or anything below that on the scale here, which is on the left-hand side, on our legend, then it's non-meteorological. Now, in this instance, we have a lot of these yellows and greens that are north of the actual area of rotation. So if you go back to the rotation, you can see right there at the bottom part of my little polygon, you can see that that is where the rotation is, but areas to the north of that is not. So we can cross out that area over there in being anything tornado associated, because we would want the correlation coefficient to actually depict it under the tornado. And then we also have this little area right here. If we go over to the reflectivity, you can see it's on the leading edge of that. If you go over to ZDR, we actually have higher values of ZDR, which means that that too is probably not anything super tornadic. So as of right now, it doesn't look like it is a tornado in progress. It does not look like it, but this is a storm that has some really good rotation at minimum. I mean, we'll go back a scan here and I'll show you. You can see that it was in the moderate stages of rotation here, according to our normalized rotation. This kind of quantifies here. This quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. By using that same scale, you can see 0 right here is no rotation. You get into negative rotation there, but don't pay attention too much to that. That thing is stupid to talk about. We have blue, green, yellow, red, pink, white, right? So once you get into the green and yellow, that's moderate. Once you get to red, pink, and white, you know, that's stuff we never want to see. So, but all in all, the main thing to take away from this thing is that this thing does seem to be, ooh. Now that piques my interest. That does pique my interest. Let's treat this as if it is a tornado in progress. All right, and even if it isn't, well, now that it just updated, I'll have to retract my statement from the looks of it. We'll still, I mean, when there's a tornado warning, you still have to treat it as such. Wow, something stuck in my throat. Even when there's a tornado warning, you still have to treat it as if a tornado's on the ground, all right? But we can use radar to be able to determine if it is actually on the ground and stuff like that. In this instance, probably not, but we still are going to want to treat it as such anyways. So, once again, Prescott, Deanne, if we move over here, you can see Emmett, Deanneville, Pleasant Hill, Iron Springs, Boughton, of course, Prescott. We have to continue to emphasize Prescott. And Redland, then that is where we could potentially see the storm move off towards and become tornadic. So watch out for that if you guys can. Once again, if you guys see anybody new in the chat, please be sure to continue to reinforce the narrative that in order to help me spread this information with as many people as possible, we have to continue to interact with this stream, all right? Whether it's commenting, hitting the thumbs up button down below, or even subscribing. You can unsubscribe after the stream, okay? That stuff helps out, helps my channel out a lot in regards to getting information out to more and more people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. I want to pull this up here to the side, just to have something on the side. Oh, great. Yeah, no dice there. Oh well. I was trying to see if I could find something here that could be helpful for us. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, but oh well. I'm going to go to reflectivity, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to loop this with 7 frames. And you guys can kind of get a general idea as to where this thing's moving off towards. Dow 6 is still not online, which gives me an idea that I don't think Dow 6 is actually a part of the event here today. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot to spread my own stream on Twitter. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I tell you all to help me spread the information, but I can't even help myself. 2 seconds, chat, and I will even have you guys watch me do it as I do it live. You guys can see here what I shall do. We are live with the Doppler on, or with extreme tornado coverage. I'm saying extreme, so you guys know I rarely say extreme. I don't really say extreme a whole lot, all right? So when I start saying stuff like that, you know things can be a little bit whack, all right? Gotta capitalize that because that's actually an official term. Ugh. For Louisiana. Oh, they've moved the camera. What are they doing? What are they doing? Did you guys see that? Oh, they've moved the camera. What are they doing? I have no clue what they are doing. Arkansas dot is being foreheads. And Mississippi. Join the live stream here. And then I do that. And then I put in hashtags like hashtag weather LA, hashtag Arkansas weather, hashtag AR weather. Or I've already done that. MS weather. Great stuff. All right. And then we tweet that. Hopefully that gets out onto Twitter so that people can find this stream, especially if people live in those areas. If you would like, you can actually like and retweet that. And yeah, that's how you try to make a clickbait thumbnail slash stuff like that. Tennessee's kind of on the outskirts of it, but yes, it is technically a part of it. So, all right. Hopefully, I'm able to get this out, and hopefully, I'm able to make the right calls when I actually am talking about this stuff. So, we hope. They have moved the camera, which is very interesting. I was talking about that earlier, and we might as well look at it now. But they've moved the camera. This camera specifically was at exit 44. We'll go back to the tornado warning here for Shreveport's radar. And it looks like it's trying to look for the rotation. It looks like it's trying to look for the actual rotation itself. The good news is, if I zoom this out here for you all, it looks like it's not as strong as it once was. You can see the radar on the top part of the screen right above me, and that indeed looks to kind of be the case. So, not as strong a greens. We still have some pinks, but it's not as strong a pinks. And it looks like it has probably gusted out. And because of that, they've moved the camera to the side and they said, yeah, we're not looking at that. I'm still going to keep the camera here. I still think we should keep the camera here until the storm actually passes. You can see, if I move this over just slightly, look at the trees on the right side. You can see the trees that are swinging from side to side. So that'll be a good way for us to kind of gauge as to how strong the winds actually are as they move on through. But thanks, St. Louis, Slim. Thank you much. For people who are just tuning in here right now, we have the potential for a very strong, severe to even tornado outbreak within this area here right now. This is Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And there is the potential for strong tornadoes later on this evening. We're talking specifically around the 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock hours central. So if you know anyone who lives specifically in southeastern Arkansas, as well as northeastern Louisiana and western Mississippi, that area specifically is where we could potentially see some very strong, severe weather. There's also another storm here that I see that probably could be tornado warned here soon. South of Spring Hill and approaching the Patmos area. So if you're over near Patmos, Falcon, Willisville, and Roston over in Arkansas, please be sure. Wow, the visibility just absolutely dropped. Wow. If there was a tornado in that, that would be rain wrapped. You wouldn't be able to see a single thing. But if there was going to be another storm that could try to produce a tornado, it would be that one over there, heading off towards Bodcaw. So watch out for that in southwestern Arkansas as well. Could potentially see something strong within that. There's also a pretty strong severe thunderstorm warning south of Hot Springs. So I actually might go over to Little Rock's radar here real quickly and figure out what's happening with that. And it looks like we got a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. Got some really nice rotation aloft. What appears to be with this storm near Social Hill, approaching the Malvern and the Magnet Cove area. So we'll have to watch out for that too. What velocity and reflectivity color tables am I using? I'm using the radar scope color tables. So radar scope came out a lot earlier than radar Omega. So I'm trying to put out something that people can pair with their own radars. So. And just like that, the rain is gone. So I do think that probably was where the mesocyclone was. There's a good chance that that entire area of rotation was rain wrapped. And even if there was a tornado, we just couldn't see anything. And yeah, the more I look at it, the more I do think that is actually the case. So yeah, not too surprised with that. New severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued down the line here. We're talking central and southern Clark, as well as western Dallas County. And I'm assuming this one actually has a tornado possible tag on it, and it does. Does the northern one have a tornado possible tag on it? No, it does not. But that one is for Clark, Grant, Dallas, Garland, Saline, and Hot Spring counties in Arkansas. So that'd be something to watch out to. just a reminder here real quickly. We do have the Doppler on wheels here today. We have it accessible for us here today, which is huge. It is very huge. And I'll say why. The thing of it is here, guys, is that I'm going to go over here to the radar from Shreveport. I'm going to zoom out. And I'm going to, actually, it's probably better if we go to Jackson. And I am actually going to go over to our map here. Okay? I'm going to circle all the areas in which there is official National Weather Service radars. And then I'll talk about the other radars too. There's a National Weather Service radar. There's a National Weather Service radar. There's a radar. There's a radar. There's a radar. Right there is a radar. And right there is a radar. There's also one that is right here. And there's also one right here. But those ones aren't a part of the risk, so you probably shouldn't pay attention too much. This one is an airport radar right here. This one is an airport radar. And this one doesn't work half the time. It's an actual experimental radar that just refuses to do anything. So, I wouldn't worry too much about this radar right here. So when I try to find areas to where there aren't radars, I see this area right here. It's actually a little bit more like that. And it just so happens that we have a radar, the Doppler on wheels. So we have people that actually took a truck and they actually pulled one of the radars into southeastern Arkansas, right here specifically. It's actually this area right here. All right. And because of that, you know, in tandem with the fact that this event here, I'll go back over to full screen here for the actual risk. We have a giant red area, and we have a radar right here, a radar right here, 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 and here, as well as here, if you want to count that, that there is nothing in the red. Putting a radar right there for today's event is so beneficial to the National Weather Service, which means this coverage here that we will be able to have for you all right? Because there's a good chance that other YouTubers don't have the Doppler on wheels radars. Not on hand, at least. I try to make sure I get everything I possibly can. And, yeah. I am so excited for the Doppler on wheels here today. So. Now, the thing of it is you guys can also see the Doppler on wheels as well, if you wanted to. It's instead of it being as interactive as my thing was, which, you know, I get it. But you can actually see the Doppler on wheels with that link right there. So, what is COW? I can't remember what C stands for, but it is still... It is the Doppler on wheels, technically, which is what we have right here. And by the way, the Doppler on wheels is actually not terrible. You can see it still has velocities, albeit it just looks a lot weirder. It's got ZDR, so we'll be able to see stuff with ZDR as well. That could verify if there's any tornadoes. It's got correlation coefficient. Look at that. Correlation coefficient. And I can't remember what that is. So, I mean, we've got some good stuff right there. Yes, the Doppler on wheels is going to be stationary here today. They are not going to be moving. So that's what I have to offer for you all. I may not have storm chasers, okay? Because budget on this is not exactly, you know, the largest. We don't actually have that much money. But we do have connections. We do have ways to get information out to you all. And that's what you're here for. You guys want information. You guys want to know if something tornadic can come through and, you know, be significant. What is it doing? I've got that for you. I'm able to supply it for you. So make sure that you guys stay tuned. I'll have you someday. Yeah, that's true. He'll be in OU. Matt wasn't available today? No, he wasn't. He's coming back from Minnesota. He's trucking. I also should bring up Zillow on the side because there are I am in connection with a couple other storm chasers that are kind of like spotters. It's kind of like spotter network. So that does also kind of help. Kind of. And as we start to kind of look as to how everything is coming on through, I want to show you guys here. I want to show you guys our satellite imagery here, because I think this is probably going to be the start of it. First off, we were talking earlier, big cold front, right? Huge cold front that's moving off along the side. And then we have another confluence band that's out in front of that. It's where other storms are forming. You can kind of see there's one right here, one right here, one right here. And then there's the band that continues to move on down. There's also another one out in front of that one too. There's one right here, and then there is one right here. So we have numerous confluence bands, and they even go over here, and then they extend over here, and then over here, and over here. So you kind of get the point as to how we have so many bands. What are these confluence bands? This is really where enhanced vorticity could exist, and enhanced moisture convergence could exist as well. So something to kind of note with that. We have a plethora of storms. And so practically anything that is in front of this last confluence band that's over on the western side could potentially be the ones to try and be significant, try to produce your significant tornadoes. So we'll check over here with this storm over here in southern Mississippi in a bit. But we have a storm right here that's approaching Alexandria. We have one here that's going to be approaching Monroe. We have another one that's approaching Ruston. Another one that's approaching El Dorado. So we've got a bunch of storms that are going to be firing off across the board. And it's going to be really interesting to see how everything plays out. Let's go to Jackson, Mississippi. And we were talking about that storm that's in southern Mississippi. That one is currently in a giant shortwave trough right here. You can see thunderstorms that have extended from Hattiesburg all the way over to Monroe. And because of that, we have one little storm that is north of Macomb. This would be heading off towards the Brookhaven and the Weston areas, and then eventually could even be heading off towards Jackson as well. So something to kind of note, we do have storms that are forming off in southern Mississippi, and we'll have to kind of watch out for how that continues to play along. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Clark County in southwestern Arkansas, South Central Hot Spring County in southwestern Arkansas.
So that is a new tornado warning. I wonder if Little Rock is closer. It is closer. Little Rock is closer. So we'll be using Little Rock's radar now. And there is a new tornado warning. This is Clark County, and then Dallas County. Or actually, it's not even Dallas County, believe it or not. It's actually portions of Hot Spring County that's also a part of it, too. So if you know anyone that lives over here... No, it's actually not Hot Spring. It's just Clark County. Interesting. If you know anyone who lives near Gurdon, as well as Curtis, Gum Springs, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I want to see... yeah, that is the majority of the rain core over there. So that's probably not good for us to use that. But let's look at the reflectivity here. That's not reflectivity, that's velocity. And we still have a big core here, a huge rain core within the main portion of the storm that is currently situated right over I-30, north of Prescott, or northeast of Prescott. And as this thing continues to move off towards the north and east, not only will this thing continue to try and recycle and then eventually try to produce a tornado, but it will also have to try and overcome the current environment, which is favorable for it to be a lot more of a damaging wind threat more than anything. The winds aloft, instead of it spinning, instead of it veering with height, it instead is, for the most part, pretty linear, unidirectional at the surface. And so we could actually have a little bit more of an outflow dominant nature, which means storms can be a lot more windy, a lot more of its strong damaging winds associated with the storm. So it very well could try to produce a tornado, and it very well, there's a good chance that it very well could have back before in its earlier life cycle near Deanne. But as of right now, it's kind of looking like it's on the struggle bus a little bit. If you look at the velocities, you can see we have a lot of greens moving towards the Little Rock radar, which is northeast of the actual storm. Reds moving away. So somewhere here, my guess is right here, near Gurdon, is where the rotation actually would be at. So if you know anyone who lives near Curtis, Gum Springs, Arkadelphia, and southern Arkadelphia, as well as areas near Arkansas Highway 7 and Arkansas Highway 51, they need to get into their safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. North Texas Skies with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm very interested when the National Weather Service actually is going to issue a tornado watch. Because if we take a look here, right, so we have our radar above me, of course. But we also have our overall outlook here with our tornado watches. You can see our only tornado watch here in this big red box. And then you have a small red box, which is our tornado warning. And then we have our kind of light red little polygon here, which is our mesoscale discussion that we talked about, about, I would say 40 minutes ago, chat? Does that sound about right? And so I wonder, because storms are starting to move off towards the east, I wonder when the actual tornado watch could be issued for this area. Oh, that's legit. I knew I should have continued to watch out for this. That is not... Wow. That probably could be producing a tornado here. That probably could be producing a tornado here. There is a very decent chance. There is a very decent chance that this could be trying to produce a tornado. If you're in Haskell, if you're in Traskwood, if you're in Benton. And that is a new tornado warning. So, Saline County.
For northwestern Grant County in central Arkansas, southeastern Saline County in central Arkansas, northeastern Hot Spring County in southwestern Arkansas.
Let's see if I can find something here. This is what the camera map is for, right? Temporarily unavailable. Very nice. Temporarily unavailable. Very nice. So it's down here. Rockport West. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to. We probably wouldn't be able to. This would be our best shot, though. This camera right here. But there's the new tornado warning. Haskell, Trasquid, Tull, Detonti, Benton, Bauxite, Bryant, and areas over in Saline County. We're talking southern Saline County in Arkansas. Northern Grant County, although I don't think Grant County personally would be in this actual tornadic threat. And then we're also talking about extreme northeastern Hot Spring County. Northeastern Hot Spring County, you guys could potentially see something tornadic within this as well. So I would watch out. And then maybe even Pulaski County as this gets closer and closer to Little Rock. It would probably be southern Pulaski County. It would probably be southern Pulaski County. And that does look like it probably could be producing a tornado. That does look like it could potentially be producing a tornado here. Yep. Yep. So, Trasquid, Haskell, and Benton need to get in your safe space right now. You guys can kind of see what I mean here. We have a little bit of greens moving towards, but then look at the reds and even the tans moving away from the radar. Very strong outbound velocities here with storm relative velocity, meaning that right in the middle, where this tornado vortex signature would be, you see this upside down triangle here. This tells you that the radar in itself is picking up some actual rotation with this storm. So we do have something here. We do have something here that is, oh yes, it does have a spectrum width drop too. Yeah, the more I look at this, the more I firmly believe that this thing could probably try to produce a tornado here, or it is producing a tornado here as this progresses. The one other thing I want to say here real quickly, chat, because I feel like this needs to be driven home completely. All right? This needs to be completely driven home. This thing is rain wrapped. So if you're chasing, or if you are outside in Trasquid and you're trying to look west directly into the storm, you're not going to be able to. I want to show you your velocities. Right here is your velocity couplet. And specifically, I will circle the spectrum width drop where there is turbulence, or spectrum width increase. There, where there is turbulence within that area, which is essentially where the tornado very well could be. And then I'm going to go back to reflectivity here for you all. And you guys can see that the actual turbulence increase, the turbulence spike, is deep inside the reds of your reflectivity. There is a lot of rain around this, which means there is a very good chance, and that just got updated, and that is, there's no debris signature, which is the good news. That's the good news there. But there is a good chance that if there was a tornado, you're not seeing anything. You're not seeing a dang thing. So if you live in Haskell, Trasquid, Tull, Benton, and Bauxite, as well as Detonti here in Arkansas, now is the time. Now is the time. You have a tornado warning that has been issued for your area. Now is the time for you to get into your safe space. Rotation has significantly weakened. Rotation has significantly weakened, which is very interesting. But right here would be your rotation. There's also another potential area of rotation over here, so that's something to watch out for. But right back down in here, that's where your current rotation is. And once again, you can see the track of this. I'll put the track here for you all. If you guys live out in front, so if you're like in Trasquid, Arkansas, and you're trying to look through the storm to be able to see it, you wouldn't be able to, because it's just that much rain wrapped. It is shrouded in rain, and you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you. Let's take a 3D to further emphasize this point. You guys remember how we typically look if you are, veterans to the channel and you're fans that you've been here for a while, and we usually try to find the inflow notch, the little, caves into which the storm can actually ingest moisture, inflow, vorticity, energy in the atmosphere. Essentially kind of the thunderstorm mouth for people who didn't understand a single word I said. Well, in this yellow, this slight to moderate level of precipitation, I'd say moderate level precipitation, we can't find it. It's not there. We cannot see it. But if we increase the threshold in precipitation, you'll see it's there. See this right here, chat? See this little cave? There is an inflow notch here. But look at this right here. See all this rain right here? That is heavy rain surrounding an area of rotation. You're not going to be able to see it. It is impossibile. Impossible. And look at that. You can even see there's spectrum width with this. You see this right here, chat? There's turbulence with height within this storm right there. There's your turbulence. So I'm going to go back to the reflectivity. Tell me you can see that within that rain right there, chat. Tell me you can see it on 3D. Because if you say you can, you're lying. There, I can't see anything. So how is anyone else who's down on the ground expected to see that too? That's all I'm saying. I'm going to take a slice through this storm here. It's actually probably better if I do it like that. Watch this here, chat. Taking a slice, go through the hook, velocities. Oh, I did it too far. Unfortunate. All right, this might be better. I might have fixed it. I kind of fixed it. It's very surface-based. Wow, this thing is actually not as strong as I thought it would be. Wow. But there is your rotation here, guys. Remember, red's moving away, green's moving towards. So there's your mesocyclone. You know what this also kind of reminds me of here, chat? And I thought about it last night. At least, actually, I've been thinking about it for the past 3 days. The photographs here, specifically in this event, kind of remind me of a wide sweeper style of supercell, where the rotation in itself kind of goes along the normal track, and then they curl directly into the storm, just like that. So they go along with storm track, and then they curl right in. Or they take a loop down, go along with the track, and then loop back in towards the storm. So that could be dangerous. Oh, there is a new area of rotation right here near Trasquid. So that is something to watch. And then there's another smaller area of rotation a little bit further north than that, but I don't believe that's actually a part of it. But it reminds me you know, with all the photographs that I have seen for this event and how much I've tried to prepare for this event ahead of time, it just reminds me of an event that's something similar to that. All right, people are saying that I need to read the mesoscale discussion. It's time to read the mesoscale discussion, right? All right, watch issuance 95%. The supercell tornado risk will gradually increase over the next couple of hours across portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Several tornadoes, some strong to intense, are possible. A tornado watch will be needed in the next 30 to 60 minutes, which, yes, I agree. We are starting to get near the top of that beginning of the roller coaster that I mentioned in earlier chat. You remember what I said about how we're riding up the base of the roller coaster? We're trying to get to the top before it all comes rushing back down. We're almost there. We're almost there to the top. So give it another 30 minutes to an hour, and we will finally be at the most intense portion of this event. We still got a couple of tornado warnings across the board, which we are going to want to continue to cover. But they do believe that, and including myself, storms that are able to be out on its own will be able to be significant enough to produce intense tornadoes. All right, before we get to the Doppler on wheels, I want to check Jackson's radar. I want to check Brookhaven. Because, ouch. That's purely the reason. Because, ouch. Take a look at this here, chat. Take a look at that. That will tell you everything you need to know. This is north of Macomb. This is approaching Brookhaven. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a renegade supercell. It's got a ZDR arc. You know, chat. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Go away. You know, chat. There is a very good chance. There is a very good chance that this one right here, approaching Brookhaven, heading towards Wesson and Oma and Rockport. So we're talking northeast Lincoln County, northern Lawrence County, southwestern or southeastern Copiah County, and western Simpson County. If you live in those areas in Mississippi, you need to watch out. You need to watch out for that very significantly, because this is a supercell. This is a supercell. Note right here, you see this massive hook right there. See that? What website? I was using a program called Guru. Guru. See that massive arc right there, guys? That's a supercell. Rain's gonna wrap around. Take a look at velocities. You can see there is rotation. Whenever you see storm relative velocities make an S here, guys, that's when you should watch out, all right? Especially if you have something brighter than a blue. If something brighter than a blue starts to make an S, you need to start watching out very, very closely. It has elevated rotation. This thing has a mesocyclone with height. And that is slightly concerning. So I just saw the METAR station here, chat. I saw the METAR station here. It's called Copiah. Perfect. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. What's concerning to me in this instance is the fact that the winds are coming from the southeast. Why is that an issue, or why is that concerning? It can aid to significant veering with height. And you'd have to do a little bit of research into this event already to be able to know that winds at the 850 millibar level is coming from the southwest, whereas these winds at the surface are coming from the southeast, which means we have some very large photographs elongated photographs. And I'm actually willing to actually show you guys here with the photograph map. You guys will be able to see yourself. Yeah, that is a large photograph. You can see at the lower levels pretty strong, and then we have the long track characteristic here actually aloft within that area. Yeah, that is in a very good environment to do something, at least. A very good environment. We are going to call Morgan now. Morgan's gonna give his opinion, or at least he might. So let's welcome Morgan. Yo, 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 yo.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Should we do the
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Let me pull it up.
I've got my whole camera and all that, so it ain't too big a deal.
First off, welcome. Nice to see you here. And it's just in time. Just in time.
I hate traffic.
Ah.
I hate traffic.
It's always the culprit, isn't it?
Never fails.
So, yeah, I sent you the link there. I want to go take a look at probably not Fort Smith, Arkansas. Let's actually take a look at Shreveport's radar and massive
I hear
line.
you twice.
Yeah, that's right. Show on stream. There you are. You got your Knicks jersey and everything. Wow. Yeah, he's not home at the moment. He's currently somewhere else. But
I am in Eastern Pennsylvania. I have come to the state of yours truly.
yeah, of mine truly,
And
true.
yeah.
So
I see something in Mississippi is happening, but across the board, other than that, it's kind of bleh.
it's
Question mark?
it's okay.
It's starting. I know it's starting for sure.
Yeah, so
But-
I would watch out purely just based off of looking at satellite. The Ruston cell, the southern edge of that line. The storms that are forming off near Alexandria, that's going to continue to move up that confluence band. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the cell in Mississippi. That one, obviously, screams attention. So,
I need your assistance on something really quickly.
with?
Dow.
Oh. Do you have Guru up?
I do.
Go to data, go to live data sources, and then go to farm quick looks. Dow 7 and Cow 1 is online. And I would prefer you use Cow 1 because it has a larger sweep, but they're both in southeastern Louisiana, or not Louisiana, God. Arkansas. Southeastern Arkansas.
Great job.
One's
job.
near Montrose and the other one's near McGee.
And now I need to remember how to get it to actually, let me see it.
So go to data again and then right click.
Manage data.
So, no. Go to data and then hover over whichever you want. So, Cow 1, and then go show in all frames. So yeah, once again, we have the Doppler on wheels here, which is going to be so helpful to us. I'll tell you what. You just have to wait for it to load. But we have the Doppler on wheels here in southeastern Arkansas, which is going to really help us out if there's any significant tornadoes that are going to move on through. So, in my humble opinion, all right, because I don't really think there's a whole lot of... Actually, I don't think there's any, if any, coverage, news broadcasts, YouTube live streams that have the Doppler on wheels live. So...
Probably not. Oh, I forgot to change the color tables.
When I asked last night, hey, do you want
I
to
wasn't
learn
paying attention.
See what I have to deal with, chat. See what I have to deal with. And Morgan's gonna be the first one to say, hey, I do it too. Yeah, he's right. He's right. But still. It's fine, though. You'll be okay. You'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
We'll be able to tell the important stuff.
oh, 100%. So, ooh, maybe a little bit of rotation right there. Let's take a look and see if that's true. Yeah, so, storm that's over near, Huttig and, Felsenthal in Arkansas, approaching Cressette. There's a storm embedded within the line right there. That one could be one to watch. It's not super significant as of right now, but that does have some rotation within it. It is a little, it does have some contamination in regards to it being de-aliased, but it's noticeable. There is rotation there, which means that there is a good chance that we have found a storm to track as it moves through. So Cressette, West Cressette, Felsenthal, as well as areas. Let's actually try to pull up here with Radar Omega here, because that might actually be helpful. Hamburg, Pug, as well as Bovine, and then areas on Highway 82. You guys need to watch out for that. I also think, I'm pretty sure we have a camera. Yeah, we do have a camera over there right next to Cressette. And it's not terrible. Let's take a look. You can kind of see the camera. It's looking more towards the ground more than anything, so that kind of does suck a little. Let me actually double check to see where this is looking at specifically. It looks like it's right in front of the storm. It looks like it's right in front of it. So we'll continue to put that up there just on the off chance that something does happen. But yeah, Cressette, Sulphur Spring, as well as Whitlow Junction. You guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. And now the rain is starting to fall. All right, let's go back to Little Rock's radar. And it looks like that storm is starting to recycle. It is indeed recycling. So my best guess here is if they do issue a new tornado warning, it will be now for the southern portions of Pulaski County. Pulaski County heading off into Lanoke County. If you're near Woodson, East End, Wrightsville. Actually, there's cameras over there too, Nate. Why don't you use that? That's looking north.
Might not be a terrible idea.
Yeah, just maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, Wrightsville, Woodson, East End, Redfield. If you guys live in those areas, it is recommended that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Because this is an embedded supercell. You can clearly see the hook right within you right here. That is a new tornado warning. Listen in.
That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Grant County in central Arkansas, southeastern Saline County in central Arkansas, south central Pulaski County in central Arkansas.
So they got Grant, Saline, and Pulaski. So yeah, this is like extreme northern Grant. This is eastern Saline County. Pulaski, perfect, Pulaski. And then southern Pulaski County in Arkansas. So if you live in Pulaski, guys need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So we'll play the loop here. You can see the storm has pretty much sustained for the longest duration. This thing has sustained as a supercell for quite some time. And it's just kind of embedded within the line too. There's so many showers and thunderstorms, however. And this is more or less a future cast that I have for you all. People are saying tornado watch. Yes, that is a huge tornado watch. That is a new tornado watch. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Ouch. Ouch. Don't say anything, Morgan. Guess it in the chat what the new tornado watch tornado probs are. Saline County. So if you're in Saline County and Pulaski County, you need to get into your safe space. South of Little Rock, all right? If you're on 530 near Highway 167 near Wrightsville, Woodson, East End, you need to get in your safe space as well. On the other hand, you guys see this little like arc right here on the southern side of the hook right here? These are winds surging in on the southern side, which means that not only is this going to be HP again, not only is this going to be high precipitation based, but we're going to see once again a lot of significant damaging winds on the southern side of the storm. So
really? I actually hadn't even looked at the watch probs, and I'm not going to say anything, but really?
Yeah, I said ouch. Ouch.
Really?
Ouch.
Yeah, I doubt, but
I'm not.
We'll see.
It depends upon how discreet.
This is not the early goings have not given me confidence, and it's made me
Morgan,
even more angry at the people that posted the 15Z HRRR run all over their Twitter feeds.
First off, people who use the HRRR runs past 12Z is irrelevant. We both know this.
That is what I said.
We both know this. Okay. However, Morgan, I gotta disagree with you on something. All right, and we both for chat. By the way, whenever we disagree, it's just kind of us trying to keep each other in check because it's always good to debate. It's always good as long as it is reasonable debating.
Iron sharpening iron.
Exactly. I gotta disagree with you on something, Morgan.
Let's hear it.
Go on to GR Earth real quickly. All right, it'll give you the general full-scale synoptics with radar. Go to radar. Go to that level 2 data. And I want you to take a look at every single individual confluence band. That is not only with the severe thunderstorm warning, but south and east of it. So one in the southern direction, the other on the eastern sides of it. They're not warning the severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm warnings, those ones over there, that's not what they're worried about. They are worried about the stuff on the confluence bands out in front of that can potentially try to be significant. And even on the southern side too. I know he's talking to someone else, by the way, chat, so. But that's kind of my point here. So we're waiting, we're watching, we're waiting. And once again, if anything does become significant, we'll see. By the way, for everyone who has said everything in the chat, thank you so much for participating in the game. The probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 90%, and the probability for 1 or more strong tornadoes is 70%. So 90-70 probs. 90-70 probs. That's the reason why I said big ouch. Huge ouch. And for references to where this tornado watch is, it's the giant new big red thingamabobber over there. Giant big red box. So anyways, I'm not sure if you heard, Morgan, but basically all I said was take a look at the confluence bands south and the stuff that are east, the confluence bands that are east of it. Compare that with the short wave at 700 and the short wave at the surface that is negatively tilted, which is what you can currently see from the storms from Monroe all the way over to Macomb. And anything that can ride on that axis of all of those, which there's a good chance, is why they're doing 90-70. All right, let us update here real quickly.
Right. All I'm going to say is that Dixie is managing to find a way to EML itself.
That's only right now. That's only right now. It was supposed to EML itself.
So, congratulations, you played yourself.
It's supposed to EML itself in the beginning. We'll see if it continues to EML itself.
And if it does, that's honestly pretty funny.
That I do gotta admit. And that's what we said earlier on in chat. Earlier on, too. No, it is not a PDS tornado watch.
You need 80% SIGTOR ROMs.
Yeah, 80% SIGTOR. But the thing of it is here is that was one of the bus conditions. Aloft, there is a bit of capping inversion, which can actually hamper this event. So don't be too surprised if nothing happens. Although I will be, because my area. So for the prediction here today, Morgan, for a tornado track, I put it next to Parkdale in Arkansas, which is south of Montrose. So it's currently in the severe thunderstorm warning right now in Arkansas. Southeast of Hamburg. Southeast of Hamburg is the best way to put it. So, yeah, I put my thing over there. At certain hours, DOS. Don't tell me the 18Z does stuff like that. Love you, DOS, though. Love you. But don't trust the 18Z ever for any HRRR run ever. 18Z is the wackiest. That's pretty funny, though. That is very funny. Why have I been pinged over here?
Why wouldn't you get pinged?
That's true. You do have a point. Storms are starting to approach Hamburg. That is a supercell that is over near Marion, so we might as well start using... Yeah, we might as well start using this. I don't see a whole lot of rotation right now with the Doppler on wheels. So maybe it's not quite into view yet. Maybe not quite. Does have a massive ZDR. Holy man, that's... I'll tell you what, I'm excited for using Doppler on wheels, but I haven't seen as big of a ZDR as that on here quite yet. That's pretty cool. So that's pretty whack. All right, I'm going south.
That thing.
Yes. I'm going south to these storms that are over near Brookhaven for the southern Mississippi stuff. And aloft, it looks like it has some pretty good rotation. At the surface, maybe not. But it does have really good storm structure. And it used to have a very strong ZDR arc. I don't know what happened with it. It seems that it has boofed itself. Guru. That's how I have the Dow data. For people who don't have Guru, by the way, that link right there will help you. But yeah, this storm's producing some pretty large hail aloft northeast of Brookhaven. Once again, Rockport, Oma, Georgetown, areas near Harrisville, and Panola, as well as Shivers. You guys need to watch out. This one probably could be a strong storm. Now, here's the other thing. All right, we mentioned the other fail mode for today's event. Cell mergers. Good example. What's happening right now in Wesson? This storm right now is semi-discrete. But you see all these storms that are south of it right here? Remember that Pac-Man analogy that I made earlier? How it's going to move up north and it's going to collide into some storms? This is an example. So, those storms right there, they're going to collide with the big supercell. And it looks like actually after the mergers, it should be fine, believe it or not. But will it survive this? That's the good question. That's the big question right
Problem is those confluence bands are going to produce so many just scattered showers as well, so that could also hinder updraft strength. So you can kind of just see with those showers to the south of it, they're going to produce additional thunderstorms, which will also get in the way of this supercell. So, you know,
We'll see.
these setups are complex, folks. These setups are very complex. There's a whole lot to take into account. We know the parameter space. We know what it's capable of. It's the minute mesoscale details that could make this thing or break it
Right.
at this point. And that's what nowcasting's all about, and that's what we are here to really take care of, as well as the radar coverage.
Yep. Exactly.
So, as much as another Dixie event makes me frustrated, it is a good opportunity to sharpen my knowledge on how other severe events get messed up.
Well, and this style of event isn't too different from what could happen in the plains, honestly, because it does have an
No.
EML, and it does have some HP characteristics with it. So I mean, it's not terrible. It is not terrible at all. New mesoscale discussion? Yeah, I just saw that. That's for Memphis.
That isn't, yeah.
Organized and gradually intensifying storms likely be accompanied by an increasing risk for damaging wind gusts and a few tornadoes through 7 to 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Lingering surface baroclining zone will likely provide, likely will provide the focus for most intense embedded supercell structures and mesovortices and associated highest probabilities for severe wind and tornadoes. Excuse me.
Well, first off, Gangy, the cap will break today, or at least I think it will. Regardless as to, you know, if it's messy or not. But if it does break, it could result into some storms tapping into some very rich moisture accompanied by some strong surface vorticity, which, by the way, chat, I think we might as well go take a look at mesoanalysis, right? Because we said we'd probably be dropping in on that every now and then. Oh, goodness gracious. This southern Mississippi thing is really gonna...
It's gonna get choked.
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure about that. The surface vorticity in 3 Cape says that there is vorticity over there and that there's good enough 3 Cape. Now, I'll tell you what will get choked.
That cell merger, though.
It'll depend upon the cell merger. It will really depend upon the cell merger.
As a line of showers that just formed off to its south. So that's going to bother with the inflow. And then this thing out to its east is starting to get into the inflow as well.
I think I missed on my forecast today.
What? What'd you pick?
I picked southeastern Arkansas. I picked just a little west of Parkdale. I think everyone might have missed on their forecast today.
Yeah, y'all might all have missed, honestly.
Well,
that's the case.
And I'm not just talking about that either, all right? Let's put it this way.
That is a new mesoscale discussion.
Oh, yeah, this is south of Alexandria.
Yeah. Couple supercells are possible during the next hour or so over parts of South Central Louisiana. Tornado is possible. The duration and magnitude of the threat is unclear.
No, May, but the threat has now started. It has now started. A tornado watch has been issued across the board, and there are numerous storms starting to intensify as well. Yeah, Morgan. I think we might have missed because whatever moves up from Alexandria is what's going to move over into like Vicksburg and stuff like that. Which means the stuff that's currently severe warned at the moment, with the exception of Farmerville. Farmerville does look very appetizing. Like that is a supercell. That is also rotation near Cressette, according to Shreveport's radar, which is kind of whack. Let's just go back to the Doppler on wheels, all right? Let's look at the Doppler on wheels. Let's see what it's doing. All right. How is Shreveport? Shreveport's fine. As soon as that line moves on through, you're good. So another, I'd say, 10, 15 minutes. Listen here, guys. ZDR doesn't lie. That's an intensifying supercell south of Cressette. True facts. All right. So we're going to need to watch out for that. And it is moving northeast. And that's a ZDR arc. This storm is intensifying. So if you live near Hamburg, I would watch out. That's, maybe I didn't sell completely on my forecast. Maybe I didn't sell completely. I have not sold. But here is your storm in question, just to the south of Cressette. This one's going to be the one to watch. This one's going to be the one to watch here, ladies and gentlemen. Go to the velocities. There is a little bit of rotation. Wow. There is a little bit of rotation with this. Now, albeit it is pretty buggy and it is pretty de-aliased, there's also one right here. Actually, I think this one's probably the one in question right here. If I had to guess. It is now behind. It is lagging behind. So we might be getting a new velocity signature here in a bit. But yeah, I would say somewhere in here, guys. I would say somewhere in here. South of Cressette. Storm that is pretty strong. And then there's another one that is east of Marion in Louisiana. That'll be heading off into the northern Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas area. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. We got a couple of storms here along this line, albeit it is one giant line. Could see something tornadic off of this. So watch out. Watch out for sure.
Yeah, that Jackson storm wants to do stuff, and it's got the upper level rotation to do it, but it is being choked at the surface by showers and thunderstorms that are cluttering the inflow, and there's more on the way.
Not as strong, though, fortunately for it. So I think after this cell merger, we'll really see what its true colors is.
I mean, if there's not more cell mergers to follow, I mean, look at that batch of showers that's south of Monticello.
Yeah, and maybe so. Maybe so. But they don't look as robust as the ones that it's currently dealing with at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's where the other stuff started.
To be fair, that's where this supercell started as well.
We'll see. I mean, honestly, what?
That's got a ZDR arc right there. So it's not entirely out of the way quite yet. It's fighting. All right, so the first cell merger. Okay, first cell merger hit it. The first cell merger hit it. All right, watch this here, guys. So this storm right here, this is the first cell merger. Okay. So this one right here. I'll show you guys ZDR. This is your ZDR arc right here. Okay. And this is your first cell. We will play it through. It tried to hit the ZDR arc, and it's about to hit it right there. It's actually hitting it as that frame is going. And we still have a ZDR arc right there. It's still present. Still present. I think the first cell merger didn't do anything to it. The first one, which is common. Sometimes it doesn't do anything, but it's also, it's also common for storms to do it. So it's equally common. It's half and half. It's like a flip of a coin. So that first cell merger there seemed unsuccessful in regards to dampening the threat. Yeah, that's really unsuccessful. It really didn't do anything to that ZDR arc.
Oh, we're gonna get a spin up here along United States Route 165. That severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Little Rock that had the tornado warning, that's gonna spin up here momentarily again on the northern side.
Let's go up here.
It's wrapped in rain, can't see really anything from it.
Yeah,
But
wow.
that is some low-level circulation that has started up again. May even be 2 spots of it. So if you guys are in Keogh and England along 165, you need to be considering where your tornado shelter is and getting ready to go into your safe space if a tornado warning gets issued by the National Weather Service in Little Rock.
Yeah.
That stuff also to the southeast of Arkadelphia is still trying to do something.
So just for reference, that's approaching Lonoke County. Lonoke County in Arkansas. That's what Morgan was just talking about. It would be central and southern Lonoke County. And you can kind of see a little bit on radar. Look at this here, guys. See this little hook right here? That's where the actual rotation actually is. And look at how much rain is out in front of it. So as if you couldn't see anything already, it's going to be a long while before you even see anything if this thing does produce a tornado. So this is definitely a storm that could produce a quick spin up heading off towards Lonoke County and Prairie County over in Arkansas. This would be east of Little Rock. So watch out for that very closely. Oh boy. Wow.
I wish we could de-alias velocities on Guru. I am sad.
The cell that is northeast of Marion. I'm sure you saw the ZDR arc on it already.
Yes.
So that one, that's a supercell. That's a supercell right here. This is a supercell.
Certainly.
It looks like the thing that was south of Cressette died out a little bit. And yes, it did, just temporarily, but it's now nearing Hamburg. Wow. The Doppler on wheels is updating so quickly. It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It is updating rather quickly. Like, every minute and a half, which is just like the highest version for normal radars. This is pretty nice. I like it. I like it. I want to take a look at correlation coefficient with some of these storms. Which, by the way, correlation coefficient, let me speak, is RHOHV on that. So it's not CC. It's that whack thing. So just remember that.
That whack thing.
Yes, that is how I'm going to describe it.
Excuse me.
I'm going to go on a Shreveport's radar here. I'm going to try and do a general glancing over everything. That is some pretty interesting rotation over near Holly Springs and Princeton, southeast of Arkadelphia, just as you mentioned. Is there anything else behind this? Not really. I want to take a look at... what if I take a look at Little Rock's radar and try to see what that thing is near Princeton? Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation near Wachita. So that would be something to watch. They could potentially issue a tornado warning for that. And then I also want to take a look at Fort Polk's radar with this stuff over Alexandria. Is there anything aloft with these storms? The answer is pretty much no. So we'll have to wait for those storms to really get to
My
it.
eyes so dry. Ah.
Why are your eyes so dry?
And if that's going to be the case, then I'm in for a long night because goodness gracious, it's not like, we're only here for another hour or two. This is
Yeah.
tornadoes, maybe.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
that is a new flash flood warning. Man, that line that is trekking across I-40 is just producing the longest string of flash flood warnings
Whew.
I've seen in a minute.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is pretty expansive.
it's
right
over halfway through the state.
Yeah. Wow.
And this, yeah, that said, this is your reminder. Do not drive into flooded roadways ever. Like ever.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Thank you very much.
you wanna know why you have a bunch of cars on the news that are trapped in flooded roadways, and there's so many flood, rescues and stuff like that with helicopter? It's because people think they can drive through water, when really the water is, in this instance, a lot more dense and a lot heavier per volume than the car. There is so much force pushing up against your car if you're driving through a big thing of water, you're going to get swept away. And that's dangerous. Very dangerous. So, oh wow, they actually sigged the hail like I thought they could have. I forgot that's kind of interesting.
They did that this afternoon.
I didn't pay attention.
With the 1630 outlook.
I didn't pay attention. I was like, huh, they sigged the hail. Wow, interesting.
Excuse me.
By the way, I agree, May, what you said earlier about the town names. I agree.
What? Really? The rotation went broad on that supercell.
Which one?
It's wrapping the supercell in Mississippi. It's wrapping the showers and thunderstorms into the forward flank, but the rotation still went broad.
Did it become a right mover?
No.
Like temporarily, because you can see the forward flank downdraft. Note the sharp turn to the right.
I still wouldn't say so. Because take a look at the rotation associated with it. I think it's more coincidence with the reflectivity positioning than anything else.
Maybe.
I mean, hold up. Vertical wind profiles.
ADGS.
That's not vertical wind profiles. That is cam verification.
Is that another
No.
storm over near Laurel? What is that? Tell it to go away.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Tell it to go away. Enough. Had enough with your shenanigans.
Gotta go home.
Speaking of shenanigans.
Oh, there's just casually no low-level shear on that Jackson thing.
You know, there's a little bit of rotation on that Hamburg cell. Can I look up until... I'm pretty sure I can. Can I look up until? That's the real question. Viewport, data binding, synchronization, binding options, product, filter, palette, tools. Yeah, I don't know. But there is rotation on that Hamburg cell. there is a little bit of rotation here according to the Doppler on wheels. So, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Okay. Slight supercell. Slight. ZDR arc, right? And it just updated right in front of my face. Let's go back a scan so that we can just go through the thing. Rotation, right? Brighter greens moving towards the radar. Darker greens moving slower. Overlapping characteristic. Little bit of rotation there. See that? Doppler on wheels is hitting on the rotation near Hamburg. Now let's see if it does anything. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it had some slight rotation. It was fun while it lasted. It was fun while it lasted. So, I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot better than I thought it would in regards to storm mode for the safety of people. Because I really did think every single little thing was going to be at least semi-discreet. But this right here, this line that went through Cressette, maybe not as much. But there's another storm near Marion. It's all the way down there. We'll have to watch out for that very closely. I want to see. Could we potentially see anything? Nope. The answer is no. Knew that. People are heading south. They're heading to the stuff that's north of Alexandria, so they think that's probably going to be stuff.
I sent you the Jackson profile.
Whack. I'm going to go to Shreveport's radar, and wow. That's going to be one to watch. That's going to be one to watch. Yeah, for people who are asking about the event, listen, we still got another 4 hours, and the wind shear just intensifies during that time period. So, you know, buckle up. It is nowhere near done. When I start to look really tired, that's when you know the event is done and over with. Unless if we're in December 10th, 2021. Then even if I look tired, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's nowhere near done. And we got a supercell here. East of Marion. East of Marion. If this thing continues to sustain, wow, it'll go right over my forecast spot. What is that? That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. That is kind of funny. I am not gonna lie. Here's the update. Another 10 to 20 seconds until velocities update. Survey says... Oh, we gotta wait another 10 seconds. Fun. Yeah, for people who are saying bust, don't say anything, or else it'll jinx it. Yep, we still got rotation with it. Still very powerful ZDR right here. Yeah, this is gonna be the storm to watch. That's gonna be the storm to watch very closely. And you can start to see it come into view on the Doppler on wheels. So this is gonna be something close. Is that rotation? What the? No, that is not rotation. Don't even try, you silly little thunderstorm. All right, let's go back over here. Hey, Morgan. I think the storm survived. I think it survived the cell merger.
Nah. It looks weird.
It does look weird, but I think it survived.
It's gonna take a bit if it's gonna try.
I think it survived. And there's
Closer
nothing
to
there's nothing
probably
due south of
49.
it. There's nothing due south of it. I think it survived the cell merger. Huh. Let's play the loop here. Let's try and see. Yeah, it's got to clear out its inflow notch just a little bit more. That's whack. Looks like I'm gonna have to clean up some stuff after the stream. Wow. Okay. Great.
What? What? You've been told?
Have you seen it? Oh boy.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to clean up.
Yeah. I'm kind of trying to fix some of it right now, but
You're trying to fix it?
trying to help.
Wow. What a great friend you are.
New tornado warning, by the way.
That is a new tornado warning. Oh, that's for the cells that were over
Tornado
near
warning
Princeton.
for northern Cleveland County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Grant County in central Arkansas, eastern Dallas County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Jefferson County in southeastern Arkansas.
Well, you heard the guy. There is a tornado warning, and it is approaching Pine Bluff. There is some rotation with this, too. It's actually pretty decent rotation. It's been sustaining for quite some time. So if you're north of Fordyce near Ivan, Ramsey, Bunn, Rison, Kedron, and Faith, we're also talking about East Dallas County, Northwest Cleveland, Cleveland County, Southern Grant County, and Southwestern Jefferson County. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So just for some timings here real quickly, let's pull out the storm track. And this will be approaching Highway 167 here in about, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes. So Bunn and Ivan, you guys are right around that area. You need to get in your safe space now. Needs to happen now. And then we're talking about Highway 79. It'll get near the corner of 79 where instead of the road goes, instead of the road being a north-south option, it'll be a southwest-northeast option. It'll get to that corner in about 20 minutes, right? But it'll actually cross over 79 on the southwestern side of Pine Bluff in about a half an hour. So you guys have a lot of time if you're over near Faith and Kedron, as well as areas near Rison and north of Rison. So if you're in those areas in Arkansas, recommend you guys watch out for that very closely as those storms move on through. I just had to say that there real quickly. Sorry. I'm gonna go back to the Doppler on wheels, and slowly but surely, the cell that's over near Marion is coming into view, and that one probably will be the one to watch as it gets up near the area. So, if you know anyone, and I keep saying this over and over again, but I'm going to keep saying it anyways. If you know anyone that lives off near the Ashley County area here, Ashley County in Arkansas, I would watch out very closely. Ashley County, especially the central and southern portions of Ashley County, as well as the eastern portions of Ashley County. Those ones probably could be the ones, or those storms over there probably could be the ones that could try to be significant. So, watch out for that very closely. I want to,
Oh my gosh.
oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, that thing's gonna split.
What thing's gonna split?
That thing in Mississippi, that's gonna split.
And then it'll do something. Ouch.
Maybe.
Yeah, we're watching for Marion. We're waiting for Marion. So let's go back to Mississippi here. And let's see that it did survive. Morgan, it did survive.
And it's gonna split. And then we'll see what happens.
Either that or...
Either way, a lot of confluence banding across Louisiana now as well.
Yeah, the stuff that's northeast of Alexandria.
That are trying to fire. Well, they're trying to fire and not doing too much. Excuse me. Goodness gracious.
And I think that's the reason why everyone started heading south for those chases over there. Yeah, because Zach Hall is over near Winsboro, and he's trying to get that storm that's over near Ala. So, like, due south of Monroe. So that confluence band is starting to become a little bit more intense. Man, I really do think that storm that's east of Marion. I really do think that cell that's east of Marion is going to be relatively interesting. Oh. Oh. Huh.
Oh my gosh.
That storm that I was looking at here, chat, that was... I'm trying to figure out what's up with it, because it's clearly there. It was clearly near Pine Bluff. It went north, it tried to get supercellular. And now is it just merging with the line? And if that's the case, could this potentially be a tornadic situation for areas like Stuttgart and Casco and Humphrey and stuff like that? Look south of Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's a lot of wind here, Chief. There's a lot of wind. There's a lot of very strong, damaging winds right there. Bonafide wind. Here, I'll go to Memphis's radar. Hopefully it shows it better. Yeah, it does have a bookend vortex potentially at the top part of it, but that's a lot of wind. I mean, look at that. Look at the definition on that, chat. That actually is really intense. Wow. Jackson? Oh boy, what happened? Oh my... Yeah, it's gonna produce a tornado. That's an ouch, Morgan.
Bruh.
That's
Did it even
an ouch.
split yet?
No.
I don't
It's...
think it did.
Which means it just completely ingested everything. It ate everything, Morgan! It ate everything. I'm gonna turn this to 12 instead of 24.
Yeah, well, you know, good to see not everything's ruined when, or excuse me, good to see that weather isn't totally canceled when everything comes together for a moment.
Wow. And that rotational loft is still there. Wow. You know what? It did split, Morgan. But a new ZDR arc formed in its stead. Stead? Stead.
Steed.
Steed.
Good job. That's kind of what led me to believe that in the first place, because, like, there isn't really much to say otherwise other than the ZDR having two different, I don't want to say columns, because it's definitely not two different columns, but arcs.
They're arcs. And it did split. So it just cycled through, essentially.
That is a new mesoscale discussion. So hold up. I wonder,
the new mesoscale discussion for this cell.
It's only for Mississippi. Yeah, it is that cell. Warm front truthers, I'm not standing up.
This is not a warm front truther. This is shortwave truther.
And I definitely do not stand up for that. No.
They just took the severe thunderstorm warning off of it. Wow.
Well job.
Well job. Well job.
Hey, the velocities aren't dying anymore. Very nice. On the Dow.
Oh, it isn't?
No, it's not. Look at that.
No, you're right. And
Good
there's
stuff.
rotation on that cell south of Cressette that was near Marion earlier. Yeah, that thing could very well be an issue.
It's very weak, but we're also looking up 5,000 feet, or probably, I was going to say 5,000 miles, and then I said 5,000 feet, which is realistic. No, 5,000 miles. 5,000 miles is better.
5,000 miles. Classic. We're just looking across the continent. 5,000 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, it became a right mover. Now, I don't exactly like that there, chat. And I'm talking about storm development here, or a storm structure, because now since this storm has survived the cell merger, all right, it survived the cell merger. Now we need to get into the specifics. All right. Storm structure. I don't like the way this thing's looking for its sustainability. It's got to fix something. It's got to fix an issue. The new ZDR arc that it has, which is currently situated on the southern side of the forward flank downdraft rather than the rear flank.
That's producing a tornado.
It's cornered itself. So unless if this thing arcs out a little bit more, Yeah, that is producing a tornado. Wow. Yeah, that is producing a tornado.
Yeah,
This
it'll
reminds
show
me.
up in a minute, chat. That is pretty much as clear cut as you can get it.
This
Um,
reminds me of those
This
prefrontals.
reminds you.
Those prefrontals over in Shawnee and Seminole that were what was it, May of last year, April last year, where we had the tornado that was over near near Lockett. It was the giant moderate across Oklahoma.
Yep.
Kind of reminds me of that based off of how the rear flank downdraft looks. Skinny rear flank downdraft going straight to the actual mesocyclone. And then the actual body of the storm is out in front of it. Oh, yeah. New tornado warning.
And there's your new tornado warning.
Not too surprising.
Tornado warning.
There
for
you go.
Southeastern
So if you
Rankin
guys are in
County
Mendenhall,
central Mississippi, northern Simpson County in
I'm gonna wait
central
for it to
Mississippi,
speak.
northwestern
So if
Smith
you guys are in
County
Mendenhall or
central
Delow,
Mississippi.
that is along United States Route 49 and United States Route 49B, because for some reason it splits down going into Mendenhall, including State Route 540 and that is County Road, I believe.
Wow.
No, that is State Road 13. State Road 13, State Route 540, State Route 43, and United States Route 49 for Pineywood, Braxton, Delow, Mendenhall, and the northern edge of Weathersby. If you guys are in any of those areas, you need to be taking your tornado precautions underground or into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You want to have as many walls between yourself and the outside environment as possible. This also goes for areas of Puckett near the intersection of 13 and 18 and Johns, as well as the supercell moves up towards that area. So this is a bona fide supercell. A very, very strong storm that we have going on. That is a reduction of the tornado warning for Arkansas. That will continue until 6:30 up there, just to the south and west of Pine Bluff. But if you guys are in Mendenhall right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this is a very significant storm and probably significant damaging winds if it doesn't have a tornado on the ground right now. So you need to be taking this very, very seriously. I still think, Nate, I really still think it needs to split. But other than that, this thing doesn't really have too much in its way, at least as of right now. And the newest frame actually seems to suggest that it is in the process of splitting. That northeastern edge of the forward flank is starting to trim itself off.
Oh,
so,
it's bowling.
Folks,
It's bowling.
Yeah, a little bit.
The velocities in itself. I'm not going to use storm relative velocities to make this claim. It's going to be on velocities because kind of emphasizes my point a little bit more, but the outbound velocities compared to the inbound is bowling. You know, kind of like a concave lens. Contrast to the inbound velocities, which usually is a sign of there being a tornado soon. Usually. This is going to be close. So Braxton, Mendenhall, we're talking Simpson County, northern Simpson County here in Mississippi, heading towards southeastern Rankin County, and southwestern, or actually this is northwestern Smith County, heading off potentially into Scott County. So if you know anyone who lives in those counties, need to get in your safe space. You need to treat this like this could very well produce a tornado. Because I'm going to be honest with you. It definitely could. There definitely could be a scenario to where this thing could produce a tornado. It's in the right environment to do so. So, I want to see if I can pull it up on the side. I'm going to play the loop here, so that way you guys can kind of see its evolution. 3D. You know what? I can 3D this. Oh,
It's far enough away from the radar. You can get away with it.
It fixed its forward flank. Yeah, it's going. It's gonna go. It's gonna go straight for Mendenhall too. It fixed its issue. It fixed its issue. All right, I have no issues with this storm. Structurally, this thing probably will produce a tornado. This thing probably.
ZDR. Goodness.
This thing probably will produce a tornado. I have no issues with this structurally. Velocities are still pretty strong.
It'll take a second, but Mendenhall, this is your time to go. Like we were saying, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly the intersection of 13 and 43.
Wow.
Coming up to the north and east of Panola. You guys really need to be going. Really up and along 43. This thing could drop really anywhere to the north and west of that road. So, 49 and 13 and 43. All those areas near the DeLoe and Mendenhall areas, you guys need to be watching out right now and getting into your tornado shelters right now.
It's not as strong now as it very well could be. It will get stronger. But right there's your mesocyclone, guys. And it goes all the way up to 20,000 feet. This thing is this thing's pretty expansive. There's a good chance that this thing could be one of those supercells that we have been mentioning here today. Because it's clearly there.
I'm going to be a terrible human being and do my best impression of Nate, but this is the time, folks, to be spreading this information with friends and family that may be in the risk area. This is really... I can hear you chuckling over there. This is kind of the time that we really need to start to take this a little bit more seriously than we would otherwise. The start of this event, really, we got off to a little bit of a slow start. It's now 23:15 Z, 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central. This is the time that we are expecting this strong tornado parameter space to really take shape. This is one of the supercells that will have the potential to produce strong tornadoes. And really, any discrete rotation that can get open in an environment like this will have the potential to produce strong tornadoes as well. So this is the time that we really need to be getting this out to more and more people, liking it on YouTube, which will get it onto more people's pages, sharing it with friends and family that you may know in and around the risk area, sharing it with friends and family that may be curious of what's going on in the weather world right now, because this is arguably the biggest thing right now. I don't think we have some crazy winter storm right now, do we?
It would be for the Great Lakes, more than likely.
Yeah. Not quite yet, though.
No. I also want to head back to Shreveport's radar, because the storm that was near Marion is now near Hamburg, and that is moving very close towards Portland, Mist, and Montrose. So we're gonna have to watch out for this pretty closely, because the storm is starting to come into view. This one right here. I want to see, yeah, it does have a ZDR arc. It does have a little bit of rotation at the surface, so if this thing gets its act together just a little bit more, I mean, it has a lot of inflow. I mean, these inbound velocities are pretty strong within that area. So, yeah, there is a storm that is south of Hamburg. It'll be heading in between Hamburg and Parkdale. And there's a good chance that those storms over there very well could try to become tornadic. So we're going to watch out for that. Once again, we have the Doppler on wheels over in Montrose and over in McGee. So we'll keep you guys up to date as to if anything does form off over here in northern, or I should say northeastern Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas. Let's go back to Mendenhall, because Mendenhall's in the immediate danger as of right now. And yeah, it just
is struggling.
It just surged on the latest scan, though. It surged its RFD just a little teeny bit more. I wonder, though. I want to take a RAP sounding here with RTMA analysis. Or actually, I may not even have to. Can I? QT maps. Ooh. Well, that's your reason. Interesting. I'm going to take a sounding myself, and I'm going to be able to determine for myself. That's the reason why it can't do anything. You want to know what low-level lapse rates are over in the area? You want to know? Want to see me do it again?
Sub 6? Sub 6?
Yeah. Yeah. Just slightly.
And I was told that low-level lapse rates would not have a big part in today's event. Do we not learn as, you know, analysts and weather enthusiasts, do we not learn the same story over in the same areas too?
And I promise you, I'm actually
Collins
looking
is
at...
20 miles to the south and east. Oh, maybe 30 or 40, actually. But still, folks, same story. The same story.
And the only thing really...
There's no doubt this profile is good enough. There's no doubt at all. Except for the fact that the low-level shear may be a little bit lacking. But that'll kick in a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's trying
Updraft sustainability, ladies and gentlemen. The inflow notch, literally cannot hold the updraft because that temperature difference isn't enough. It's not a sharp enough gradient.
And it'll continue to try. Don't get us wrong. All right, it will continue to try, and it might try to do it in spurts. We're not saying that this thing isn't going to not produce a tornado. All right, but what we are saying is the elongated potential of this to continue to sustain over an elongated period of time. That right there is what we're calling out right now, which was kind of the issue for the stuff out in Mississippi to begin with. Oh, and that is a giant severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued for that cell that is heading off into Hamburg. Just to get off topic, but yes, lapse rates, not exactly the greatest over there. Just south of the supercell, and I'm just assuming that this is along the line here, because just south of the actual confluence band in itself is 72 on top of 72, which, remember what the threshold we said, Morgan, was for it in order to be significant, right? You remember what that was?
Indeed.
For the people who don't know, it's about 75 or above.
Around that point is really the lower end that you're looking for.
Right, but it's just too low. The temperatures are too low right now. And so therefore, it's kind of, yeah. Mr. Singh, that was GR Earth. Gibson Ridge Earth.
New tornado warning.
Where?
Tornado warning for
What?
southeastern
Stuttgart!
Perry County in central Arkansas.
Really?
Did I
Central
not
Monroe
call
County in
that?
eastern
Did
Arkansas,
I not
North
say
Central
that?
Arkansas County in
That's not a
southeastern
thing,
Arkansas.
though.
I called that.
That's not. Why?
I gotta go to Little Rock. I gotta see what happened.
It has 2.5-inch hail, first of all. And second of all, that is the tiniest jutting edge ever.
Yeah, it did merge as a supercell within the line, didn't it, though?
Yeah.
I do.
It's the same storm.
I do agree.
Literally the same storm.
Wow.
Very nice. Yeah, okay. That's
whack. So that's a new tornado warning. Ulm, Rowe, Clarendon, Holly Grove. Stuttgart's fine. The storm just passed Stuttgart. But if you live near Clarendon, Rowe, Ulm, Holly Grove, Monroe County, Blackton, Smale, need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing also has some pretty large hail with it. Look at the maximum expected hail size indicator. And you can see some of these oranges here, which indicate 2-inch sized hail or larger. Now, is that actually what it's going to be? Probably not. There's a good chance it'll be quarter to even $half sized hail, but still. It's still pretty expansive hail with that. There's a good chance. There's another area of rotation northeast of that heading to Brinkley. If you know anyone that lives near Brinkley, I would tell them to watch out as well near Arkansas. South of Jonesboro? Do I have to look at Memphis's radar again? Oh my... Excuse me. Yeah, that very well could. If you live near Bay and Truman, actually, I wonder if I have a camera up there. Do I have a camera up there?
You know, we've been talking about Mendenhall for this morning. DeLow, I hope you guys are sheltering too, because this might occlude right into town. Is this producing a tornado? Not likely, but folks, regardless, still big supercell structure, even though there's now more showers and thunderstorms entering the storm's vicinity. Pocket gun Johns, y'all still need to be in your safe space as well.
Yeah. I don't have any cameras over there near Bay or Truman. But if you live near Bay or near Truman, there is some pretty strong rotation heading off towards your area. It is some very strong rotation heading off near your area. So, if you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. And yeah, wow, it is starting to rotate just a little bit more. I'm gonna go back to Guru. Hamburg! Hamburg! Hamburg!
No chance.
Oh, it's behind the thing! Come on, man! Don't tease me like that. This game is trash. It's got a massive ZDR arc. This thing had me fooled. I don't like this game anymore. Trash. Massive ZDR arc, though. Oh my goodness, quite a bit of hail with it, too. Wow. Alright, we're gonna go back then to Jackson's radar. I really thought that thing had some pretty decent rotation, and then I saw it was behind the frickin' thing. Ugh. I did get baited. I got baited. Come on, man. Delo and Mendenhall, you guys just dodged a bullet. True facts. Puckett. If you're in Puckett and Gunn, near Johns, the highway, Highway 18, Mississippi Highway 18, Highway 13, guys need to watch out. There's still a decent ZDR arc, but it's not as strong as it once was. And now it's also, what is it doing? It's got a couple vorticity bands. That doesn't make sense. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Hamburg!
northern Chickett County in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Ashley County
Maybe
in
they do have
southeastern
access
Arkansas.
They should have access to the Dow data then.
Oh my, that's, yeah. Hamburg. It's all the way behind the thing, but there is rotation there. True facts. Don't debate me anymore. Don't debate me anymore. Yeah, there is sustained rotation. It's just for whatever reason plotted behind the thing. This doesn't make any sense. But oh well. Yeah, tornado warning for mist and Portland. If you live in those areas, you get in your safe space. Let's see.
I hope you're proud of yourself. I really do.
I'm not, because this is whack. I'm gonna go to Jackson's radar to go take a look. See if that's doing anything else.
Jackson's radar is definitely the play.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation.
there.
There's a little bit of rotation there.
Also one to the north of it.
So if you're near Montrose, Boydell, Portland, Jerome, Mist, actually we might be getting closer to wow, that's a heck of a supercell. Look at that supercell there, chat.
If you're within about 10 or 20 miles in any direction of the intersection of 82 and 166 in Montrose, you need to be in an underground or interior room. Or underground shelter or an interior room. That's
Chat,
the best way to put it. If you guys know where that is, then you gotta go.
Look at that. Tell me that is not a textbook supercell. Look at reflectivity on the Cal 1. Look at reflectivity on Cal 1. Tell me, chat, that is not a textbook supercell. Tell me that is not a textbook supercell. Because that is insane. Maybe jutting its RFD just a little tiny bit. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation on the southern side there. Decent ZDR. Let's take a look to see what the Dow 7 is saying. It's not completely in view quite yet. There is a little bit of wow. That's actually quite a bit of rotation, and that might actually be a supercell too. I gotta go back in time now. Oh, they're updating it like every 2.5 minutes, which sucks. But that might be some rotation. That could very well also be a tornado. No debris signature. That right there. Oh, that just updated. Oh, yeah. 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 Not a debris signature. Go back in time with spectrum width. Spectrum width is starting to increase across the area, so that is something. There is a little bit of rotation just south of McGee. So that is something to watch out for. Wow. So yeah, that's near Dermont. And there is rotation there with that too. Let me go and look at Jackson's radar. Yeah, there is rotation over there. South of McGee. So we're gonna have to watch out for that very closely. But I think here, the main thing to take away... Yeah, Brandon Kopic is all the way on that storm. My goodness. The main thing to take away is that if you're near Haley, if you are near Arkansas City, Point Comfort, Elmwood, Bowman, Macon Lake, McMillan Corner, and Yellow Bayou, You need to get in your safe space, honestly. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible in both that cell south of McGee and then, of course, the one that is approaching Thebes and Montrose. It also looks like we have a camera down here. And that's looking south, unfortunately. I'm going to see if I can pull up a camera here, chat. Which camera
How
would be
is
best?
Jeff Petrowski everywhere on the face of the earth when in every right spot, I should say, on the face of the earth?
Petro is relentless, man.
Tornado warning will continue for Puckett. That cell does look like it's trying to produce once again. So, Puckett, once again, intersection of 18 and 13. You need to be in your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And if you know anybody that happens to be in Puckett or Gun, possibly even Polkville as well, up along 13, you need to let them know of this, what's going on right now. You need to send the stream their way, or tell them about the information that we're giving you right now. So, be sure, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, you're trying to put as many walls between yourself and the outside environment as possible, so that if a tornado does happen,
it became a right mover.
Be in the safest situation. Really?
The cell east of Hamburg became a right mover. Either that or it jutted its RFD. It could be one of the two. Probably the latter, the RFD.
Yeah, it's definitely not switch directions. Sorry.
It kinda. I could see the turn. Yeah, I can definitely see that turn. Let's go back to that cell that's down there over near Puckett. And the more things change, the more they stay the same as this storm continues to try and consider.
Low-level lapse rates. Folks, same story, same places.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Although that is an amazing left flank velocity enhancement that it just formed. So if it can fix that, yeah, Puckett. It just got pretty good.
It's been there for a couple frames.
Well, but it became a bit more well-defined in the recent frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is Sirens in Stuttgart again. Yeah, Stuttgart should be fine. The storm kind of passed you guys already. Now, it's more of the stuff that's near Morrow and Blackton. So, like, Lee County. Lee County and St. Francis County. So, if you're in Stuttgart, stay indoors. But as soon as the line passes, you should be good. Man, that's a lot of flash flood warnings still. Still decent bits of rotation. Yeah, there is that rotation.
Petro's really gonna... Oh, no, okay, he's moving. I'm gonna say, my guy is gonna let himself just get oofed by this thing.
You know,
which is trying to bow out. What? Really? It is trying to bow out.
you know,
Pain and suffering, Nate. Pain and suffering.
there is slight bits of rotation just the east of McGee in Arkansas City.
In Arkansas City, that's a place.
Yes, it is.
That is a place. I'm honestly surprised. Yeah, that Montrose storm kind of went broad.
Ooh. Pocket, get in your safe space right now. If you're in Pocket, Mississippi, I
I mean,
would stay.
you already should be in your safe space if you're in Puckett. But dude, that thing's trying to bow out. It's got bits and bobs of low level rotation, and then once you get to about 3,000 feet, it's gone. It's gonna bow out. And then what is my question?
Probably the same thing.
New scan is confirming my thesis both on velocities and on reflectivity. So, folks, I'm gonna just make a statement now about all this.
You better just be talking about Mississippi, because if you're talking about Louisiana or Arkansas, I'm gonna have to cut you short.
The low level shear isn't really kicked yet.
Well, yeah.
It's 2345Z. It's really supposed to kick around 0 to 1. 0 to 1Z. So another hour or two. But I don't know if this thing's just not in the best kinematic environment. I really don't think that's an issue with it. It's got 250 surface velocity. It may not really have enough instability to hold that updraft as well.
New MCD. Main risk area.
But
a favorable corridor for supercell intensification is evolving over portions of northeastern Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas, and west central Mississippi. Here, boundary layer moisture is increasing amid substantial surface pressure falls beneath a strengthening low-level jet. The corresponding DGX vertical wind profile hodograph has increased in both size and clockwise curvature during the last few hours. Hodograph should only get larger along /south of an east/west oriented marine front shifting northward. Current thinking is that a few supercell clusters near the Mississippi River will intensify as they track northeastward into this increasingly favorable environment during the next hour or so, with a corresponding increase in tornado potential, some strong to intense. So essentially, as I said, you better not be talking about Louisiana or Arkansas or Yazoo City, because Yazoo City continues to just be Yazoo City. Miss Pac-Man with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. New severe thunderstorm warning for Cleveland, Mississippi, downstream of the tornado warning. And I think it's because of the cell from Arkansas City. I'm going to go back to the cow data. And I'm going to look at reflectivity. And the supercell's about to run over Montrose. That's great.
Yeah, the supercell's about to run over the radar.
It is about to run over the radar. The Arkansas Slabber event. Doesn't make any sense. 43, so that's 46. If we go to reflectivity here, it should be coming up here soon. Spectrum width shows nothing quite yet, which is whack. A radar hole is bad? Yep, I do agree. But fortunately, we have the Doppler on wheels, which, though it's a little difficult to navigate, I'm still able to kind of understand what's going on with these storms. Yeah, it did jut out its rear flank downdraft and die out.
This thing does update its speed. Goodness.
Jeff Shamunsky with a Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Does Dow not have 360 view? No, it depends upon where the truck is proportioned. So. Yeah, it looks like Puckett's starting to get out of the clear. They're starting to get into the clear. Mendenhall's been in the clear. So it looks like those ones are fine. Those are some random thunderstorms that are forming near Flora and Canton, north of Jackson. Might be something to watch in the future.
Discrete storms. Really don't think they should have put out the 15 probabilities. So the discrete stuff is located really in a vast majority, or excuse me, in a vast array of areas. So there were a couple of discrete rotations across central Arkansas, one across southeastern Arkansas, and currently one across southern Mississippi. Now, here's the thing. It's really hard to argue against a 15 today because just the no pun intended, the sheer parameter space and the amount of shear that is going to kick in once we get into the overnight time frame. So you could probably justify a 15% just for the QLCS threat in by itself. It's the supercell threat that we were questionable about, and right now it's not shipping up. So, again, lapse rate's kind of killing this thing. I also still think it's a little bit too moist. So, we'll have to see how it progresses over the next few hours, but I did have concerns. What is that?
You looking at that rotation there too?
Where?
Oh, I'm looking at the Dow 7. And
no. I'm looking north of Jackson with a couple of showers that have actual rotation.
Yeah, I saw
and
that earlier.
A crap ton of ZDR.
I don't think Georgia will be terrible. Georgia's at most in a 2 out of 5, and that's for the extreme northwestern portions. So it should be all right. Telling them to get the shelter for a possible rotation? Really? Guess we have to look at Jackson again. There's slight rotation near Mangum, but I mean it's not a lot. Did it just occlude?
What?
Pocket.
Working on it and searching its outflow boundary. Dude.
Low level lapse rates in middle of Mississippi.
And this is why they matter. Updraft sustainability is critical.
You know, I wonder if that actually is a tornado.
For the moment, I doubt.
I kind of doubt it too, but I mean,
We need another scan.
from what I notice, everything is detached from the radar. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible, Chica. It is definitely possible. You know, I'm curious. All right. So I want to see something here real quickly. Why is it still doing that?
Oh my gosh.
What are you goshing now?
Excuse me. There's a another rotation.
Wow.
Trying to
Wow.
form, question mark.
Wow. Wow. Oh my. That might. Wow. Not rotation wise.
Speak English.
Do you remember that death run from the 6Z HRRR last night?
And the 15Z this afternoon.
Don't worry about it. 6Z.
Okay.
Take a look at that at your DMs. You know, it's almost like we tell people not to use the HRRR fully. So, what we're looking at here, chat, this right here, okay, is a comparison between what the 6Z HRRR, which ran last night at 2 in the morning Eastern, and said that there was going to be a widespread tornado outbreak. And it compares it to what's currently happening right now, temperature-wise. Now, I mentioned earlier that temperatures need to be higher in order for you to get a prolific event. The HRRR forecasted that. But according to this graphic here, which shows what the HRRR's error is, essentially saying if the temperature was warmer than it actually is or cooler than it actually is, red being warmer and blue being colder, the HRRR not only overdid the temperatures, it also overdid it to the point to where It's game breaking. That means that the inversion aloft at 700 to 800 and even 850 will play a role in this event here today. And it will depend based off of the storms that are in central Mississippi right now, the storms north of Jackson, for you to really get long track storms, long track tornadoes. On the other hand, southeastern Arkansas and western and northwestern Mississippi still is a partial play. But this is
and directly directly impacted by the difference in temperatures is additionally the lapse rates, which were better on that run by almost a full degree in spots. That's what happens. Like, that got really overshot. And that's what I thought, because I was like, there's no way western Mississippi is going to hit 85 degrees. That's not happening. And I hate being that guy, but I feel like we don't learn our lesson at this point. Polkville tornado warning will continue, although Polkville, I dare say that you guys are in the clear at this point. This is not really rotating anymore, and it's also not looking the greatest structure-wise. Time is now for me to get up on Memphis radar, though. We'll say.
Hey, all I gotta say, Morgan, rap truthers stand up. Rap truthers stand up. I swear, the rap model nailed the beginning of this event so far.
And the rap wasn't right about one thing. It didn't really hit the nail on the head with the inversion so far. But
it's still kind of there.
Just, it's partially there, but not in the way that it portrayed it. Everything else, though? Dang. Truthfully, I thought it was underdoing lapse rates a little bit, too. But it has hit the spot time and time again.
It's just,
folks, it is about that time where we, like, and this will be a good event for people to reconsider how to forecast Dixie again.
Again. How tall am I? I am 5'10". So the good news right now is that the environment is definitely a lot weaker than what the HRRR said. Multiple trees down near Pinola. That's in Simpson County, southwest of Mendenhall. So potential tornado over there. There is also reports of trees down near Hamburg, intersection of Highway 82.
It's a new tornado warning.
Extension, big extension.
Tornado warning for northwestern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi.
Cleveland, Mississippi.
Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi.
Cleveland, Mississippi.
Yes, Alva, I am watching for it. That's the reason why, if I were to probably have another live stream, it could definitely be from that. It was actually a decent shot. But yeah, that is a new tornado warning for Mississippi. So this is Bolivar. This is extreme northern Washington counties. I appreciate it. I like this hat too. I love what NOAA does over there. And since the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service is under that branch, and my grandfather gave me this hat, it works. You know, I think the Doppler on wheels actually might have something, but I think I'm going to go to the Cal radar for it to show me. Yeah, that's 57, so that's a lot more recent. Yeah, that is a ZDR arc. That is a supercell. So that is the new tornado warning right there. You can clearly see that this is a supercell with a well-defined ZDR arc. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see how this thing all continues to materialize here. This is really close though. New scan. Velocities. There is some rotation. It's not super strong, but it is there. Are you looking for Corinth? So far, so good. A lot of strong damaging winds near midnight is what I'm expecting.
Excuse me. Is that thing really gonna try and frickin'...
The thing that's east of Dermot? Yes.
No! Pulaski! It's trying to notch again. Am I confident in that thing? Absolutely not. But it's still an interesting signature. It does still have a bit of a ZDR arc, although weaker than it originally was.
It's an interesting question that that Flasty said on Twitter. Julian M. Weather. He said, I have a question regarding that. Mesoanalysis 4 hours ago had better lapse rates, yet for some reason it downtrended quite a bit here. Maybe it's an SPC mesoanalysis wrap issue? And I said it could have. It could have. Here, and I'll show you what the lapse rates were as Julian was asking me about it. So, yes, there is a lot of very high lapse rates over here across Mississippi and Louisiana. You can also correlate that with the higher temperatures because, yes, there was higher lapse rates where there is high temperatures, upper 70s, lower 80s, and stuff like that. But this event doesn't just sit in one spot. It advects. It moves with the wind. And that advection pushed it off towards the northeast. And notice what's all the way back here on the southern side and on the southwestern side. You have pretty poor lapse rates over there. So within a time span, within a short time span, the winds advected a lot of that weak low-level lapse rates into the area and made things pretty poor for a lot of the activity that's out in this environment. So something really interesting to note there, that yes, the lapse rates kind of just advected. Just had to do that real quickly. So Slippy, you'll see what I mean here when I show you this on mesoanalysis, right? So it says stop using mesoanalysis. You idiot, all right? You can't just stop using certain, mesoanalysis. That's not how that works, all right? Take a look, all right? We're looking at surface observations here. And right here is your surface shortwave, correct? We can actually see this off of our pressure. This is off of the surface, and you can see there is your surface shortwave right there. Negatively tilted surface shortwave, correct? All right, now since we've established that, let's go to our surface observations. And what's happening here is you can see, because we've established that this is our shortwave, and you can see that this is true even on radar as we go back over here. And this, by the way, has been forecasted well out in advance. So for the people who are trying to say it's not a shortwave, go home, you're drunk. This right here,
go home.
This right here is your surface shortwave right here, essentially acting as if it's your boundary, all right? And as this has been moving off further towards the north and east, your boundary continues to move a little bit further towards the north. Now, storms have started to move further north of that boundary, which is the reason why I'm saying the storms over there have the best for the long track tornado potential. Specifically, if we were to try and target the areas over here near Sunflower counties, like Cleveland and Greenwood and Indianola, stuff like that. But anyways, back to the subject at hand. You take a look, and you can see the observations here. Above the boundary, you can see 81, 63, 81, 64, 79, 61. Notice the dew points are mid to low 60s over here, right? That's north of the shortwave. South of the shortwave, however, that's the complete opposite. 72 on top of 72, 72 on top of 70, 73 on top of 69, and vice versa as you continue to move off towards the north and west. So, realistically, your temperatures haven't reached the 75, 76 degree threshold, not in the areas into which you need your discrete storms. And because of that, your activity is suffering. It is suffering. Your lower level lapse rates are garbage. You see it right here. The surface temperatures are trash compared to what the HRRR has said. A good 5 degrees below what it thought it would, which remember, it thought it was going to be 80, which means it's at 75. You need about, if not more than 75-degree temperatures in order for you to get your sustained activity. You don't have that. And now, what do you have? You have weak, low-level lapse rates because your surface temperatures weren't as strong as what the HRRR said. You have your vorticity. Your vorticity is there. Everything is in place for this thing to do stuff. But you're missing one component. And that's one thing that has plagued Dixie. Especially since, of how long I've been covering stuff like this in Dixie. For almost 4 years now on YouTube. Low-level lapse rates have plagued Dixie. The only reason why Dixie has done stuff over when I've covered it is because lapse rates were good enough to do stuff. So I don't want to... I don't want to hear anyone say anything about how 6-degree lapse rates will do it. No. This isn't, we're not giving special treatment to storms that are over in Dixie because it's in Dixie, just because it has enhanced wind shear. No. 6.5, or around 6.5, give or take. That'll get it done. Nothing more, or I should say nothing less. And if you get a lot more than that, then yeah, sure, you'll definitely get more than what you bargained for. Just no. So, anyways, this event is not a bust quite yet. We can't say it's a bust quite yet, because it's not done. All right, we still have another 2-hour window, I'd say. And it would be with this storm near Delhi and Warden, as well as this cell over here near Cleveland and Arkansas City. Although that might get enveloped by the line here sooner rather than later.
We're talking about 2-hour time frame for supercellular stuff before it transitions to
correct
QLCS.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking here. That also might be a little spin up over there north of Memphis on the Mississippi River.
Just looking at that, I was about to mention that to you near Marie and Ritter. Got all the evidence to back it up.
Someone ranting? Oh, I was trying to plead my case as to why I think this event has not done as well as people thought it was going to be. This is the reason why.
Also, plead your case to everyone who thinks that the HRRR is always right.
Oh my goodness. I do not.
It's a good... Look, let's put it this way. I always want to concur with the HRRR when it comes to actually figuring out placement of parameter space and stuff like that, like where the best parameter space could be.
Oh, this is the best. This is the best storm.
I take reflectivity with the smallest grain of salt you can find.
Ooh.
Because it time and time again, it is so bullish. HRRR location, wrap parameter space.
Yeah.
Which cell?
Get on the cow, my friend.
Oh no.
Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da.
On the Mississippi River by Arkansas City.
Yep.
Arkansas City.
Arkansas.
I did what you did.
You donut.
Ah!
We got another. I'm shrinking it down a little bit because once you start to get too far into the overnight hours, you start to lose energy. So I'm giving it another 2 to 2.5 hours. 2 to 2.5 hours. Man, oh man. Yeah, it does have a ZDR arc. It does have... Now, the beam is kind of ripping it apart because the beam is being stupid. All right. But it does have something there. It does have rotation there. And this is why we have the Doppler on wheels here. How do you get the mobile radar sites? Here. Look in chat. The link that I'm going to give you, I promise it's not malware. There you go. Oh, we're not, Morgan and I are not disagreeing. We're not disagreeing, Grant. Let's put it this way. We have been talking about this event for how long, Morgan? How long? Oh, he's currently not listening to me.
Start of the week, at least.
Start of the week. Never mind. He is listening to me.
Start of the week.
Start of the week. And we have been in constant communication with each other about every single little tiny detail that could be a WinCon, an LCon, a BusCon, anything. Anything. And we are definitely today we are definitely, I mean, we may have disagreed maybe like once or twice, but in general synoptics, in this in general event, we're on the same page 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. All right, because we've been thinking about it good while. New tornado warning, by the way.
That's a new tornado warning.
Northern
warning
Memphis.
for Central Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, Central Lauderdale County in West Tennessee.
Yeah, they did issue that. Wow, kind of surprised. If you're in Osceola, Luxora, Ashport, Tomato, over here on the border of Arkansas and Tennessee, on the border of Lauderdale County and Mississippi County, need to get in your... Huh? Yeah, Tomato. I need to get in your safe space. Yeah, Day 7 Plains event. True. That is true. Yeah, no, Morgan and I are good. We're good. Now, I'm trying to talk... So, I have someone that was talking to me in my DMs, right? And the reason why I was typing for so long is because I was talking to him and trying to communicate as to why I thought that this event was bleh, which is, in my opinion, the reason. Now, I could very well be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in this instance I'm not. But I definitely could be wrong. But I was explaining the reason as to why I thought, you know, this event was not as strong as everyone else thought it was.
So, yeah, going back to what we were saying before the tornado warning, Nate and I don't hate each other.
No.
No. That is our way of sharpening each other's, I don't want to say knowledge, but kind of perception on an event.
Yeah.
We give our sides, we analyze each other's, forms a more well-rounded, I suppose.
We keep each other in check.
Or outlook or anything like that.
We keep each other in check like 9 times out of 10.
And mind y'all, most of my meteorological knowledge comes from talking with Nate all the time. We go back and forth about a lot of stuff, and he's had more in this field than I have, or more time, I will say. Although, as time passes, it's a shorter and shorter amount of time more that you've had. But I'd not be doing what I'm doing with my college education if it wasn't for him. So, you know.
Well, the thing of it, the best part about it too, is that while he's there, he's actually probably going to overtake me in the amount of knowledge, which is going to be kind of weird for me because I'm going to be told what to do. All right, I'm gonna be at BK flipping burgers.
Finish it. Go on.
No, I'm not gonna finish it. But listen, we really are sharpening iron here. Iron sharpens iron all the way through. And let's put it this way. I'm glad. I'm so happy that he takes it that way too, instead of me just being arrogant, and vice versa, right? Because I know Morgan's not trying to be arrogant. And he knows that I'm not trying to be arrogant. We're legit just trying to be like, all right, this is what it is, or this is what I think it is, but is it really? But is it?
Now, why is that?
Yeah. But is it really? So, all right, back to tornado warnings, because that does help. Tornado warning once again, Lauderdale and Mississippi County, right on the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. That will be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so watch out for that if you haven't already. Storm does have rotation, does have constant rotation throughout the area, so gonna need to watch out for it. Gonna need to watch out for it, especially as it gets towards Ashport, and of course, as everyone else loves in the chat, Tomato. Tomato, this looks like Tomato, Arkansas, rather than Tomato, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's Arkansas, 100%.
Yeah. So.
Okay, yeah, that Polkville storm is officially not doing anything.
Oh, did it die?
Not die, but it's really not.
What about Forest? How's
impressive.
Forest been? Yeah, Forest has been.
That thing?
Bleh. Forest does have rotation in the upper levels, but in the lower levels, it refuses to function. So.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is why you need low-level lapse rates, among other things.
There's only so much surface vorticity you can get, unless if you get a significant amount of it. Then it won't really matter what your lapse rates are. Although, you need a lot of good streamwise vorticity in order to count that.
Cold front
counter
forcing will do the trick for that.
That's true too. That's true too. It's just
Except what we have is not that, though.
Well, we have a minor shortwave that's moving on through, and if I go to the surface vorticity in 3 Cape, I don't really see a whole lot. Wow, that's embarrassing. Wow. Your temperatures just decided to say no. Morgan, can you take a look at SKU maps on mesoanalysis for me there, buddy old pal? I think you'll get a kick out of it. And I'm actually going to take a look at one of the more recent HRRR runs to kind of confirm that that is the case.
SKU
maps. Yeah, that's not the greatest.
700 millibar inversion.
Yep.
It got EML'd.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I have seen it all, folks. Dixie has been EML'd. I have seen it all.
It has been slightly EML.
EML is an elevated mixing layer, ladies and gentlemen. Usually occurs when the temperature at a certain point above the surface is higher than what it is at the surface. So right now, the 700 millibar temperature around that point, 700 millibars, is warmer in most areas, or maybe just slightly,
it's slightly cooler
than what it is at the surface, which is not good enough to sustain updrafts and even form them to begin with. It's
oh boy. And we are definitely past I'm pretty sure it's dark outside. I'm pretty sure it's past peak daytime heating. Ouch. No, I'm not gonna tell my Orioles to calm down. We're gonna be relevant this year. Yeah, essentially, remember, warm air rising, cold air sinking. But if your air above your warm air is hot, then the hot air treats the warm air like it's cold air, and therefore the cold air It's not supposed to rise, it's supposed to sink. So it'll sit there and it won't do anything. Which, magic. Magic. So yeah. Yes, Josh, exactly. Exactly. What needed to happen was higher temperatures. You didn't get it. Therefore, you have low-level lapse rates that are not great. And therefore, is Alabama going to be good tonight? They're still going to get pretty strong damaging winds. It'll depend upon where you're at specifically, though, Lisa. If you're in the northern portions, northwestern.
Saw someone ask if we're going to keep streaming. I believe we are for at least a number of hours more.
There's no reason for us not to, honestly. We still have another hour and a half until the event really is supposed to turn into a damaging wind threat. And yeah, we'll see. By the way, chat, you remember when I said that I'm trying not to create hype for this event? Listen, I don't want to say anything besides say this. Creating hype for weather events does more damage than anything. It really does. So, even before events, you know, with forecasts, people talking about how this is going to be significant and stuff like that. If people don't talk about both sides of the coin, how things can be, you know, good for an event and bad for an event, that's a red flag. That is a red flag. Grant with the 31, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate you watching all the way from Australia. It really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. And by the way, if you fell victim to the hype, listen, it's not your fault, but you feel pretty, you know, let down of the caliber of this event, right? So far?
Social media is a drug, man.
Social media is a drug.
You know, when there are tens of people saying the same thing over and over and over again, even if you don't think it's true, you're going to be inclined to believe it because your brain is going to convince you that what is being said is true.
More than one person is saying it, so therefore it must be true.
Yeah.
That's how, and that right there, all right, I just got to say this here, chat, because I've had friends that have dealt with this, and I hate for it to get to this, you know, this topic. That's how rumors and white lies start, by people not looking more into the event. And so therefore they just take everything at face value. They hear one thing and then they immediately think it's the gospel, but it is not. It is not. You have to look at both sides of the coin in any given situation that you may encounter. All right, even if something is remotely true, even something, you know, if you think that is morally wrong, all right, still look at both sides of the coin. Try to figure out if there could be a best case scenario or a worst case scenario. Stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be the boy who cried wolf. Yeah, someone said in the chat, boy who cried wolf. I don't want to be the boy who cried wolf. All right? That's not what I... That's not what meteorologists want to do. Because then people wouldn't pay attention to tornado warnings if it was the boy who cried wolf. And it's just... no. And I also think I know the reason why they didn't go high today, Morgan.
Because
the wrap. I really think the wrap and a couple other models were the main contributor with that. I really do. No problem, Lisa. No problem.
Rap really said I make my own forecast, bro. Go pound sand. And then nailed the forecast. Yeah, it did. It did.
I didn't nail the forecast. My tornado track thing died.
It made its own solution, and it was right.
I get it, Felicity. I get it, Felicity. I mean, there's a reason why they didn't go high. All right, the parameters, they went moderate, and I'm gonna say this right now, regardless if this is a bust or not, they did the right thing pulling a moderate today. They did the right thing. And the only reason why I say that is because the parameter space and some of the models that were forecasting what was supposed to happen was going to be really bad. Very bad for everywhere across the board. But they didn't pull the trigger on a high because not all the uncertainties were cleared. Not everything was cleared. Just because one model says that it was going to be one thing doesn't mean that you should think that that is what is going to happen. All right, you got to take into account everything. So. Yeah, EM, I agree. I kind of agree with that. That storm that's over near Lake Providence is still moving. It is still trying. As soon as it gets towards the Yazoo City and Belzoni areas, it'll be the ones to really watch, but I'm gonna go up to northern Memphis. Still a fun way to spend the afternoon. Oh, 100%. The thing of it is that I love, and I can speak for myself, all right? I'm not sure about Morgan, all right? But I can speak for myself. Being able to interpret the models, trying to figure out all the best case and worst case scenarios, and then seeing which outcome plays out is so satisfying, especially since every single event that you have is not exactly the same as the ones prior.
There's minor details that make every event unique. I'm trying to give a specific example. Hey, think about it this way. Minor details. The LA tornado the other day.
Yes.
3 Cape and
Vorticity.
What was it? Wasn't there a vorticity axis? I believe there was.
Well, it was right next to a low pressure system, so I'd assume the vorticity was back. Convective Chronicles made a video on it. I didn't watch it though.
Also, I don't know if you covered this, but Grant with the 3 says best case scenario, you and Morgan stream forever. No, that is not the best case scenario. I am tired. Thank you very much. I've had a long week. I am tired. And frankly, I'm thankful that this hasn't shaped up to be anything too bad yet. Because I don't have too much in me.
So, I know we're looking too far ahead, but I gotta say it anyways because people are asking about it. Yes, there is a day 7 15%. So, consider the following. We're specifically talking about next Thursday. Next Thursday, there is a day 7 15% that is planes. Planes. So, take that if you will. I'm going to probably make a video on Monday talking about it. Because I can't really do it tomorrow. And I may not be able to do it on Sunday. Now, if I can do it on Sunday, I will do it on Sunday. But, yeah. Day 7, slight. Very, very interesting. And it's been a while since we had an expansive risk like this for the planes. Especially on day 7, right, Morgan?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Mm.
Maybe
been a bit.
maybe 2 years ago during that moderate in Kansas with Benkelman. You know, the
Been a bit.
Benkelman, Nebraska event.
Yeah, I do remember that. It's been a minute. Tell you what.
It has been a minute. It has been a minute. So, but we still have a tornado warning. We still have 2 tornado warnings, actually. One that is now moving into Lauderdale County in Tennessee, so Mississippi County is pretty much done with that. And then there's also the other severe thunderstorm warning that is over near Bolivar County, and right on the border of that and Sunflower County. So expect a new severe thunderstorm warning. Well, actually, not a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'd say probably tornado warning for Sunflower County and maybe even Tallahatchie County over there in northwestern Mississippi. Yeah, what's up?
The Orioles type game.
Yes, they did tie the game. They were down 6-0, and then it was. I'm seeing it on my tidbit. I saw the tidbit thing, and it updated. At first, it was like 6-0, then 6-2, then 6-4, and then 6-6, and I'm like, oh, okay. And it's the bottom of the 9th right now with a runner on 3rd, which is pretty whack. So we're in scoring position with no outs. Very well could win. All right. We got people that are super chatting in the chat. Grant with the 3 says stream other country severe risks, tornado or not. Probably tornado events, and I have done it for Germany before. I have done it for Germany. So I'm okay with doing it for Germany again. I actually enjoyed doing that for Germany. I used the knowledge that I gained from, you know, what's happening over here in the United States and incorporated it to their radars, albeit their radars are not exactly the best quality, still there. So I was very excited doing that. As for other places, I know Finland has radars, and I know Australia has radars. The only issue with Australia, though, is that it literally takes everything that I know and inverts it. So, for instance, I would think that there would be rotation here with counterclockwise spin. I would have to remember for Australia that it's clockwise spin because you're south of the equator instead of north of it. So it takes everything I know and flips it on its side. And I know myself. I would say one area is a tornado when it really isn't. I would say that. So I could try. I mean,
it could be a tornado. It would just be anticyclonic to them.
True. I mean, I could try. I would just, similar to Germany, I would need a good notice before then. Because I'm not paying attention to Germany or Australia constantly. Once people tell me that there's a thing, though, I will pay attention to it. So. Wow, a lot of people are liking that that post that I put on. My goodness. Who knew? Who knew? Watchman D with the 20. Thank you so much. Says I'm in Newton, Mississippi, thinking we were gonna all die for the past 3 days. Glad this is a dud, and this is the most entertaining weathercast I've seen in a while. Gloat, brother, gloat. Listen, we try to be as relatable as possible. We don't want to, you know, sound like robots on here, right? Last thing we need is, you know,
we don't want to sound like robots. 1, we want to be accurate. 2, we want to give you all a laugh sometimes too, obviously when the time is right.
Right.
So, you know,
We
a mix of
have
everything. We try our best.
we have our own little personality on here. And speaking of personality, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern
I
Sunflower
think it's
County in
I think
northwestern
it's
Mississippi.
Yeah, it's sunflower, so it's the extension that I was talking about.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm glad, realistically, and all in all right, as much as we get active over, people's opinions and stuff like that about the weather, because, that's just how science nerds are. You can go to any scientific field whatsoever, and you can find any sort of debate, that is very active.
Hey,
But
and if you follow me on Twitter, I make this
boy.
point a lot, and I'm gonna say it again tonight. By the way, follow me on Twitter. MJFold54, thank you so much. Come again.
Oh my gosh.
I love every single one of y'all that interact with my tweets with a counter argument. I love it. It gives me something different to look into. It gives me a further reason to look into something that I thought I already looked into enough, just to reconfirm a thesis that I may have had or revise it maybe.
Right.
It's good for my brain. It's good for my brain. And even if you're not going with a counter argument and you're trying to support my opinion, well, thank you. That also boosts my ego, so I do appreciate that.
But all in all right, without, enough arrogance between the both of us, if you want to call it that, all in all, I'm really happy that this didn't end up as bad as the HRRR said. I am very happy. Because if the HRRR panned out the way that it did real time, like if this event did what the HRRR said, Morgan and I probably could be scrambling for, information over and over again. Because there's only so much the Doppler on wheels could do for us, realistically. There is only so much that the Doppler on wheels. Albeit, though, there is rotation on that Lake Providence cell that the Doppler on wheels is picking up on. So, I mean, do what you will on that. We'll continue to watch that storm. But yeah, finally, we have some textbook rotation with the Doppler on wheels. Yay! I'm very happy. I am very happy that this event did not become as bad as it was. So, yes. Height of the event over? Nope, we got one last storm, and it's this one near Lake Providence. Although there is still a couple tornado warnings that are still moving on through near Cleveland and Drew. Which it does have rotation. We just can't see what's going on with that storm at the moment. This storm that's over near Lake Providence that has a severe thunderstorm warning still has some rotation. It has some rotation. So this one would probably be the last hurrah for something to be significant. It's still got a lot of energy. It's still got decent amounts of vorticity within that area. Can it overcome? All right. Can it overcome the inversion aloft? And if so, if it can overcome the inversion aloft, will it have enough energy to do so? Right now, it's looking like it's in a very poor environment with its lapse rates, but, we're watching it. Huh?
Birds win.
We won?
Yeah.
We walked it off?
Believe so.
Whack! The Yankees lose.
Yeah, yes, they do. Oh, who did the thing?
Grant with the 3, thank you so much, says, crazy how you stream separate now as a team. So, funny enough, and I'll keep it short, sweet, straight to the point. I was actually pretty scared of Morgan whenever he started his live streaming consecutively. True facts.
He thought there was someone coming after his his streaming frequency.
Yeah.
'Cause I was doing everything at the start.
Yep. And then he learned that he couldn't do everything because that gets tiring.
And then I learned that that's a waste of life.
That is a new tornado
And
warning.
by the way, Josh Lester RBI double.
Tornado warning for
Oh, really?
Tallahatchie County in northwestern
that's what ended
Mississippi.
Who scored?
Southeastern
Tornado
Quitman County in northwestern Mississippi.
Yeah, that is a new tornado warning for Tallahatchie.
Maverick Handley scored. It was off Justin Wilson. That's legend.
So I see.
Oh, we could probably that cell's gonna try again. I swear, Forest.
It did it.
Was Forest.
It did it.
Tornado
Decatur.
warning for
Lake Providence is now
Central East
tornado
Carroll
warned.
Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern
yeah, it did
Issaquah
get it.
County
Look at
in
the
west central
cow!
Mississippi.
Look at the Doppler on wheels, ladies and gentlemen. That thing is goated.
So there's your extension in Mississippi for 49E, and that thing down in Lake Providence. I do think we're probably getting another warning on the way for Decatur. Unfortunately, that's West.
Oh
Meridian.
wow, Lake Providence might do it.
It's gonna try. Definitely gonna try.
It might do it. Let's see if I can make the scale larger.
Wow, that's even far from the Doppler on wheels too.
Oh yeah, but I mean we can still kind of see it. Yeah, there's the rotation.
Yeah.
I made the scale a little bit better, chat, by the way. More reasonable with what we were seeing on radar. But there is rotation on it. You can even look at it from the Jackson radar and you could be able to tell that this thing is definitely spinning. So there is something here.
Excuse me.
Yeah, people are saying that, or some people in a certain server are saying that lapse rates aren't the issue. And they pulled up a sounding from...
Try again.
They pulled up a sounding from Jackson, all right, saying that lapse rates wasn't the issue. All right, the observed sounding. By the way, that radar image over there for Lake Providence is actually kind of insane. They pulled up an observed sounding, which I'm actually curious to see. I want to see what that observed sounding is myself here, just specifically. But it said that lapse rates weren't the issue, which, listen, Chief, all right, whatever you would like to believe, it's all good with you. The fact of the matter is the inversion aloft and the weak surface temperatures for the majority of it. And by the way, I can tell that they took, or the sounding that was with Jackson, they took it north of where the storm was when it was over near Forest. So they can say whatever they want. I don't care. Where is Ready Archived? No, it's not that one. Where is the sounding thingamabobber. Sounding analysis. Yeah, there is no cape. And there is 3.5, or not 3.5, there is 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer lapse rate, which is still pretty mid with the lack amount of instability. And 3 cape is 18 joules per kilogram with your EML trying to mix
Very
down with it.
nice.
So essentially what they're saying is that, yes, this is proving the point that lapse rates were kind of terrible. And actually, your dews.
Hey,
I wonder
mate.
if the dews, I wonder if the lack of dew points also. Wow.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
So, do you remember, or really on sports Twitter at all, have you ever seen the
Oh boy.
in the comments section when a fan's team loses, they post, "There is no meme, you just blank suck." That's me about this event right now.
There it is.
I've had it.
Grant with the 15, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, check out Lismore flood. So much flooding helped this town, flood-prone town that had intense flood and wiped out everything. Australia, please help the people. I will take a look and see what that flood is about, because I haven't heard of it. But yes, I will check it out. Yeah, that's funny. I really wonder how they think warm front supercells work. Because if they think that the energy that they get and the vorticity that it gets is from the northern side of the warm front, oh boy. They need to fill in the blank. They need to I don't know what else to say there besides, go back to the books. Just a little bit. The moisture advects into the storm from the south to the north because of the low level flow. It doesn't go backwards. It's not how that works. And the temperatures in Jackson, by the way, if they were to take a sounding right now, it would show you what the issue is, by the way. So I'm not concerned anymore. Temperatures are 72 on top of 70. There's the obs. There's the observations right there. Am I going to be around at 2:30 a.m.? No. No, I got to go sleep. Oh, the Jackets take the lead. Why? Line A is injured, by the way.
Really?
Kent Johnson did a Michigan.
Tornado
Consider.
warning for
That's a new tornado
Humphreys
warning.
County in
Belzoni.
central
It's an
Mississippi,
extension, I believe.
Sharkey County
Yeah.
in west central Mississippi.
So, you remember when I said that this is the only storm that can really do something that's significant?
It's trying, 100%.
This is the only one. This is now the only one. It's in the right environment to be able to do something. And it's riding that axis. Wait a second, it's riding that axis! Morgan! Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. It's riding the axis. It's riding the axis of the 850 and surface. Shortwaves. It's feeding off of it. Yeah, this one's gonna be an issue. Ouch. That is some side lobe contamination, but ouch. There's even an anticyclonic rotation with this thing. Yeah, okay, I've had it. Yes, I get it. I get it. I get it. This is the environment we were supposed to have. Yes, this is what we've been waiting for, chat. This is what we've been waiting for. We have your strong rotation here, and then you have anticyclonic rotation that's spinning the other way right there. Let me see. Yeah, 75 on top of 70, so it's pretty decent right there. 75 on top of 72, so dew points are a little higher back behind this. 73 on top of 68. So it really is in a pretty good environment. I would like it if the temperatures were a little teeny bit higher, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Dew points were a little bit higher too. That probably could save it, but yeah, that is a bound weak echo region. That is a donut hole. How high are we looking up here? Kate. 6,670. All right, Jackson's now the best radar to view the storm. Yeah, you did, Grant, didn't you? Hold up. $30, $14. Yeah, everyone say thank you to Grant. Grant really putting in the work, the support to the channel. Really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. There has to be a tornado on the ground. Well, I'm going to pull up Radar Omega on the side here, because I'm pretty sure there's a chaser on it. No, there are not! What? How?
They all went north, I think.
No, they went too far south. They got stuck at the Mississippi River. You idiots!
Congratulations.
Dude, that was the one thing. I even told a chaser that I know last night. No. I'm going to finish this statement here real quickly. Because I am that animated.
You know where Copic is?
That is a PDS. Radar indicated rotation. What?
Is that producing?
No. That's radar indicated rotation, but it's a PDS as of this moment. It probably will produce here in a second, though. It probably will, realistically.
Also, Copic is near Philadelphia indicator.
Chat! This is exactly what I told you we should watch out for. You see that? You see this?
Torp.
Yeah, PDS.
Yeah, that's the first time I've actually seen that.
What do you mean it's the first time you've actually seen that?
It's usually just Tor-R, and then you have to expand it to see that it's PDS. No, Tor-P. Not just a glorified
When was the
Tor-R.
last time you updated your GR2?
So, that's a later conversation.
Yeah, later notice. Rolling Fork, Anguilla, this thing probably is going to produce a significant tornado. As a matter of fact,
try to at least.
There's a very good chance. It's riding a massive vorticity axis. Everyone who lives near Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Nita Yuma, Silver City, Luis, and Midnight, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This one is a This one's a pretty strong one. This one's a pretty strong one. Oh wait. Chris Hall and Zach Hall are chasing out in front of it. Is Zach Hall streaming on YouTube? Because I do want to watch this if this does do something. The answer is no. So let's go to live storm chasers. Live storm chasing. Map.
Oh, goodness. It's gotta be or.
Yeah, I can't find any live feeds. I don't know where Chris Hall is at. It would be nice if he was live on
State
YouTube,
Route
but I guess
14
not.
in United States Route 61, heading right up your way. Max Olson is on it, so we will definitely know if something comes out.
Yeah, because Max Olson, he'll say something. He will 100% say something. Yeah, Rolling Fork, you're in immediate danger right now.
And Anguilla, you need to be in your safe space. State Route 14 as well, heading east toward Louise. Also need to be in your safe space. It's probably coming right up your area, probably just to the south of the main road. I wanted to say something and then I forgot what I wanted.
Yeah, I gotta emphasize this once again. Rolling Fork and Anguilla. Oh, that is pink normalized rotation. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Reed is on that storm? Really?
Excuse me.
Is he actually on that?
Reed ain't on Spotter Network. No.
Yeah, he's in Rolling Fork. Reed's watching it. Reed is on it. All right, chat. Well, if you want to watch Reed Timmer absolutely rake the storm, there you go. And once again, it's heading straight for Rolling Fork. So if you live in Rolling Fork, you need to get in your safe space immediately. This is... Oh, that's a massive debris signature. Yeah, it's on the ground. Massive debris signature on the ground. Massive debris signature on the ground. That is a strong velocity couplet. My goodness. 94 on top of 76.
Rolling Fork underground now. Lowest innermost part of your building. Bathroom or closet without any windows. You need to put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible.
This is
worded particularly dangerous situation by the National Weather Service in I believe it's Jackson, yes.
Yeah.
For a large and extremely dangerous tornado 8 miles west of Rolling Park. Definitely closer now, probably closer to 3 or 4 miles west of your
This is what we've been watching out for, you guys. All right, this is the reason why we said this event has not busted. All right, when we were talking about Central Mississippi,
what we knew this event was capable of.
Right. Reed says huge wedge. I'm watching on the side screen here. Because I want to watch it for myself. Oh my!
Oh, it is a huge wedge.
Oh, and it's rain wrapped. It's rain wrapped. Tornado emergency.
Rain wrapped wedge.
Tornado emergency.
Folks.
Tornado emergency for Rolling Fork and Anguilla. That is a wedge. That is a large tornado. That is a violent tornado. Tornado emergency has been issued for Rolling Fork and Anguilla. That is a wedge.
Yep. At 8:03, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Rolling Fork, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency for Rolling Fork and Anguilla. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Folks, this is as serious as we can get it here. I need to change my color tables. This is as serious as we can get it here. Anguilla, Nidiyuma, Delta City,
Oh my
Midnight, and Belzoni
goodness.
need to be in your shelters. Underground shelter is the best chance that you have at keeping yourself safe from this. You have no time if you're in Rolling Fork. You need to be in a safe space yesterday. If you're in Anguilla, south of Anguilla, you have a couple minutes to get pillows and blankets and get into an underground shelter or your lowest innermost part of your building.
Yeah, I mean,
Innermost is the key term there. Very, very important that you are heeding this. This is a very strong tornado on the ground, possibly destructive as worded by the tornado emergency. And again, like I said, if you're also along State Route 14 east of Anguilla, you need to be watching out for this as well. Any of those areas, any neighborhoods that there might be between Anguilla and Louise, you guys need to be watching out for this as this is coming up your way.
Look at how large the spectrum width ball is. That right there. Wow. And don't even get me started on the correlation coefficient, because the correlation coefficient is at the lowest it can be. It legit. Oh, Ben McHome, large tornado. This right here is from Ben McHone at Tornado Warned. At Tornado Warned. That'll do it. That will do it. That is a wedge. That is a large tornado. Very large tornado. And it's going straight for Rolling Fork. It's right next to Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork's going to get a direct impact here, unfortunately. Wow. But that is a wedge. And once again, that's from Ben McHone at Tornado Warned. We have to emphasize, this is a significant tornado. Zachary Hall with another picture of a, what looks to be pretty significant tornado as well. Wow. I mean, this is a very large tornado. And if you're just tuning in here, this is a tornado emergency right now. My eye is itching at the worst possible time. I apologize. But this is a tornado emergency here for Rolling Fork and Anguilla in Mississippi. And if you live over here in Anguilla and Rolling Fork, you need to get in your safe space right now. This is Highway 61. This is State Route 14 in Mississippi. I mean, this is... Wow. I'm gonna pull this up here on the side. Oh, Zach and Frankie are caught. They're caught in it. New up. Okay. That's not what I wanted to see. That's a direct hit with Rolling Fork. That's a direct hit with Rolling Fork. Look at how large the debris ball is here, guys. That is a direct hit there with Rolling Fork. Wow. Man, oh man, this is very, very intense right within here. Yeah, that is a large tornado. That is a large tornado from what I've seen. Texas storm chasers caught a very large tornado within that as well. Yeah, this is a direct hit with Rolling Fork, and the worst part about it here, guys, I don't really see this thing stopping anytime soon as of right now. If you know anyone that lives in Anguilla and Luis and Midnight, they're heading to you guys next. This storm is going to be heading towards you guys next. My recommendation, if you're in Luis, head south. Head south on 49, go to Yazoo City. If you are in Midnight, go north. Go north on 49 to Belzoni, and then go west. Go west. Sure, there may be hail over there. Oh, well. You need to get out of the way of this thing. All right? You need to get out of the way of this thing. Anguilla, it's too late. If you're on the northern side of Anguilla and you're in a car, go north on 61. Otherwise, if you're in Anguilla, stay in your safe space right now. All right? If you are on 14, in between Anguilla and Luis, it's too late. All right? You need to get into a sturdy structure. Oh my, ow. 92 on top of 105. Wow. That is very strong. Wow. I mean, this is... I mean, we'll just play the loop here. Once again, tornado emergency has been issued. Tornado emergency has been issued. And a significant tornado is ongoing as of right now. Wow. This is a very powerful storm. It is still going. It is now on the southern side of Anguilla. It's about to cross over Highway 14. If you are in Midnight in Luis in Mississippi, I urge you to get into your safe space immediately. This thing is about to cross over right in front of you guys. This is a very dangerous situation. Once again, tornado emergency. Just to read the warning for you all here, real quickly. And it looks like there's been some significant damage, by the way, in Rolling Fork. Zach Hall went to Rolling Fork to see what the aftermath was. There's a lot of damage over there. Just for reference, all right, this is the wording for a tornado emergency for people who can't remember, okay, or people who haven't heard. A tornado emergency has been issued for Anguilla and Luis. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Humphreys and Sharkey counties. All right. At 8:11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and destructive tornado is located over Anguilla or near Rolling Fork, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for Anguilla and Luis, or Anguilla. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, deadly tornado. This tornado will be near Delta City at 8:20, Midnight at 8:30, and Belzoni at 8:40. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, tornado emergency has been issued. This is Sharkey and Humphreys counties here in Mississippi for a very strong tornado that is currently ongoing, and it's going to continue to go, honestly. This thing has no reason to stop whatsoever. This thing has no reason to stop whatsoever.
New mesoscale discussion, and it's for this supercell that they just put out, saying that a intense tornado of EF3 plus rating, that's what they said, it's not me saying it, is likely ongoing with a supercell tracking northeast for across western Sharkey County, Mississippi, and the storm should persist for the next half hour to an hour. VROT well above 70 knots and a well-defined TDS up to 13,000 feet, indicative of an intense tornado given the parameter space. Downstream environment features a large clockwise curved hodograph per Jackson vertical wind profile with around 430 meters squared per second squared of storm relative velocity amid rich boundary layer moisture. This will support the maintenance of this intense supercell heading towards the northeast for the next half hour to an hour. So, like we're saying, folks, basically as serious as it can get right now.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to say as well here real quickly. Not to say that this thing has died. All right. I'm not saying that the event has died or anything, this is a bust or whatever. Okay. On the contrary, all right, if there was a positive for what's going on in the other weather world right now, the moderate risk has been dropped. It is now a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale.
They did drop that. And I mentioned that only to realize that my Discord disconnected, so. That's
classic. But on the other hand, I mean, you can't ignore the fact that this thing is as violent as it is. This is a violent tornado. This is probably going to be a long track tornado because honestly, there aren't really any storms out in front of it that can merge besides maybe these ones over here near Yazoo City. But unless if they get stronger, they're not really going to do a whole lot. So this thing is going to long track for quite a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if well, I was going to say here real quickly, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing continues to stay on the ground until it gets to probably the edge of Holmes County, maybe even Interstate 55. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing stayed on the ground for that long.
Nate, I've got debris reliably to 34,000 feet.
34?
Go look up on CC and tilt. Goes all
tornado warning extension, northern storm.
Warning for western Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Yalobusha County in northwestern Mississippi, northeastern Tallahatchie County in northwestern Mississippi, southeastern Panola County in northwestern Mississippi.
Ooh, you might be right with that one. Maybe. Slightly. I would say 25.
Did you get the new scan?
I took a slice.
5.1 on 5.1 tilt.
I took a
slice is going to take a minute. It lags behind. Just go on CC and look. Just base radar product. I'm sorry, but that's right there. Really quickly, tornado warning for Lafayette, Yalobusha, Tallahatchie, and Panola counties. That will be until the top of the hour for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Charleston. So if you guys are in the areas of Oxford, Batesville, Water Valley, Holly Springs National Forest, that area in general, including Oakland, Cortland, and Taylor, College Hill, Eureka Springs, and obviously Charleston as well. You need to be
crossing the highway right now.
Most part of your building.
It's crossing 14 right now as we speak. It's about to cross 14.
This is just chewing on the ground. Louise, midnight. You need to be in your safe space now. 100%. You gotta go.
And think of it this way too as well. Silver City. It will head off to you guys. Silver City, it's coming to you all. Highway 49 West, Luis, midnight, Silver City. It is coming to you all. If you're in Luis, go south now. Go south now. You still have a little bit of time if you're in Luis. If you're in midnight, unless if you're booking it north, it's too late. You need to get in your safe space now. You need to get into a sturdy building. All right? Because this storm right here is very strong. It is still very strong. It has maintained its character throughout a good duration of time. And the way to tell that this thing will continue to be strong, we've neglected to look at one of our favorite products, Morgan.
Cape and Vort?
No, I'm talking about on the radar right now.
all. Um,
What's one way for us to tell if this thing is going to sustain? This thing still has a massive ZDR arc.
Yep. I've been looking at ZDR to just tell where the tornado is. You can do that too.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you can still, because ZDR does look at that too. But this thing still has a massive ZDR arc.
ZDR picks up, folks, ZDR picks up negative pixels when there's lofted debris.
Chat, this is what I did not want to show you with normalized rotation. But it kind of emphasizes right now what's going on. It really does. We've hit the max. We've hit the max with normalized rotation. It is white. It has been white for a very long time. This is, oh my.
Nate, 42,000 feet.
So my only rebuttal to that is I checked KDP, and KDP was actually positive, high positive. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was 42.
6-4 tilt.
Yes.
KDP reads negative there.
Well, that's because you're the dendritic growth zone. Go to 5.1 again.
It reads -1+ for me.
For you? What
in
the?
some spots.
CC. KDP.
Dude, it's there.
I don't know. ZDR also is positive in that spot. So
starting to scatter though. So
that that's why I'm saying 20. I think 20. I think 20 is, and it still is, you know, it doesn't defeat the purpose that this is still a strong tornado. It is a strong tornado. It's going over Highway 14 right now. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado emergency. This is heading off towards midnight. This is heading off towards Silver City in Mississippi. This is a significant tornado right now. Violent tornado that is currently ongoing. It went over Rolling Fork. It just barely passed Anguilla. It is heading for midnight directly. Midnight in Silver City. It is heading to you guys directly. So if you live over there near midnight or near Silver City or anywhere in between, you need to get in your safe space.
They're requesting all hands on deck and Rolling Fork. Catastrophic damage.
Can you send me?
I'm gonna get a scanner up.
Yeah.
That.
Oh, I'm seeing some preliminary damage here.
There is no scanner in Sharkley County. I guess Yazoo is the best thing.
First off, this is from Texas Storm Chasers. This was a video that was sent earlier. Or a picture I was sent earlier, I should say. So this is from Texas Storm Chasers at Texas Storm Chasers. That right there is what I saw. That is a wedge.
Looks like it may be multivort too.
Very well could be too. But on the other hand here, chat, this tornado was only illuminated because of the lightning. But look at how close he had to get to the tornado to see it. It's rain wrapped.
That's too close.
It's rain wrapped.
It's rain wrapped, folks. It's 8:30.
You won't be able to see it, all right? It's too dark and it's too rain wrapped.
Do not, if you are not an experienced chaser, and I would even go to say that you should not be on this chasing. Because think about it this way. You remember Mayfield, Nate? No one was chasing that.
Nope.
If you are not an experienced chaser, you have no reason to be outside. You are putting your life at risk by doing so.
Oh, yeah.
You need to be, if you are in this tornado emergency, Louise, go south. Midnight, Silver City, Belzoni, you need to be in an underground shelter now to have your best chance at surviving. This is a violent tornado.
Oh, my.
That is pushing up towards 49 West. Violent tornado.
Oh.
You have to be in an underground shelter to give yourself the best chance. An interior room, it may not do it.
And just for reference, because this thing is still clearly as significant as it is still a very significant tornado right now. It is still a very large tornado. Look at this here real quickly, guys. So this is from Fox Weather. I'm not going to play
Look
it.
at that, Kendall.
Play the audio, I should say. That looks to be relatively significant. That looks to be relatively significant. Look at how many cars are there. That'll do it.
Also, I've got a question for you, Nate.
Oh, look at this picture right here, guys. Oh my gosh. This is from Zachary Hall, real quickly. At Weather Zachary. At WX Zachary.
Yeah, that is catastrophic damage.
And to think of this here real quickly, guys, we're showing you these pictures right now. We're showing you this before Morgan continues to talk here. We're showing you this because it's still going. This thing is still on the ground, and it is still violent. Very violent. It is heading to midnight. It is heading to Silver City in Mississippi. If you are in those areas, you need to get in your safe.
Going up and going to Rolling Fork. This is wobbling. When was the last time a tornado wobbled?
Oh boy. Winterset? Winterset.
Has it really been that long?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
I know it's been a minute. But goodness gracious. Still on the ground, still going, debris getting shot into the forward flank. You are in midnight and Silver City. You have no time. You need to go. Silver City, you have a little bit of time. Midnight, you have no time.
Still a ZDR arc
Absolutely
there too.
need to go.
There is still a ZDR arc, which tells me this storm has no reason to die anytime soon. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. And frankly, as I mentioned, I don't think this thing is going to die until it gets to Highway 55. There's a good chance this thing continues to go until it gets there. This is a significant storm.
I sent you the Yazoo County scanner. Because that's the best thing that we got. We don't have one in Sharkley.
What about Humphreys?
We do not have one. Do not have one there either.
Well, that sucks.
We have one in Sunflower, we have one in LaFleur, and we have one in Yazoo. And I'm using the one in Yazoo.
Go away, ads. Man. But this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. That is now approaching midnight in Silver City. If you are at midnight, or if you are in Silver City, in Mississippi, now is the time for you to get in your safe space. This thing is still going. This thing is still very significant. This thing is deadly.
Tornado emergency continues at 8:22. A confirmed large and destructive tornado is located 7 miles southwest of midnight, 12 miles northeast of Rolling Fork. Moving northeast of 50. This is a tornado emergency for midnight in Silver City. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to take cover now. Hazard deadly tornado source radar confirmed. So,
I'm saying 22. 22,000 is my guess.
Nothing has changed, folks.
Yeah, wow. But this is definitely 22,000 feet.
At the very least. Which is horrendous to say.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
I got radio silence on the Yazoo scanner.
Yeah.
Which may be the best thing at the moment. For them to do, at least.
Mayor of Rolling Fork saying that some of the people there think that, or not think, know that their houses are gone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check Memphis's radar real quickly. It does look like the cell near Enid does have some decent rotation here as well, heading to Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford. So Oxford, if you live in Oxford down there, you guys need to watch out for that. That storm over there that has been continuing for quite a long time. There's a good chance that you guys could potentially see some tornadic. So Lafayette, Panola, northern Yallabusha County over there in Mississippi. Guys need to watch out, but the immediate danger right now has got to be the tornado emergency that is for midnight in Silver City. If you guys live over there, please get into your safe space. If you live south of Belzoni, you need to get in your safe space. If you live east of Belzoni, towards Chula, all right? Chula, Thornton, and western Holmes County, you need to get in your safe space. Because this thing is still going. And it has no reason to stop. Yeah, what they're seeing is absolutely insane. Yeah. Wow. I can't get enough of what all is happening here. New tornado warning now.
Tornado warning for northern Holmes County
no longer
in
tornado
central
emergency
Mississippi,
downstream.
western Carroll County in north central Mississippi, southern Leffler County in north central Mississippi, east central Humphreys County in central Mississippi.
I mean, this velocity still looks pretty significant. Right now, they're only doing radar confirmed. They're not doing PDS or a tornado emergency for that. Although tornado emergency still does continue for midnight in Silver City, which midnight's getting hit right now. If you live in midnight, you are getting hit right now as we speak, specifically the northern side of midnight. All right.
And Silver City, it's heading right toward you.
Yeah, Silver City, it's heading straight for you. You need to get in your safe space if you're in Silver City. That's a roadway there, with Silver City, isn't it? What road is that?
Velocity signature ain't getting any weaker.
That's 49 west. So actually, 149 is where midnight in Silver City is at, and then 49 west is what goes through Silver City in itself. So if you're near 49 west, or if you're near 149 over near midnight, you need to get in your safe space. I mean, this thing isn't really ripping up a whole lot of stuff right now. Someone mentioned in chat it's going over farmland. They're right. Because of the fact that it's going over farmland, it's not hitting a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, you're probably not going to read too much on correlation coefficient.
Right. So this is a major issue. Once again, midnight, I hope that you're in your safe space right now. Silver City, you need to get in your safe space right now, if you haven't already. Silver City, Mississippi, significant situation, violent tornado emergency that has been issued for Humphreys County over there in Mississippi. And then this is also heading towards Chula. All right? Chula, Mississippi, over in western Holmes County. If you're in western and northwestern Holmes County, you need to get in your safe space. You need to get into your safe space right now.
Wobbling more. Leaning a little bit more to the right now. Tornado emergency continues at 8:33, confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near midnight.
Oh
south
my.
of Belzoni. Tornado emergency.
It recycled. It recycled
Midnight,
while
Silver
tornadoes
City.
on the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah.
It had a failed occlusion. This is a long tracker. I mean, it obviously, but this is certified now. This is going to be on for a while. What I just saw here, chat here. All right, I want you to recognize how tightly compact the velocities were right here on its approach to midnight. I also want you to recognize how deep the correlation coefficient was as it was over this point. As we go over closer to midnight, the rotation seems to get larger, but in turn, either we have some de-aliasing right here, or we have two distinct areas of rotations, and it shed a little bit of it to the left, but at the same time, when things occlude, you get a lot more rain within the storm. It becomes a lot more rain wrapped, and it tries to bend a little bit more towards the left. We kind of get these little curls to the left. So let's see if this debris ball, if we go back over a couple of scans, we'll see that if this thing, we'll start from right here, starts to curl just a tiny smidge to the left. So let's actually go with the edge of the tornado right here on the northern side. So there's that. There's that. It goes to the right. And then it chills up back to the left. That. 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 So that means it probably did its occlusion process already down here. That was probably when it did its occlusion process, and that's the reason why the actual rotation fizzled off a little bit later on, which makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. And so now you have two areas of rotation trying to fight for dominance here. So you have the other one that's to the south right here. This one's the old one right here, the old tornado. If this thing merges, if the rotations merge, not only will this be a huge issue for Silver City, all right, this kind of reminds me a little bit of Sulphur, Oklahoma in its own way, but it'll be a huge issue for Chula as well. So emphasis right now on Silver City. Significant tornado in progress right now. Violent tornado. Okay. Yeah, it's going over Silver City right now. So it is hitting Silver City. Tornado emergency for Silver City as we speak. And this will head to Chula. If you live in Chula, you need to get into your safe space right now. So Chula, we're talking Kruger, Highway 49 East, State Highway 12, State Highway 12, State Highway 49 West right here at Silver City. Midnight and Louise and Anguilla, as well as Rolling Fork. You guys are in the clear. Now it's Kruger and Chula. Silver City's getting hit right now. I pray that they are doing fine right now. It doesn't look like it on CC, but I pray that they're doing okay. It's now Chula and Kruger. Chula and Kruger. Blackhawk and Coila, by the way, in Carroll County for Mississippi. You guys need to be on standby. You guys need to be on standby.
As well, maybe. Depends on if it occludes.
Yeah.
Winona, Carrollton. Two areas that should mean something to you. Carrollton is east of Greenwood.
Yep.
We all focus up there along 55. You got to keep eyes on this. And I'm not saying that it's gonna make it to you, but this thing ain't gonna die easily.
Oh, Vince is running right into the tornado. He's driving north on.
Of course he is.
Driving north on 49. A chaser was hit and injured. That's what I was scared about. I hate Highway 49. I legit hate Highway 49. Or not 49, 61. I hate Highway 61. It's just I hate the highways over there in Mississippi in general. Yeah, correlation coefficient got worse. It did exactly what we thought. It's occluding, or it did occlude, and now it's recycling completely. That is not good downstream.
I ain't gonna say a word beyond what I'm sending you.
Oh my!
DMs.
Before you say anything, oh, Marcus Reynolds. Wow.
Not saying a word. Just hope you got out of that.
Someone reported on Twitter that Marcus is okay, and that he hit his head. Car has no windows. Jeez. What was I gonna say?
Still on the ground, still doing damage. Big drop.
That's what I was gonna say. It's filtering. The tornado is that significant that the debris is now ventilating from the actual storm.
Yeah, it's filtering out through the forward flank.
Look at this here, guys. There's your tornado. This right here is debris, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is debris. And that is being pushed out in front as a part of anvil precipitation. The ventilation of this supercell has ventilated the debris that was a part of Rolling Fork and areas all the way up towards Silver City. It's still got 2 areas of rotation. It looks like it's recycled. Yeah, it's there. It's got 2 areas of rotation. Who knows if it can recycle again, but it looked like it had a failed occlusion, and it's still on the ground. Vince is retreating, and
Tornado
there are...
emergency, Chula.
Yeah.
Tornado emergency.
Power lines down on 49 West.
So, folks, that tornado reported warning downstream has been upgraded to a tornado emergency. This includes areas of Chula, Kruger, Blackhawk, Coila, and Carrollton. So up 49 east.
Oh, come on,
for my
man.
warning box to update. Yep. At 8:41, a confirmed large and destructive tornado is located near Belzoni, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Tornado emergency for Chula. This is a particularly dangerous situation as worded by the National Weather Service in Jackson. So locations that are going to be impacted include Thornton at 8:50, Chula and Howard at 9, Seven Pines at 9:15, Blackhawk at 9:20, Coila and Emory at 9:25, as well as Kruger and Carrollton way down the line. So, folks, you got to be taking this seriously. If you are on the eastern side of the warning, like Blackhawk, Coila, and Carrollton, you have time to prepare and either get out or get necessary things to protect yourself from this tornado. News scan and CC has fanned, which is a little bit interesting. The velocity signature is still quite significant, so we'll see if it's just hitting it. There's a good chance that it's just hitting nothingness at the moment. So Chula and Kruger around 49 east, as well as Blackhawk and Coila on 17 way down the line. You guys need to be in your safe space now. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building, and underground will give you the best chance to survive. I'm going to say that again. Underground will give you the best chance to survive. And looking at the damage photos that we are getting out of Rolling Fork, it may be the best option for you to seek an underground shelter, whether that is in your town or whether you need to go a couple towns over to get toward that. Just got a report from Evan Evans of a large wedge tornado on the ground 2 miles to his northeast as of 3 minutes ago. So this thing is still on the ground, still chewing. I don't think it is lifted despite what CC has said. There's a solid chance it's just hitting open farmland. Rolling Fork, we have a report of a completely destroyed structure, rolled vehicle, and severely damaged trees, as well as a report of individuals trapped in what was described as a truck stop near Rolling Fork. So, folks, it is as serious as you can get it right now for these areas north of Chula. If you are on 12 between Thornton and Belzoni, you need to be in an underground shelter. If you're in Chula and Kruger, like I said, along 49 East, you need to be in an underground shelter. If you are along 17 near Carrollton, Coila, and Blackhawk, you have some time to get mattresses, pillows, helmets, and particularly well-built shoes. That is the most important thing to me that I will stress is if your town happens to be impacted and you happen to be directly impacted, you need sturdy footwear to get around after the fact. So just absolutely a necessity that you guys are taking this seriously at the moment.
So, analogs, right? Sam Emerson. Love Sam Emerson. Sam Emerson's work is absolutely phenomenal.
Brains.
Did his whole thing on trying to figure out, based off of radar, how significant this tornado was.
V-Rod, yeah.
There was only 4 analogs that this tornado at peak compared to. All of them were EF4. 2 of which were the Pilger twins. Take that however way you will. Another one was Pawnee County. That was May 18th, 2013. And then Leake County, Mississippi. April 28th, 2014. So, for those of you who know what those tornadoes are, analogs are comparing those tornadoes to this one right now. So just kind of get an idea as to how significant this thing really is. This thing is 100% EF3 at minimum. Based off of the damage that I've seen, good chance it could be EF4 too. Good chance.
Zachary Hall was asked to tweet from a Rolling Fork, Mississippi police officer, and I quote, "Major tornado damage. We need as many ambulances as possible and any help for search and rescue in the town." Again, from a police officer. Zach was asked to tweet it.
Yeah. There is, and that's a pretty small town too. It's a very small town. Which means they don't have as many utilities to be able to try and recover from it as quickly as, say, some other areas. So, with that being said, they probably do need as much help as they possibly can.
Search and rescue also needed in Silver City. There's no way this thing is off the ground.
If you guys find any additional stuff on Twitter, please be sure to @ me and @ the National Weather Service. @ Nate_Snyder on Twitter. I'm putting it on there. Once again, tornado emergency. It passed through Rolling Fork, did significant damage over there. Passed through Midnight in Silver City, and it is now passing over Highway 12, Mississippi State Highway 12, and is getting closer to Chula and Kruger. So if you are in Chula or Kruger, either one, you need to get in your safe space. Sure, this thing on track may look to be going through the middle of you all right? But regardless of anything around, all right? First off, flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter, because if you can imagine a 2x4 being slung around by a large tornado, such as this one, that will kill people. So you need to get into a sturdy structure right now and stay away from windows. On the other hand,
Get recycled again.
Yes, it did. It actually shed its rotation finally on the side. It's very rain wrapped still. It's actually got a little bit of a ZDR arc still as well. It still has a ZDR arc actually. Wow.
Still going.
This, yeah.
Chewing on the ground. That's a new tornado warning for Oxford.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, Western Union County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Marshall County in northwestern Mississippi.
A lot of straight line damaging winds with a very minimum.
Yeah, I'm gonna check on that storm that's over near Oxford.
6 and 30. Etta as well, and New Albany. You guys are on the eastern edge of the warning. You guys need to be in an underground shelter. Lowest and innermost part of your building, away from windows. To put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as you can. Time to move this over here, and time to bring Fort Polk's radar to... I don't know where, actually. I'm going to close it.
You could hypothetically do Columbus Air Force Base, but...
I just put a Little Rock there.
Once again, if you are just tuning in here right now, there is a tornado emergency that has been issued for northwestern Holmes County, southwestern Carroll County, and then southern portions of LaFleur County in Mississippi. This is a storm that has historically done significant damage. And if you live in any of those counties that I have mentioned, whether it's Chula, the city of Chula or the town of Chula, the town of Kruger, the town of Sidon, the town of Black Hawk, the town of Coila, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And this thing, by the way, chat, is still ventilating debris. See all that right there on correlation coefficient and ZDR? This thing is still ventilating. This thing is chewing up debris and throwing it out. This is significant. So when the National Weather Service issues warnings like this, tornado emergencies, 99% of the time, they actually mean it. They are deadly situations. Very deadly situations, I might add. And they should be respected accordingly. So Chula and Kruger in Mississippi, in northwestern Holmes County, you guys are in immediate danger right now. You're in an immediate danger.
No way this thing just turned right. It did turn right.
Honestly, I think it might be recycling, so give it a second. It'll turn right and then it'll shift off northeast sharply.
North side of Chula, all of Chula, underground.
Yeah, I'm just saying at this point, Chula and Kruger and anywhere in between. Get into your safe space right now. You do not want to risk it. You do not want to risk it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please share this information with them, because this is a very serious situation. Remember, keep hitting the thumbs up button down below, and even subscribe. You can unsubscribe and unlike. You can dislike it after the stream. For right now, we want to try and get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. And this is very, very intense with it.
still on the ground.
Can you do me a favor?
I can do my best.
You have METAR stations up, correct?
Yeah, but my GR Earth is just not functioning right now, so
You have it on Analyst, correct?
I do.
Go to the METAR station that's east of Greenwood. And you should be able to take a look at why this thing will probably continue to sustain for as long as it can.
What, wind barb direction among other things?
Direction and strength. The fact that you have south-southeasterlies at 30 knots.
It's ripping.
It's still on the ground. It didn't. It looks like it didn't lift.
This is
It keeps occluding though. It keeps recycling. Whew. Yeah, this is a very. I mean, I keep saying this over and over again. I don't know how else to describe this besides this is a strong tornado.
Nate, DMs, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
I still think winter set to a lesser degree.
The whole time, though? Like this is?
The whole time until it got over that interstate that went east-west of Des Moines. Because it crossed over 35. And then it got to that interstate. And then it finally died. Yeah, this is a, and there's another area of rotation behind this. This is another storm that's over near Silver City. Wow, it's another supercell. Silver City, Thornton, Chula. I would stay in your safe space. There's a second rotation that's coming in behind this. A second one. And if that one takes up any of the characteristics that the first one has, it could at least try to produce a tornado. Yeah, that one's not on the ground near Silver City, but yeah, if you're in Chula or in Kruger in Mississippi, I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again, so I apologize if it sounds like a broken record. It has to sound like a broken record. You need to get in your safe space right now. The storm has had a history of producing large, long-track tornadoes. Violent in nature. And people need to get in their safe space. I want to see if I can find anything else here across the board. Yeah, that Silver City cell is starting to intensify, and that is not good. the second one is starting to intensify behind it, which is not good. A report out of Silver City of a home damaged. The picture relayed via Twitter. Once again, there was, Bentley now saw it too. New supercell looks to be developing on the southwest edge of the lead supercell. Could see 2 strong supercells developing out of this cluster. Yep. So even Bentley sees it too. Silver City. So Chula and Howard, or actually realistically, it'll be going over the same exact spots. Chula and Kruger, after this storm passes through, you are still not going to want to go anywhere. If you are in Chula, after this tornado crosses over Highway 49, which we don't have a debris signature anymore, fortunately, you need to stay in your safe space. Because there is a second one that is heading off towards that area. There is a second one. What I want to do here real quickly is I want to show you guys one thing of damage that has really stood out to me. They just updated the warning, the tornado emergency. It is now a PDS. So it still has the tornado emergency lines, but is officially now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning rather than a tornado emergency. I want to show you guys here really the scale of the damage here. That was when this storm originally hit the first town, which was Rolling Fork, and we have no, that was just a correction to the report. But very, very scary image here. This is from Zachary Hall at WX Zachary here. Very scary image. Very scary image here of what appears to be catastrophic damage. It appears to be catastrophic damage. So, and wow, Silver City is starting to increase.
It's gonna try and go again. Good news. The main supercells tornado has lifted.
Yeah.
There's positive ZDR around the rotation. There is a much less amount of spectrum width as well. That is done. That is done. So, Blackhawk and Koila, you guys still have a PDS tornado warning for this very strong rotation. But maybe things looking a little bit up for y'all. Now, that said, that other cell looks gnarly. Already. So, absolutely cannot rule out the possibility that that also gets a tornado, and that's a little bit closer to home for Chula. So, folks still can't be taking chances with this. Still cannot be taking chances with this.
You're pretty far away from your mic, by the way.
Better.
Quite, but I can turn you up as well.
Nah, don't bother. Was laying back a little bit.
I'll do that, and then I'll do that to counter. Should be better. Yeah, Reed's heading to the Vicksburg hospital. They need Reed says they need emergency personnel badly. Yeah, there looks to be 2 significant supercells ongoing at this time. They look to be ongoing at this time with a That's not on the ground, but that's about a weak ecoregion, and I'm starting to get vibes
Deja vu.
from that. Wow. It looks very familiar. Very familiar to the storm that went before it. So there's your tornado in all actuality. Still have a lot of velocities that are moving away and velocities that are moving towards, but the real
Nate, DMs, please.
couplet is right there.
A couple people
Oh,
actually just mentioned you with that. I can't tell if that is a foundation. I don't think it is. But like I said, I truthfully can't tell. That is very significant damage, no less.
looks like a mobile home.
Bior.
Yeah.
Silver City. Already.
Yeah. Which is the reason why I was like, I don't like that. Because it immediately is starting to take the characteristics of its former.
That's a new tornado.
Yeah, heading to Black Hawk.
Supercell.
It's still going. It's still going. I couldn't show that on stream, by the way, chat, so I just retweeted it. If you want to see it yourself, feel free to take a look. Said it was not for media use, so I respect it. Understandable. And I appreciate everyone sending me stuff, by the way. If you would like to continue to send me stuff on Twitter, help me kind of get an idea as to what's happening on the ground over here, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That way I may be able to at least see what's happening there. I mean, I know what's happening on radar, but I mean, I can't imagine what's going on down there. So yeah, that is a new tornado on the same supercell. It is heading towards Black Hawk. It is back on the ground again. And once again, this is heading off towards Mississippi Highway 17. Mississippi Highway 17. Just got a new report from Brandon Clement. North of Chula, it says trees and lines down, still assessing damage. So. And as quickly as it came, the debris signature went as well. So it looks like it was a brief tornado, but it still has rotation heading towards Black Hawk. If you know anyone that lives near Black Hawk, they need to get into their safe space. And on the contrary, northwest of Thornton, northeast of Silver City, there is some pretty strong rotation over there that looks like this probably would put down a tornado.
Oh, that parent storm. Mesoscale discussion concerning northwestern Alabama into middle Tennessee, saying a watched issuance is likely before 2:30Z, which is 20 minutes from now, for the risk of severe storms capable of all hazards increasing.
Man. Am I sure it's not just going over farmland? I mean, it is going over farmland, but now it's hitting stuff. So, I mean, it hit stuff and then it kind of dissipated a little bit. So, it has been doing damage. People are saying, well, what about the lapse rates now? Lapse rates don't matter when you're under a shortwave at the surface and at 700 millibars, which is what I was trying to say at the beginning of the stream here today. The worst case scenario is if they follow along both of the shortwave troughs. And unfortunately, that's kind of what we got right now.
Folks, the physics of vorticity axes and really boundaries in general promotes surface convergence. And frankly, if and I know this isn't really the time, but if you were saying that lapse rates weren't going to be a concern coming into this event, that you need to take a step back for this right now. That parent storm continues to get stronger. It doesn't look like it has spectrum width, which is interesting. I wonder if we're just looking too high up.
No, I think what actually is happening is it's looking at the inflow. It's not actually looking at where the mesocyclone is.
Hard to say where the inflow is really on that, but that does have a B word.
Yeah.
So
and the rotation's slightly north of the B word. In question, I should say. Wow.
PDS continues. It is no longer a Tory.
Yeah.
Still no longer a Tory, excuse me. And 9-10, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornadoes look in your Black Hawk. Now, I'm not gonna berate what the wording is on that, but it's not set in stone that this is on the ground at the moment per se, just given the radar data that we have, and like Nate said, could be reading inflow. But regardless, you're talking very, very significant damaging winds, probably in excess of 90 miles an hour going on with this storm. Black Hawk, Coila, you need to be in an underground shelter.
Still got debris slinging around.
On the forward flank? Oh
yeah.
My goodness. Yeah.
On the forward, or no, on the rear flank, on the southern side.
No, it's not even on.
There's still tiny smidge of debris that's continuing to be lofted.
Yeah.
So regardless if this thing is tornadic or not, this thing is still picking up a lot of stuff. And that right there, I wonder if that is side lobe.
I don't like that rotation on the back.
Yeah, Chula and Kruger once again. All right, we said the first one, as soon as that one passes, you know, stay in your safe space. We're still saying it.
Blackhawk, you're about to get shellacked. It isn't over. This one's going to pass through, and then this one behind it, that's backed by Chula, is going to come through 30 minutes later. You got to be alert, and you got to be taking your proper precautions to protect yourself and others around you. And this is what makes it a little bit difficult when working in this industry. You know, we're here, we're covering this. I'm just going to leave it at the fact that humans have emotions. So it is just kind of smidge difficult seeing everything happening in Rolling Fork.
Yeah.
Just really hoping that we don't get a similar situation with any of these storms. And I can't speak for Nate, but it's where I'm at. Just hope that everyone's
Silver Pine. Right now, I'm
just hope
trying
that everyone
to,
ends up all right.
Right now, I'm holding all right. What?
Oh, man, if I didn't know better, then Blackhawk would be a slam dunk right now, but it's not happening on correlation coefficient, which is excellent news.
Ooh.
Wow. Folks, perspective is important, and this may not be producing a tornado, but that is still 133 on top of 25.
It's right inside the viewer.
I personally cannot recall a time that experiencing 133 mile an hour winds on its own was fun. So maybe just think about that as this thing continues to push off towards the north and east. Winona, you need to start thinking about what you're going to be doing in the event that a tornado comes up towards your area. We are getting to the point in which we need to start considering that, considering impact to your local area coming up your way in about 20 minutes.
And I'm going to send this to Morgan here, but I'm going to kind of emphasize further my point on a vorticity axis. We talk about streamwise vorticity. We talk about vorticity axis.
Wow.
I want to show you guys what I really mean.
That's going right. Dude,
about
that's going right through it. That's going right through it.
I want to show you guys what I really mean. This is from Sam Brandt at Sam Brandt 99, who is does fantastic research on hodographs and vorticity and streamwise vorticity. This is a storm relative hodograph, which tells you the percentage of streamwise vorticity.
Oh, Nate, Blackhawk's down. Debris. Big debris.
Jeez, yeah, it's back down on the ground again.
Goodness gracious.
Just to emphasize
Winona, like
real
I
quickly.
said. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quickly.
I don't want to talk over you.
This entire area here, under both of those shortwave troughs, all of this streamwise vorticity, which is what you need for tornadoes, it gets higher. It gets highly. What's the word? It becomes even more probable that you will see a tornado if you see pure streamwise vorticity, especially if you go from 0 to 3 kilometers. And that is the case.
Tornado warning for Eastern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, Webster County in north-central Mississippi,
Winona, you gotta go.
Montgomery County in north-central
The time
Mississippi.
is now.
Yeah.
You gotta get pillows, you gotta get blankets. This is a strong tornado heading up towards your area. That signature.
Oh.
I'm reading 120. I'm reading 128 on top of 34.
I'm seeing an S on
Folks.
normalized rotation. That right there is the dagger.
That is, yeah. And that rotation back to the south and west ain't no sludge either. You got to keep that in mind as well. If you are north of Vaden on 55 in Winona, south of Duck Hill, you need to be in an underground shelter now or in your lowest innermost part of your building. If you are along United States Route 82 between Winona and Kilmichael, you need to be in an underground shelter now as well. 51, like I said, heading up towards Duck Hill. Sweatman, you also need to be in a safe space now. And then we get into farm. Really, any of these areas, about really 10 or 15 miles in proximity to the north of Kilmichael, Stewart, and Tomnon on 82. United States Route 82 going up towards Euphora. You need to be in an underground shelter now. You can't. We've seen what this can do. You cannot take a chance. You absolutely cannot take a chance, and that is maybe the largest debris signature this storm has had. Folks?
It's close. It's close to when it was northeast of Rolling Fork after it passed through.
I'm just talking about, like, diameter-wise.
Yeah, it's close. It's very close. That is a debris signature.
I don't know how clearer I can make it to you.
Well, then let me take over real quickly. Then
yeah.
People might ask, what is correlation coefficient? What is a correlation coefficient drop? With a radar, we have a product here that can be able to tell if what is being picked up by a radar is either meteorological, essentially if it's rain, or if it's not. And whenever your correlation coefficient starts to drop, your percentage. So you see up here, it is red on the scale. As soon as it starts to go down just like that, it becomes more and more non-meteorological, such as, you know, smoke, birds, bugs, ice, trees, pieces of homes, pieces of dirt. What else? Now, you kind of get the point. It's not water. Whenever you have as large of a ball as this one, all right? Usually when you have like 1 pixel or stuff like that, that's a smaller, you know, smaller tornado, or maybe not even as strong of a tornado. When you have a ball as large as this one, with as strong of a velocity couplet, which, if I may, all right, the inbound velocities here is 64 miles per hour, and the outbound is 98, meaning we have a 162 mile per hour delta velocity, which is how fast the rotation actually is spinning. All right. That tells you that we have a very strong, violent tornado that is ongoing as this, you know, as of this moment. So when we say that Winona needs to get into their safe space because there is a large tornado that is heading near their general vicinity, we really do mean it.
Velocity pixels just went off the radar. That's not
Probably the debris.
good.
The debris is probably messing with it.
Yeah, probably spiked it out.
Winona, my recommendation to you. It's too late for you guys at this point to start to try and drive away from this thing. If everyone in Winona started to try and drive east on 82, it'd be too late, because traffic would be an issue and that would cause more fatalities. What needs to happen now is you need to find the nearest sturdy building, nearest anchored building towards the ground.
Yeah.
And you need to be able to get to it. And you need to either get underground, or you need to get in the lowest, innermost part of that building. And you need to put as many walls as you possibly can in between yourself and the outdoors. Because this one right here, I mean, this thing has had a history of producing significant damage. Significant damage. And I want to show you guys here real quickly, okay? Because I feel like this will further emphasize, all right, I saw this on Twitter. This will further emphasize the intensity of this tornado. I'm going to take off all the warnings right here. And I am going to take off, well, actually, I probably don't need to. I'm going to show you guys a max run from both the potential tornadic debris signature and the normalized rotation. And it will show you that this thing has survived for a very long time. I'm actually going to take off the icons here too. Positive debris signature over here. Positive debris signature right here. Positive debris signature right here. Significant rotation right here. All across the board, specifically heading off into Silver City. I mean, this thing just continues to go and go and go. So please, there is a strong storm, there's a strong tornado that is heading to Winona. Strong tornado that is heading to Winona, Mississippi. If you are in Winona, Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. There is also a second storm right behind this. It is not producing a tornado right now, but it very well could. Which means even after you get done with the first one, there is a second one that could potentially be on the way. So do not go outside to try and view these tornadoes. If you do,
you're putting your life in jeopardy.
Your life will be in jeopardy. There's no doubt about it in my mind. We can talk about how this thing has significant rotation. Right here, I'll show you guys. Here's your rotation right there. If I take it to reflectivity, you see the reds inside the circle and around the circle right here that I just put up? This tells you that this entire rotation is rain wrapped. You will not be able to see this thing coming until it is literally right on top of you. New tornado watch issued downstream. If people want to play the game, they can. I'll wait for a little bit, but I don't think it's really appropriate to play the game right now.
It's not the time. It's not the time, folks.
So
probably in the 60-40 range if I had to guess.
Off by 10 on both.
50-30? 70-50?
70-30.
What? I mean, QLCS, I suppose?
More than likely. That's what most of the line is for.
Chasers are still trying to get to this. Folks,
I'm gonna pull up radar scope to see.
Pietro's in Winona. Kopic is trying to catch up. Chris Jackson's trying to catch up.
It'll be too late for people.
No one should be on the roads. Nobody should be on the roads. Tornado emergency for Winona. Tornado emergency has been issued for Winona. At 9:26, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Coila, 9 miles southwest of Winona, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency for Winona and is a particularly dangerous situation, as worded by the National Weather Service in Jackson. Folks, no one should be on the roads. Everyone who is in the warning should be taking to their safe space. Everybody who is in direct proximity to this tornado needs to be working on getting into an underground shelter, thinking about where their underground shelter is, and preparing to go there.
I'm going to show the tornado emergency here in a second. The azimuthal shear from this system, at least according to radar scope, it's been very significant. It's a steady streamline, and this goes to show you that this right here, I mean, you can see the azimuthal shear of the storm that was down in Mendenhall. This wasn't even as intense, or that wasn't even as intense as this one. This one is in a league of its own here today. And that is a tornado emergency for Winona. If you are in Winona, you need to get into your safe space right now. Deadly tornado is possible heading off into your area right now.
Goodness. Sorry, I'm a bit quiet. I'm talking to a couple people here. New scan, CC continues. Man, there's a couple communities south of Winona. Guys, and I don't say this I don't say this lightly, and Nate will back me up there. You will die if you are not underground. If you are not like let me reword that. If you are not taking to your safe space now, if you are trying to get a glimpse of this, there is a chance you will die, because you are not going to know where this is at. It is pouring in Winona now, right?
Yeah.
So
it is raining.
Folks, you cannot attempt to see this thing because there is nothing to see.
And by the time you see something, it's too late.
You're going to hear a wall of wind and the sound of a freight train, and by then it's too late.
Yeah. I mean, it's
underground. No other place to go. No other place to go.
That is wow. So I keep saying Winona. Winona. I gotta talk about the storm a little bit more, though. I gotta talk about the storm a little bit more. And by the way, with what Morgan said, I've only said that with 2 tornadoes before in this entire stream. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. If you stand outside, there's a good chance that not only will you not see anything, the tornado will be right on top of you as it's moving on through. In which case, if you're standing straight up, not only are you risking the chance of being hit by large debris that this thing is already slinging. I mean, this thing is already a mile wide in some instances. But let's not talk about the fact that you could potentially be picked up by the tornado and slung as part of the debris. So, need to get into your safe space right now. All right, this is a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Winona, Mississippi. This thing continues to look as if it's going to continue to sustain. It's still got a ZDR arc, which means this thing will continue to probably be here for a good bit. There's also another storm behind this near Blackhawk, a second one. If you live in Winona, you should continue to stay in your safe space even after this thing produces a tornado, because there's a good chance that this thing could potentially try to produce another one behind it. You need to take that seriously. Very seriously. Someone just said power went out in Winona. Yeah, need to get into a sturdy building and put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. If you can get underground, that'd be perfect. Is there a scanner over?
Sent you one. Sent you the best thing I could get. It's Kill Michael. It's just down the road on 82.
Yeah. Getting an error. Can you hear anything or no?
I haven't put it up.
Yeah. It just hit southern side of Winona. Looks like it did hit the southern side of Winona. For the people who live south of Sweatman and heading towards the Bellefontaine, or the Bellefontaine areas here in Mississippi, we're talking western Webster County, central and northern Montgomery County. There is a tornado emergency that has been issued for your area. So, areas near Highway 82 or north of Highway 82.
Nate, backside rotation.
That's the reason why we're saying both, John. Just on the off chance that someone does have an underground facility, which I have seen stuff at this part of the state. I have seen that. them or there be underground facilities. Yeah, Black Hawk. Aberdeen near Wallersville.
Really?
Someone's saying there's a tornado on the ground over there. I have no idea where that is.
No, it's not.
I have no idea.
Folks, not only is there hail there, but that is a bounded... That's not...
It's a bounded
Weaker
region.
reflectivity values line up with where the correlation coefficient is in mass. And I'm just looking at Memphis even. If I go to Columbus... Yeah. Correlation coefficient lines up with weaker reflectivity values and a large hail core moving through New Albany and Wallerville right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to show you here real quickly just what has happened with this tornado here real quickly. The storm is now passing Winona, and the debris signature is actually starting to lighten up a little bit. But once again, a second storm behind it is heading towards Winona. If you are in Winona, please continue to stay into a sturdy structure. I want to pull this up here. This is from Reed Timmer, at Reed Timmer ACCU from AccuWeather. And let's just watch this and what Reed's got here. This is from Rolling Fork.
This one's empty? Yeah, it's empty. I looked in there. Yeah, he's on him.
Oh, really?
That was from Reed Timmer.
It's a new tornado warning. And it's for New Albany and Wallerville.
Where?
Tornado warning for
Northern stuff.
Eastern Union
Baldwin,
County in northeastern
Guntown, and
Mississippi,
Saltillo,
northwestern
along
County
United
in
States Route
northeastern
45.
Mississippi,
You need to be in an
northern
underground
Lee
shelter.
County
There's
in
2
northeastern
rotations heading
Mississippi,
off towards your area, as well
southwestern
as
Prentiss
if you're
County in
on
northeastern
United States
Mississippi.
Route 78. You also need to be in an underground shelter right now. Wallerville, Blue Spring, Guntown, Saltillo, and Baldwin are the areas on deck that are going to be impacted by multiple tornadic storms. You need to be in an underground shelter now. If nothing else, to protect yourself from the large hail that is currently falling. That is a lot. Goodness. Getting a 75 dBz reading. Yeah, CC definitely did not lighten up.
It's still loading for me. Columbus Air Force Base is not having fun.
Oh, I'm not even using Columbus. I'm using Jackson.
For New Albany?
No, Winona. Sorry. Velocities went off the map again.
Yeah. I think it's a good precautionary of what they put for New Albany. It doesn't look to be on the ground,
No.
fortunately, but
Safe thing what they did though.
yes.
100%. Especially given the environment. We could get a tornado near Coila soon. There's a backside rotation on that.
If you live near Baldwin, Geeville, Wheeler, Guntown, Satillo, and Blue Springs here in Mississippi, we're talking eastern Union County, central and northern Lee County, as well as the majority of Prentiss County here. You guys need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Either or will work. Just put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Still, a lot of debris from that cell in Winona. Wow. Still going.
And Coila, that's gonna try and go soon as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. Remember, guys, if you know anyone that lives in these areas here of Mississippi, all right, we're talking now Winona, Kilmichael, Sweatman, Walthall, Eupora, all those areas over there. Please let them know. Please let them know. Because this thing is going to continue to move on through. and try to produce a tornado. This thing will continue to move on through. So let them know, share the stream or share the National Weather Service. Make sure to tell them to turn on their weather radio, turn on the TV. Try and find local news coverage if there is any over here. Mesoscale discussion was issued for this thing. Again, strong to intense tornado threat should continue northeastward. Still has plenty residence time in the open warm sector as boundary layer moisture surges north. Middle to upper 60-degree surface dew points. Yeah. It's saying that this thing more than likely is going to continue to sustain for a good while. If you're just tuning in here right now, guys, if you're just tuning in, we have a tornado emergency here for Winona. Tornado emergency for Winona. The tornado just passed Winona. It just went through Winona. And it is still going. It is still going north. It's actually going northeast in this instance. It is heading towards Walthall and Bellefontaine. If you know anyone who lives over here in these areas, they need to get in their safe space. There is also a second one behind it, approaching Winona. That one could potentially produce a tornado. It hasn't yet, but it's been showing signs of rotation continuously. Need to get into your safe space if you haven't already as well. We are getting closer to 1,000 likes, so the closer we get to that and even beyond that, the more we may be able to spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So if we can continue to spread this information with more and more people, that would be greatly appreciated.
Whoa.
New tornado warning. It is now
Tornado
PDS.
warning for
Way
Chickasaw
downstream.
County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Calhoun County in northeastern Mississippi, west central Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
That is really far downstream.
That is Memphis issuing that.
Yeah. And it does look like the second one near Winona is starting to intensify a little bit, at least from a distance. So still looks like we've got a massive storm. Debris being lofted in the air. Still something tornadic here. And debris is also fanning. You can see the debris fanning out in all different directions here. So this thing still is also raining debris over in Sweatman, which is the reason why they are a part of the tornado warning as well. They're getting flying debris. And if anyone's outside trying to find the tornado, 2x4 could land right on top of them. So That's not what I'm trying to do, nature enthusiasts. It's YouTube's algorithm, and I'm really want to try and get information out to people who may live out in front of this. Slate Spring, Bellefontaine, Walthall. You can dislike at the end of the stream. You can unsubscribe. I don't care. I care more about the people out in front of this. Please switch to Tupelo's radar. I believe I am on Tupelo's radar. I'm specifically on Columbus Air Force Base because Tupelo doesn't have a radar. Check NROT for Wallerville. There seems to be a bit of contamination, so it may not be completely correct. Yeah, this doesn't... I mean, this is still supercellular within the line. This is an embedded supercell within the line.
God.
But there isn't as significant a rotation within it, even though normalized rotation shows pretty strong. It's mainly because of the contrast.
I need you to DM, please.
Oh my goodness. This is from Chris Hall. This is from Chris Hall Weather. And gonna move it back to right there. I don't know what that building was. I don't think we can tell unless we go back to Google Maps. Cause it's obliterated. My best guess would probably be a shed, but I can't tell. I really can't tell.
Wow.
More damage pictures coming out of Rolling Fort, which is the original area that got hit by this significant storm. This is from Will Wise underscore WX. Will Wise underscore WX. And that's from Rolling Fork too. That is definitely catastrophic damage. Brett Adair says the second tornado's on the ground. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I think people should treat it as if it's on the ground regardless.
I don't really have... That's the safest thing to do.
Yeah.
Apparently it's multiple chasers that have been hurt.
Jeez. If you're in Winona, we've been saying that this thing is probably going to come in again.
For what it's worth.
If you live in Winona, you should be in your safe space right now.
Still, you should still be in your safe space.
You should still be in
Joey.
your safe space. We've been telling you guys over and over again that this thing is going to continue to be relevant. There's going to be another storm behind this one. Regardless if this thing is or is not producing a tornado approaching Winona, you need to get into your safe space. The mesocyclone that started being tornadic, the beginning of its tornadic producing characteristics when it was over near Lake Providence, had a 105-mile track from Lake Providence to northeast of Winona. That is a long track supercell, a long track tornado, if you've never heard of one. That is pretty much the definition of it. So here comes the second storm. It is now moving through Winona now. People say, or some chasers have reported that it could potentially be on the ground again and heading towards Winona. Or the second one is heading towards Winona. So don't immediately assume that the first storm passed through and that was the, now it's all done. No. You have to continue to stay into your safe space right now. Once the storm does pass, though, it does seem like it should be pretty much done. For you guys, at least for right now. There's going to be a few more storms that are going to move through your area. But it does look like that tornado threat will be not as significant, which is the good news. Yeah, I just wanted to pull that up on the side. The original tornado that went through Winona that has been as significant as it has been. We'll move over here to this Columbus Air Force Base radar. It is getting closer towards State Highway 9 near Slate Spring and Walthall. It is officially crossed over into Webster County, and it is now getting closer towards the southern portions of Calhoun County, and eventually even into Chickasha County, or Chickasaw in this instance, because it has a W at the end. So Chickasaw.
And Oklahoma, Nate.
So Webster, Chickasaw, and southern Calhoun County. If you haven't already, get into your safe space. This storm has been very significant for a long period of time.
It's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, northeastern Lee County
For the
in
QLCS
northeastern
mode.
Mississippi,
There's
southern
also a
Tishomingo
supercell
County in
within the
northeastern
line there as well
Mississippi,
near Wheeler.
southeastern Prentice County in northeastern Mississippi.
It's Tishomingo County. Yep.
It is getting close to Tishomingo County, which means eventually this will get into Alabama. Corinth is fine. I know I've got someone who lives in Corinth in the chat. Corinth is fine. They're too far north. So I'm just checking up with you all there. I'm going to turn off this light here because my eyes are starting to hurt a little teeny bit. Wow. Calhoun's scanner is online. Not much chatter. They probably wouldn't have a lot to talk about, honestly. What?
Tornado warning for
Excuse me.
northeastern Webster County in north-central Mississippi, northwestern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi.
Okay, Jackson. Thank you.
I mean, they issued a tornado warning. They just say it's not confirmed right now, which probably means as of right now. National Weather Service Jackson believes that it isn't producing a tornado as of this moment. There also would be something said about the tornado emergency, or now the PDS tornado warning now. They probably would have said something about Winona if there was a tornado. But that is a new mesoscale discussion, but it is for the storms that are over north of Tupelo. So severe threat including the potential for strong tornadoes and damaging winds continue across parts of northeastern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama. Given the ample streamwise vorticity and surface-based inflow for the storm, strong tornadoes and damaging winds remain possible for from northeastern Mississippi into northwest Alabama. The tornado emergency is no longer a tornado emergency. It is now just a regular tornado warning. So it is not a PDS. It is not even confirmed. It is just a regular tornado warning for Webster and Montgomery counties.
Apparently, apparently a chase around the ground sent, and this is in your Twitter mentions. Silver City has been obliterated.
Chris Jackson, SC, is over in Winona. He reports trees and power lines down with houses damaged. He's 3 miles east of Winona.
Severe threat, including the potential for strong tornadoes and damaging winds, continues across parts of northeastern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama. Latest radar data from GWX depicts a well-organized supercell cluster tracking east-northeastward across northeastern Mississippi this evening. Photographs are becoming increasingly favorable for intense supercells, even if embedded in line segments, given the ample streamwise vorticity and surface-based inflow for this storm. Strong tornadoes and damaging winds remain possible. Oh, frick off.
Do not care about
time and place.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
This is from on Twitter. This is from at WeathermanSam77, or I'm the Weatherman whatever man. All right, who's a chaser. And let's listen into what he had here, because he was over. Apparently, he was over near Chula. He was over near Chula, Mississippi, which was back over due east, or actually east northeast of Silver City.
All lights out. Power flashes. Power flashes.
Here's discretion is advised if there is any language.
Yeah, power flash, power flash. Oh, I see rain.
I think we're about to get smacked with RFD.
Yeah, try to pull up some.
We did see the tornado out in front, but it was just so rain wrapped. It was so rain
Yeah,
wrapped.
power flash, power flash. Oh,
Wow.
I see rain.
It was so rain wrapped. Oh wow. It looks like there's been some pretty strong and hefty damage to Luis and Anguilla, or Anguilla, because they have mobile homes over there. Yep, no problem, Brian. Yeah, at this time it doesn't look like it is on the ground, which is the good news, and National Weather Service and Jackson agree, even though it says we have a tornado emergency here from this warning.
No, we don't.
We don't.
That's-
It's not.
Yeah.
It's on the box here. If you read into it, it says that there is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, which would indicate that it is just the regular tornado warning. So, even though it says tornado emergency, as of right now, it is not a tornado emergency. But, I mean, it's still... I mean, this storm is going to continue to go for a good while. Realistically, there aren't really a lot of things in the path of this storm. I'm actually very curious. Yeah, it's still riding the shortwave at the surface. At the surface, it's still riding the shortwave. And it's riding the shortwave aloft at 700 as well. Yeah, this is it's riding that vorticity axis still. It is riding that vorticity axis until Kingdom Come. And that's what happens when you have when you ride an axis like that. You tend to get a lot of streamwise vorticity. You tend to get a lot of streamwise vorticity, which is what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about how streamwise vorticity, the storm relative helicity values, were so high. That's what happens when you have high storm relative helicity values. And you ride on an axis like that. This is from Tim Jones on Facebook. Tim Jones from Facebook. We'll go over here. So there's Tim Jones. He's a news personality right there. We'll full screen and show you all the damage there from Rolling Fork. That right there. Wow. I don't even know what that is on the right. This might be the only thing I can try to attempt to recognize. But, you know, because you have a curb right here, right? Which means you're in the main part of a road. I can't recognize any of the other images. I really cannot recognize any of the other images. Still strong damaging winds that are moving on through Tishomingo, Dennis, and Belmont over there in Tishomingo County, as well as southeastern Prentiss County in Mississippi. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. And then areas that are over near Hulcut and Tishomingo, as well as areas on Highway 30 in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space as well, because that's probably where a tornado could be. There's a good chance that that's probably, if there was a tornado to form, it would be right in that area.
Are you keeping numbers on that supercell?
I'm still watching the Bellefontaine cell.
Okay. It's wrapping up again.
It's an entirely separate storm, too.
Yeah.
And you know what that could do? The good news here, chat, all right? Obviously, there isn't good news, or a lot of it, whenever we're talking about something starting to re-wrap up, re-intensify, and stuff like that. But what I can say is that with this new area of rotation, it could try to kill off the old tornadic supercell, the old mesocyclone that has been producing all of these significant tornadoes. And on the other hand, these storms could potentially be trying to undergo some cell mergers here soon, which could actually dampen the tornado risk with that storm as well. But, wow, what an image that is. This right here is from Stephanie Cox at Stormwatchers771. That was the tornado hitting Rolling Fork. That right there is a sculpted wedge. A sculpted wedge that is very textbook for a long track tornado. That is a sculpted wedge. And usually, you know, with these sculpted wedges, they aren't the ones that are your strongest tornadoes in the world, or not the strongest, your largest tornadoes in the world. Like, they're not, you know, Bassfield So-So was an anomaly, all right? But when you think about large tornadoes, you know, you think of like El Reno and how it was 2.6 miles wide. Hallam, Nebraska, which was 2.5 miles wide, right? Long track, violent tornadoes. Stuff like Tuscaloosa, stuff like Chapman, or any long track tornado that you can think of. Those ones usually are about a half a mile, maybe a mile wide. They don't usually get a lot larger than that, or a lot smaller than that. And this is as textbook as you can get it. As textbook as you can get it. To where, yes, the tornado is still large. It's not going to be like, you know, record-breaking large, but it's large. And it's sculpted. And it is very, very
Nate,
textbook. Yes.
did you see the damage photos that Caleb mentioned us?
Maybe,
Vortex
maybe
tweet.
not. Depends. There's a lot of
Oh,
stuff going through my mentions.
The vortex tweet.
Yes, I did. That might be a new tornado here.
It's very, very soon now, if not already.
Clarkson, Manti, Woodland, Montpelier. If you're over there in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space now. This is not a drill. This is a significant situation. There's a good chance that we could be talking about a tornado here. You need to get in your safe space right now. That's unfortunate. I'm not going to say anything yet because it still needs to be confirmed, but there could be quite a few impacts, injuries, and maybe even casualties. Just got a report from one of the chasers. That was over in Rolling Fork. This is Texas Storm Chasers. And he said that they requested that they pass this along to National Weather Service Jackson. And they said that they are reporting extreme damage. They're saying, if not requested already, that additional search and rescue resources are needed. They've been pulling folks out of homes since it hit town. So they're still doing it.
I don't know where I picked this up. In chat, someone asked, why don't we pre-rate? One, we have official people to do that. Two, it's really inconsiderate of the moment. Very inconsiderate of the moment.
At least right after the tornado. If the tornado was still on the ground and they put up the pictures, showed the damage and stuff like that, if you have a reasonable idea, you know, you've done your research, you extensively looked at the damage, and you actually looked through the tornado damage indicator site, then you could try to make a case. But if you're just saying it to say it, it really isn't kind of appropriate to try and do that. Yeah. I apologize for the background noise, by the way. Water's running in the house, so. Night, May. Be safe. So once again, if you're just tuning in, Manti, Woodland, and Montpelier, as well as Tree Block in Mississippi, you guys need to get into your safe space right now, as there is a new area of rotation that is developing. The tornado, or the warning that originally had the tornado emergency, has now expired.
Nate.
Yes.
Riley Dibble. Twitter. Been talking to a lot of chasers in the field, trying to get them help. This is a situation worse than we have seen in a very, very long time. Reportedly, through him, and he doesn't make this shit up. Rolling Fork is gone with fatalities. And he also says on his side that Silver City also has significant damage with fatalities, including some believed to be children. Ladies and gentlemen, offer your thoughts and prayers if you do that to these people tonight.
Brett Adair thinks that it's very significant over in Silver City.
Is he there?
Multiple victims. He says it's one of his best intercepts, but it's somber after search and rescue. Which I really don't blame him, honestly. Yeah, Manti, Woodland, and Montpelier, there is still rotation here. We still have something right here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So please do not think that the event is over, alright? There are still people out in front of this that could be impacted. If you live... Oh, that rotation's starting to uptrend. If you live... right in eastern Webster County, western Clay and northern Clay, southern Chickasaw County, in Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space right now. If you have an underground facility, get to it. But if not, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation and potential tornado as possible. I want to look through here. This is from Storm Chaser Sydney Grimmett. Storm Chaser Sydney Grimmett. And he's over in Silver City. And you can see the significant damage that is associated with that tornado. Looks like there's a lot of mobile homes over in this area, like someone mentioned earlier. I appreciate everyone who's sending me stuff in on Twitter. It really does help.
Fatality of a 1-year-old child confirmed.
PDS tornado warning's now been alleviated to just a regular tornado warning now, though it still shows PDS on. It's just a regular tornado warning.
Radar works.
Huh?
It's how GR2 works. And
New tornado warning extension for Florence.
Tornado warning for Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama.
So now it is shifting off into Alabama. A lot of strong damaging winds with this. But of course, there is the threat for tornadoes embedded within the line. If you know anyone who lives in Cherokee, Florence, or Tuscumbia, and even Cloverdale, we're talking Lauderdale County here. And we're also talking Colbert County. You guys need to get in your safe space right now. If you have an underground facility, get to it. But if not, lowest, innermost part of your building if you can. I don't know, Michael. I think it would probably be because of they're more focused on the intensity of it rather than the actual time alive. It'd be pretty hard to judge that. And that is a ZDR arc. This thing is starting to try and intensify again. I'm going to take a look at a vertical wind profile. I want to see what Columbus Air Force Base is doing. Ugh. Oh. That is still long track. That is very long track.
The supercell itself is struggling with structure right now because of the showers and stuff like that around it, and also the line of supercells behind it that are attached to it.
Go take a look at the
So
VWP in Columbus.
Oh, I am fully aware. And, you know,
That's a lot of streamwise vorticity. That is a lot of streamwise vorticity. Storm relative velocity from 0 to 1 kilometer is 576. From 0 to 3 kilometers, it is 729. That is a significant amount of storm relative velocity. Appreciate it, Braveheart. Thank you much. Yeah, I mean... Ow. We'll go back to Columbus Air Force Base radar. And we'll show you guys again. Still got some rotation here. So here is the original rotation. Or not really the original. Here is the new rotation that is developing near Manti. That was about 10 minutes ago. And it has progressed over here to areas near and north of Montpelier. Right there. This will be heading off towards Tree Block, Prairie, Egypt, and maybe eventually, Aberdeen. So if you live in those areas over there in Mississippi, we're talking Chickasaw County, Clay County, Monroe County in Mississippi. Need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Fortunately, this storm is going to be heading north of Columbus, so Columbus should be fine for right now. But areas north of that, we're talking Amory, Quincy, Aberdeen, Egypt, Tree Block, Prairie. You guys need to get in your safe space. And this thing still looks to be significant. We still have a very strong ZDR arc here. If this thing survives the cell mergers, we could be talking about another strong tornado. It may not be as long-lived as the other one, but we could be talking about another strong tornado here in a bit. And it is getting some pretty strong velocities, but it is also suffering a little teeny bit with the cell mergers. So let's hope that that ends up being the case. Let's go back up. Florence, Tuscumbia, Cloverdale, Cherokee, and Barton. All right, so Colbert County, Lauderdale County. So northern Colbert and western Colbert, as well as central and northern Lauderdale. If you are in those counties that I just called out here for, in Alabama, all right, this is now moved off into Alabama in the northern portion of the state. You need to take your proper precautions. If you have an underground facility, get to it. If not, it's okay. Get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation and potential tornado as possible. Wow. I'm trying to find more information here. I know I'm just being quiet. I'm also very just... It's almost kind of surreal to me.
This is the human aspect of what we do here, folks.
You know, and then I can keep trying to say stuff here over and over again. To try and ease it a little bit. But I'm starting to run out of stuff to say. Besides doing nowcasting. And I just really hope. I really hope. Especially since, I mean, that storm tracked for over 100 miles. From Rolling Fork, technically from Lake Providence, all the way over to Winona and areas northeast of Winona. And even towards the Webster County areas. You know, I really hope that so far from what we heard is all of what we hear. If that makes any sense. I don't want to hear anything else that is poor, bad from this storm. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's not any worse than this.
It hurts for y'all just as much as it hurts for us. Or rather the other way around. Excuse me.
Right.
Yeah, you get what I mean. Like, I suppose what I'm saying is, we do the stuff in front of the camera. Humans still have emotions. Like, it stings. And I can't imagine what it's like for the people that are there.
Oh, 100%. flash flooding is now going to start to be an issue here. Tornado warning for Chickasaw County has now been canceled. They probably will issue a new tornado warning realistically for eastern Chickasaw and Monroe County. But flash flooding will continue to be an issue. I mean, you can see how much rain, how much water has been dumped across the area, across the board in this area. So, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. Do not become a casualty. Mayfield is kind of in its own region. This is Dixie Alley still. If you're in Mississippi, if you're in Alabama, if you're in Louisiana, Georgia, Arkansas, technically. Actually, not really Arkansas. Arkansas is the Ozarks. It's southern Arkansas. That's Dixie Alley. Once you start to get to like Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, that's the Ohio River Valley up there. Especially with Kentucky. Trying to make sure I get all these radars organized here for us so that way we can just efficiently move on through. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Nashville that I want to talk about here real quickly. And then we'll get back to the tornado warning that's over near Florence and Tuscumbia. That is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible within Nashville. Maybe even a little brief spin-up is even possible here, approaching the Forest Hill and Brentwood areas in southern Nashville. It won't be strong. It'll be kind of like almost as if it's a strong wind gust. But still something to kind of note there. Yeah, I mean, it's got this storm here that's near Tree Block, right? It's got to survive the cell merger. If it can, which it looked like the storm that originally ran into it is kind of ripping it apart just a little tiny smidge. But there's another storm that's going to collide into this one here, right there. So if I back it up, you can see these storms have been moving northeast. This one has been colliding with this one, with the main supercell here. And so depending upon the interaction between this storm and this one, will determine if this storm will survive or not. And then it's got to go through another one if it does survive. And then it looks like it'll have a good chance to try and spin up again, which is the reason why I'm still here, the reason why I'm still watching, because I do believe that this thing does have a decent shot, honestly, at trying to produce another one.
I'll be right back.
Yep. The rotation is elevated. The rotation is elevated, so don't get me wrong. But just had something really interesting come across my DMs. Man, I'm gonna have to fix a lot of messes off of this stream. But still riding the shortwave. Let's check, shall we? Is it riding it? Kind of. Now it's a bit more of a neutrally short wave at the surface. 700. Yeah, it's still riding the short wave at 700. It is starting to kind of weaken a little bit, though. It is starting to kind of weaken a little teeny smidge, which is the good news. But it is still riding the short wave. Let's go back to the tornado warning, or what should be a tornado warning, and it's producing a tornado. It's producing a tornado. It doesn't show a correlation coefficient, but it's going to produce a tornado. There's the new tornado warning. Knew that was coming.
Tornado warning for southeastern Chickasaw County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
Oxford is good, or at least if you're talking about Oxford, Mississippi. They're fine. Pontotoc is going to get one more storm, and then they'll be fine, but it's not going to be significant. Egypt, Aberdeen, Prairie, Amory, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're in western Monroe County, you need to get in your safe space right now. I said this was going to do it again. I said this was going to do it again. I said this was going to do it again. It's going to have a bit of time to try and produce a tornado. It probably will produce a tornado for 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. But it's going to do it again. It is going to produce a tornado. It probably is producing a tornado right now as we speak. It is crossing over Highway 45 alternate, and it will get to Highway 45 here in a second, near Aberdeen and north of Aberdeen. So if you know anyone that lives over in those areas, they need to get to their safe space right now. And by the way, this is not the same exact storm that produced the tornado. It's a different mesocyclone. This is not the same storm that produced the stuff that was over near Rolling Fork and Silver City. This is a separate one, but it is riding along that same axis. It is riding along that same vorticity axis over and over and over again. And that might be...
Oh my god. That's not on the... It's not a correlation coefficient signature yet, but... This could be a strong tornado once again.
Spectrum width drop, or spike, technically. Little small vortice that formed from it. But this right here, this probably is going to produce a significant tornado. This is probably going to produce a significant tornado. Guys, if you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. if you can. Because if we've
Amory
learned
and
anything,
Hamilton.
I was going to say, if we've learned anything here tonight, it's that these storms have the potential to be significant. They do. And that is a ZDR arc. It is still intensifying as we speak. You can see the ZDR arcing, just like that. Little arc. I just also want to say, I want to try and compare something here with you all. So I want you guys to very carefully look at this photograph right here. You see, or you see the storm right here? It looks very similar to a photograph, right? Let's try and compare it to what's currently happening. Does that look kind of similar here? At least from right here to right here? Does that look a little similar? A little similar to you all?
Amory, it's imperative that you are in an interior room now.
This thing is yeah. This thing is probably, yeah, there it is. There it is. Amory, Hatley, Bigby, Egypt, Highway 45, north of Aberdeen. This is producing a significant tornado right now as we speak. That right there. Wow. Wow. That is producing a significant tornado as we speak. Large debris ball. Very large debris ball. Very large debris ball.
Very deep. Very deep.
That right there is wow.
Amory, Hatley, now. Oh my goodness.
And it survived the cell merger for the time being. It will have approximately 10 to 15 minutes before the next storm will get in. And we'll see if it affects it.
Nate, I've got 143 on top of 19.
What?
I wish I was kidding.
Look at the
Storm
spectrum with ball.
Storm relatives is 83 on top of 73. Folks, significant tornado.
Look at the spectrum with ball.
Yeah, it's a wedge.
That is a wedge.
Amory, you need to be underground. And that's not the first time I'm saying this tonight.
Look
You
at
need to be
the
underground.
normalized rotation. It went from 0 to 100 in like 5 minutes.
Look at that profile then. Like,
PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Chickasaw, Itawamba, and Monroe counties here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:41, or now it's 10:43, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near New Wren, or 7 miles northwest of Aberdeen, moving northeast, or moving east, I should say. Now it's moving east at 65 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a
is some
life-threatening
storm motion.
situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Amory, Aberdeen, Okaluna, Smithville, Prairie, New Salem, New Wren, Hatley, Gatman, Quincy, Turin, Egypt, Wise Gap,
oh,
Wren,
that is
McCondy.
the deepest. That's the deepest CC I've seen in months. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And velocities are. That's gone.
That
That
is.
That is also occluding. Which I'm going to emphasize once again. Amory, you need to be underground now. You don't really have time.
I
You've got a couple
wonder.
minutes to grab blankets and pillows. You don't have much more time than that.
I wonder if it can recover from the occlusion. If it becomes a failed occlusion, it'll maintain. Because it is looping to the left. It is doing exactly what I was worried about in the beginning of the stream, to where it starts out straight and then it loops off to the left. But sometimes what happens is this could be a failed occlusion where it loops heavily to the left and then it recorrects itself and then continues to move east. This right here is a significant tornado. Amory, Hatley, and Quincy. If you're in those areas in Mississippi, Monroe County, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Wow. The debris ball continues. It is completely spherical. Debris ball a mile wide, as the width and the height is 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles. Oh, 118 on top of 88. 118 off of 88.
It's going to be a failed occlusion.
It is going to be a failed occlusion. If it is a failed occlusion, it takes it to the southern side of Amory. So maybe not a direct hit, but it may not also be the best case scenario either, because Hatley is in the path. Amory and Hatley, if you are in the path of this right now in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space. Someone brought up a very good point. Someone brought up a very good point. I want to see if I can do this.
PDS continues.
I'm surprised.
Give it a minute. Maybe another couple of minutes. 10:46 and confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located.
There it
over
is.
Wren, 8 miles southeast of Okolona, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as reported by the National Weather Service in Memphis, Tennessee. So locations that are going to be impacted include Amory, Aberdeen, Okolona, Smithville, Prairie, New Salem, New Wren, Hatley, Gartman, Quincy, Turon.
There it
Egypt,
is.
Wise Gap, Wren, McCondy, Buena Vista, Sipsey, Fork, Becker, Splunge, and Athens. And Nate, let me just get through this and then I'll let you have the floor. If you are in any of those areas that I mentioned, you need to be in an underground shelter or in your lowest innermost part of your building. I know around here that there are a bunch of underground shelters after what happened in the subsequent in the sequence of events in 2011. Please seek out those shelters now. If you are along State Route 25, you have very little time. Big B, Amory, you are going to be impacted within the next 5 minutes, maybe 7 to 8 minutes tops. If you're in Smithville, you have a little bit of time to get into an underground shelter and get blankets and pillows and stuff like that to take with you. Hatley as well. You guys need to be getting into your safe space. If you are along United States Route 278 going through Amory and Hatley, you have very little time as well. You need to be getting into your safe space now. Go ahead.
That's the tornado. That's the tornado in 3D.
Oh, you found it?
Mm-hmm. That is still a significant... Oh my gosh.
It's going right for Amory. It's buzz sawing its way through.
129 on top of 91. No, I'm sorry. 134 on top of 91. It's got a 196 knot delta velocity.
That's a 225 mile an hour delta.
VROT is 98.3. That's realistic too. 129 on top of 129 on top of 114.
Nate, I want you to take off radar just for a second here on GR2 and look at the worst case situation we're dealing with right now.
Oh, yeah, Amory, Hatley.
Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency has been issued for Amory. It is a tornado emergency. At 10:48, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over New Wren or near Amory. This is moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency for New Wren and Amory. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as worded by the National Weather Service in Memphis. Folks, you gotta take this seriously. This is the same supercell that produced the strong tornadoes in Winona, in Silver City, in Rolling Fork. All those areas, if you've been on the stream for a few hours now, should sound familiar to you all. You need to take this as a life or death situation. If you are in Amory, you have no time underground or you are risking your life. Underground, it gives you your best chance at survival from what is likely a strong to violent tornado on the ground with oh my goodness, that is a really impressive
143 mile per hour delta velocity with a 106 knot VROT. And that just updated. That's gone. Oh. That is a 106 knot VROT. 141 on top of 101. 242 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is. And this thing is starting to rain wrap itself.
Folks, I'm going to say this once again. And again, I don't say this lightly. And Nate can hold me to my word.
Oh,
on
it's
that.
going central to northern Amory. It shifted left.
If you try and go outside and look at this thing, you might die. You need to be inside now. Underground now. You stand very little chance if you are not taking your proper precautions right now.
It shifted left.
Problem is that part of Amory that you
Tornado
mentioned,
warning for northern Marion County
it's gridded
in
with
northwestern
residents.
Alabama.
Yes.
So
Central to northern Amory. It shifted left. And the worst part about it here, chat, you know, I would love to look over this, geek out over it and stuff like that. The fact of the matter is that this tornado is completely circular on radar. Completely circular. Meaning that this is as well-defined of a tornado as you can possibly get. That might be good news there, what I just saw here on radar. Maybe another shift to the left to get to northern Amory instead of central, but still, Amory, Bigby, Hatley need to get in your safe space. If this thing shifts back to the right, it's going straight for you.
PDS Ackelberg downstream in Hamilton. I've also got debris reliably to 15,000 feet already.
Smithville right now. If you live in Smithville, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, tornado emergency that has been issued for Monroe.
Right up State Route 25.
Yeah, it'll parallel with 25 all the way up. All the way up. Amory, Bigby, Smithville, Mississippi Highway 25, Mississippi Route 25, Southern Itawamba County, Southeastern Itawamba County in Mississippi, and then Marion County, Western Marion County near Bexar in Alabama. You need to get in your safe space right now. Man, that is a massive debris signature. It is still on the ground, and it is still doing significant damage. Significant damage. Just updated. Now on the western to northern portions of Amory. Southern Amory, though it is still going to be pretty significant over there, won't get the center of the tornado. Oh my gosh, that left flank velocity enhancement. Good news is it does look like it's starting to gust out its RFD on the southern side, which means we could be talking about the potential
It's getting more showers and thunderstorms right into its inflow. That's helping it. That's helping that.
Helping the gusting.
Yes.
Well, it has been the timetable. We said it probably would be alive for about 10 to 15 minutes before the next storms move on through. We just need to hope that those storms, if they are going to merge with the storm, it does kill off the tornado before it continues. But this is still a significant tornado. I mean, look at how large the ball is here, guys. Look at how large the debris ball actually is. And I'm actually going to go over to radar scope here real quickly. If you guys are willing to bear with me here.
I'm just going to read the updated text here for the tornado emergency at 10:54. Confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Amory, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour, folks. I am not misspeaking. That is not a typo. This is moving at highway speeds, which just increases the amount of volatility that this thing has. This is still a now I'm just going to say, this is a violent tornado still on the ground that has gone north of Amory. It probably has skimmed town, and it is heading right up to Smithville, right along State Route 25. Folks, if you are on 25 in Smithville or near Smithville, you need to be underground now. You have no other way. You don't have time to get out. You need to hunker down.
2 mile wide debris ball.
Mm-hmm.
And it's reliable in this instance to think that that is the actual size of the tornado, if not a little bit less, because of how close we are towards the tornado. I mean, just a reminder for everyone, we're only looking up 600 feet. The tornado that we were looking at when it was over in Rolling Fork, that was 3,000 feet above ground level. This thing here, we're looking at it, it's 600 feet above ground level.
So, folks, there is good and bad. The outflows get into this thing. If you remember, and I am not comparing, so nobody even start with me on that. If you remember the Norman tornado, similar in supercellular structure before it got wrapped up in the vertical wind due to the vertical wind profile that it had. This is a similar situation with the Norman tornado. Same thing happened. The outflow boundary got the best of the storm, made it go outflow dominant. What do we remember after the Norman tornado dissipated, after the big tornado dissipated? Several vortices after the fact. Folks, if this tornado dissipates now, the threat is not over. There is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in effect for the areas of Bexar, Weston, Hamilton, and Hackleburg. If you guys know anyone who is in that area, you need to tell them that this is a life or death situation. You need to get them awake. You need to do something so that they may be able to be aware of what is on their hands. Because not many people are probably going to realize the magnitude of this event until it is right on top of them.
The tornado's trying to compensate for
Tornado warning for
the cell
Northern
mergers.
Limestone County in north.
If you take a look at correlation coefficient, it's trying to ingest a lot of its forward flank downdraft into the tornado right now to try and make a push.
It turned right.
It's trying to make a push.
Alabama.
That's a new tornado warning.
It is trying to make a push to the right, and you can see that with the correlation coefficient. The RFD is surging hard, very hard. And you can even see that on reflectivity, the massive bowing right at the front part of the hook. The RFD is surging very hard to try and maintain this thing and to try and avoid death or recycling of this tornado because of the storms that are out in front. If the tornado can pick up a little bit more speed, if it can pick up a little bit of speed, this thing will maintain.
It's already moving at 70. I mean,
if it can pick up a little bit more speed, it'll be able to maintain and outrun the outflow boundary that it created. Because the RFD is very significant. But it is surging in the forward flank downdraft harder now than it has been in the previous times. And it is associating itself with a bit more of a rightward push. Now, Smithville, you are not out of the clear. You are not in the clear right now. Because what it will do is it will try to occlude again here within the next probably, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes. Which means this thing will turn to the left, which means this thing will go due north. And it will go near you. It will go very near you in Smithville. So if you're in Smithville, Mississippi right now.
Oh, that's still a huge debris signature.
If you're in Smithville, Mississippi right now, you need to get into your safe space right now. If you haven't already. There is a very significant, life-threatening tornado that is moving off into your area right now. It just passed Amory. If you can get a scanner for Amory, try and see if you can hear anything from them. Because I have a feeling we're going to be hearing a lot from them, from emergency management.
Crap. It's not. Oh boy.
Yeah,
Amory fire. Here. You go have fun.
I really do think this thing will turn to the left again. It probably will turn to the left. Like a hard left.
So we were in town.
Go away, ads. I don't care.
It beat the cell merger.
The RFD was trying to compensate for it heavily. Is that...
we have noise.
Is that debris or is that the SVC?
Yeah, it is. We got we. I've got my family and I got Cody Kennedy here. That's gonna be it. We'll be here at Hadley. One trees down in front of station. You won't be getting through this way.
Once again, this is a tornado emergency. This is a deadly situation. Deadly situation right now for Smithville and for Bexar, Alabama. This is a deadly situation. Deadly tornado. It has turned left.
As soon as the weather clears here, I'll try to head that way so I can give you some.
It also has become a lot more rain wrapped. Wow.
Has it passed me or is it still strong? So it's still strong here.
Wow. This is absolutely remarkable. And the only reason why I say that from a science perspective is because right now the actual tornado in itself is right here. It has gotten a lot smaller. The tornado's gotten a lot smaller. But the debris, because of the RFD on the side, is picking it up and still wrapping it around on that side. So we still have very strong winds moving into this thing. And because of that, we still have as large of a debris signature as we do. This is still a tornado in progress.
I think it may get beat, though. Look at the newest frame. Look at that southeastern edge. It may get beat. We'll see.
I do think the RFD will beat it.
But the RFD may win for the next 15 or 20 minutes.
24-5-1. Yep. I was in touch with Task Force Lead. I told him to go ahead and send personnel. This is the way we'll find out everything we got. We need reports on Smith as soon as we can get out of there also. Yeah.
New update.
Still significant tornado in progress, but the outflow boundary is winning. It's about to occlude into the forward flank.
Right.
So this thing is probably going to die off shortly before it hits the Mississippi-Alabama border. If you're in Bexar, Weston, Hamilton, or Hackleburg, you still need to be sheltered in place. You still need to be underground if you can. This is still a very volatile situation, and there could still be another tornado that gets produced heading into your area. Tornado emergency remains in effect until 11:15 for a confirmed large and destructive tornado located over Smithville, 8 miles northeast of Amory, moving northeast at 60. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Smithville and southeast Itawamba County in Mississippi. This is a particularly dangerous situation, worded by Memphis.
You know what it did do as well? So first off, it is occluding right now, as I thought. Second off, to really try and compensate, the storm tried to ingest a lot more storm relative helicity, storm relative flow, because of the cell inside the inflow notch, which makes sense because the inflow notch was clogged. So it was trying to compensate because the flow was from somewhere else. It wasn't the original entire inflow notch. It was just cut off in half, so it only got it in one spot, which means the streamlines in itself were different. Which is the reason why it compensated with a stronger RFD and became outflow dominant. It's still a tornado ongoing right now. It's due east of Smithville right now. It is still a tornado in progress. It has shrunk considerably. And it is starting to become a lot more rain-wrapped. But it is... And the debris signature has started to alleviate slowly but surely. I'm taking a look at the next velocity scan here.
I'm looking at reflectivity. That thing is off the ground at this point. Yep. Most likely is off the ground. So, what we need to be watching out for now...
There's actually... Hold up, Morgan. Hold up. Small vorticity on the southern side. Small. And I mean very small.
What do you mean?
Small satellite, I'm assuming. The southern side of that area, the rotation.
Where it's 82 on, like, 3-ish.
40 on top of 35 with storm relative.
Same
that is
thing.
82 on top of 6. Yes.
So, that may be the case. But, folks, if we're going to be talking about another strong tornado, we're going to need to monitor occlusion patterns. We're going to need to monitor those storms that are out along State Road 17, going north through Sullivan and Detroit. There's a lot of showers and thunderstorms out there. That might choke this storm. But if we're going to be looking for a holding pattern in terms of a new tornado, we're going to be looking in the middle of that warning, probably nigh up into Hackleburg.
Yeah.
So, Bexar, Weston, Hamilton still need to be in your safe space. Vortices are a thing. If you do remember... Oh, what the hell is that?
It's doing exactly what I thought it would. It is a satellite. It is a satellite. It's Fujiwaraing. It's Fujiwaraing. It's spinning around the original rotation. There's the small little rotation, small little tornado that's on the southern side. It's going to move up north, and it's going to spin around the original rotation. And I wonder, actually, I don't know this for certain, but I wonder if that actually helps it. Because if it actually does Fujiwara, it could actually sling it out and beat the outflow boundary. It could.
Just toss him when we need him.
It very well could, but it will Fujiwara.
Do you have the scanner up?
I do.
Do you hear that?
No, I was too busy talking.
Said so much damage they can't get anywhere, covering the roads.
Wow.
Fire 1.
It's Fujiwaraing. It is 100%. The Fujiwara effect is essentially when you have two areas of low pressures right next to each other. Two areas of low pressures. One right there, one right there. They spin counterclockwise around each other. All right? Until they eventually merge, and there it is. There it is. Yeah, it's on the ground still. It is 100%, and that actually is 2 tornadoes. That is 2 tornadoes that are on the ground right now. There are 2 of them. There's one debris signature. There is the second one. There are 2 tornadoes on the ground as of this moment, right now.
What are y'all trying to respond to? We were supposed to be going to 6,
Yes, I just said there are 2 tornadoes on the ground as of this moment. You did not hear that as a anomaly or whatever, or something weird. No, this is.
Not get through that way. Probably what we need to do is head the waterway.
This is 2 tornadoes.
25 south.
They're gonna have rescue issues because they can't get around.
That's got. Fire one, you go shortly. That's copy, sir.
So this is going to continue to sling up just like this. Watch for the next scan to try and move up. And if something does, if this continues to sustain on the backside, watch this to come down here just like that. And this tornado instead will then gain intensity.
Community bank. But I do not see the Exxon station anymore.
You just, what?
Tornado warning for southeastern Itawamba County in northeastern
The Exxon's
Mississippi.
gone.
Fire one, from what I can see, I think we're okay right here on the avenue.
New small PDS box.
Yeah, very small PDS box.
Make our way to the north side of town.
Interesting.
Yes, Captain.
It's still up.
The emergency's about to expire.
Could I be overestimating the intensity of the Fujiwara? Because now it's horizontally aligned. Before it was barely horizontally aligned.
God, my nose.
Maybe it'll take another couple of minutes before it does sling. Huh.
24 to off-duty personnel is responding.
Regardless, a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Itawamba County and Marion County, Western Marion County. If you're in Western Marion County, you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. There is a significant storm / tornado that is getting very, very close to Bexar, Weston, and areas west of Hamilton.
Copy, I'm fixing V10 myself. 45, fire one.
If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. This storm looks to at least be still trying to be significant tornado-wise. The good news is that the majority of the line is starting to try to catch up with these supercells. You can play the radar imagery, and you can see the line is starting to kind of solidify a little bit more, which is the good news. But this storm still looks to be significant. And wow, look at reflectivity here, guys. Very skinny inflow notch. But look at these vorticity bands on the backside. Look at these vorticity bands. I wonder if we can see this with velocity here, too. Yeah, we can. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Intense. And I mean intense vorticity bands surging into this storm right now. That
all task force units coming to Amory are using
Listen,
R5,
we know a lot about tornadoes, but there's still a lot of ways to go for us. And this right here is a big reason for it. Now it's doing it. Now it's slinging. It actually is starting to merge instead. So there's the one satellite. There's the original tornado. And it has now moved further south of the actual rotation in itself. This thing is doing the Fujiwara as we speak. Yeah, it could be Bear, Alabama as well. If you know anyone who lives in either Bexar or Bear, it could be pronounced both ways. In Alabama, you need to get in your safe space.
SE3. R5. SE3. West guys. So 1-925. Go ahead, Solomon. Hey, how long before you can get
This,
the man?
yeah.
Get it set up. I'll let you know the destination here in just a moment. I got it warmed up, ready to go. Just wait long for me.
No! I'm wrong! It already did a Fujiwara! It did it as quick as I thought it would. Hold up. Time out, chat. Time out. Right here. Right here. Next scan, please. I'm gonna connect the lines here. And I'm gonna create my own
1, this is 1.5. I'm deploying to Gilmore.
path. It did it a lot quicker than I thought it would. Ah, that's the wrong color. Go back. Oh, we might as well do that, and then do that. Look at that. Look at this track here, chat. So let's start from the beginning. All right. So, tornado right here. All right. Rotation goes north. Second one goes south down here. Rotation, northern one goes west. Second one goes kind of northeast-ish. Speeds up and accelerates. Then it starts to go north. The one that was all the way to the west then goes south. And then it rotates again. It was as quick as I thought it would be. It Fujiwara'd. And it Fujiwara'd quite rapidly. Oh my gosh. It spun the two vortexes around so quickly. That was so fast. There. There.
106, 51.
There.
I've got reports.
Oh my gosh, it spun it so quickly.
There's going to be some folks trapped in some houses there on
It spun it so quickly. Now it looks like there's only one rotation. It looks like it's merged officially. It looks like it is officially merged. So now it's just one giant area of rotation here.
That's copy. You know if it's clear and where we can get out of here and come to town? sir. I tried to check with 911, but I couldn't get through to them.
What's the next place out in front of this? Hackleburg.
I wasn't 925.
Wow.
Yep, right.
That thing spun so
All right,
quickly.
better hear you like speakers lit on my radio. As of right now, we're going to set your lab post here at the station. I know it's going to be hard to get to it, but that's what we're going to do at the moment.
This was from one of our viewers here, from Winona. This is from D Gun for Fun, with 2 N's for gun. From Darius, and he's showing what he got, which does seem to be some, fortunately, minor damage with the exception of the giant tree. Look at that giant tree that got snapped. That is a big tree. Big tree. But that was one of the early tornadoes that moved on through our area. Wow. I wonder if this thing will try to recycle. It looks like the line is starting to beat it just slightly, because there's the supercell right there. And the line, which, how fast is upscale growth here today? Unknown. Wow, that's as HP as you can get it. Look at that photograph. That is as high precipitation as you can possibly get. That is textbook. That is textbook. Long track, high precipitation. Looks like rotation is weakening steadily, which is the good news. That also could be because it's starting to get behind the line. We'll watch to see if that continues to be the case. Where is Fork, Mississippi? Oh, that's Rolling Fork. That makes sense. Oh, this is from Trey Jones, or Trace Jones from Stormquest Chasing. Trace Jones from Stormquest Chasing. It's a video that he took in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And then we'll show. That house is gone. I'll send it to you, Morgan. It's the second video. That's not a mobile home. That's an actual house.
Who, me?
Yeah, I was just.
31 to 37.
Who, me?
Yeah, I was just.
Stuff like that happened tonight, guys. And once again, that was from Trace Jones. That's at TREYCE Jones, JONESWX on Twitter. Part of Storm Quest Chasing. Damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Marion County as well. So on top of the potential for there to be a tornado, there is also the potential for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. So destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hamilton. And I do believe we have a camera here.
Hey, 511, I know everybody's tired of it. Let's try to get in touch with 925, stick command up, and see the weekly parking lot. I think you can
We
get
do have a camera. That's in Hamilton right there. So we'll be able to see if there is
Multiple reports in the trap net just set on the scanner.
Actually, let's go north.
Contact 925. Let's set up a command post at Piggly Wiggly parking lot. And also, we're trying to make our way to Stevens Street. Multiple reports have been traveling along in that area.
Yeah.
Nice guy. Can we get to the store? That's fine. I believe y'all can make it to there. We're fixing to have to go on foot. Radios have gotten wet, so I don't have, we're probably not
New tornado warning. Extension for Phil Campbell.
Tornado warning for eastern Franklin County in northwestern Alabama.
Say 327 there. Power 1. Either right across. Coordinator 1 to Fire 1. Go ahead, Coordinator 1. Vehicles off the road.
Just one long track supercell just continued to move through over and over and over again.
Off the road and one under a tree.
One car lofted into a tree. What I just heard. God, I hope no one was in those cars.
Send an engine 1 back to the station. We're at I can't even tell you where we're at. We've got somebody calling for help trapped in the building. We're trying to get in. I'm sending engine 1 back to get the Ranger.
This is in Hamilton.
Let's go. $727, Fire Coordinator 1.
Once again, that is a new tornado warning for Franklin County in Alabama.
On 278 Warehouse Road, I do have 3 cars under the tree, but no injuries. Copy.
Man, look at these winds. Give me a second as I do that. That makes things better. So it'll try to exit out.
One Amory Fire. If anybody can break off, we have got a gas leak on 6th Street North.
Gas leak. Northern part of the city.
6th Street North gas leak.
Gas leak. 6th Street. 6th Street North.
Hey, buddy, we got multiple gas leaks all through town. Might be a good idea to contact that motion stickers anyway. They can possibly shut down like a main line or something like that. 24, I'm working on it, everybody.
10-4.
This is from at Willow Shallow on Twitter. Reports of damage in Amory. The video right here. That looks like a roof that caved in. And I'm not sure what that to make of that. I'm not sure if that's a building there or if that's just a bunch of trees that were stacked on top of each other. It's a little bit difficult to tell. Appreciate it, David, for you sending that in.
Fire 911.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this thing is rotating as significantly as it once was, fortunately. But interestingly enough, though, it does have a hook echo on the rear side. So if this thing does produce a tornado, it could be near Hackleburg, but its chances are starting to decrease over time. So it's running out. Running out of time. Oh my gosh, that was from Aaron Rigsby.
Fire 911.
Picture horizontal vortex as it was getting into Rolling Fork.
Go ahead, Amory Fire.
911, I need you to get atmosphere ASAP and see if they can shut down a main line or something. We got multiple gas leaks. We just need to see if we can get out here ASAP.
Oh boy.
Multiple gas leaks.
10-4.
That's not.
That was from at Aaron Rigsby, OSC. And that's the picture of the tornado that he caught. And that right there is a horizontal vortex. Just got to work. I have family in Aberdeen, just south of Amory. Did this miss Aberdeen? Yes, just barely. Just barely it did. Amory right now had, we're getting good reports of strong damage ranging from Egypt all the way over to Amory and Smithville. So if you're talking about Aberdeen specifically, yes, it barely missed Aberdeen. I'll even show you. Egypt. Debris signature. Aberdeen.
106, fire.
Debris signature still. Amory.
I've made it to my house, so I'm about to leave here to go to town. Do y'all need anything before I come to town? Also, I've got my niece and her kid are trapped in a house on Brown Street.
Yeah, look at that here, guys. Look at this.
Slowly. Figure it's going to be hard to get here, but if you can get Brown Street, probably going to be closer to get than the fire department.
That's the path of the tornado right there.
In the Amory Community Center.
How many miles was it on the ground for? Good question. Let's find that out now.
Copy 911, no injuries. Pleasure. 911, good. I'm here at the community center. No injuries. Copy, thank you, sir.
So it started right about there. Ended right about there.
911 Amory Fire. Can you give me a
Give or
cross
take
street for the
30
gas
miles.
leak on 6th Street North? I've got Atmos on the line.
I'll say
81.
25. I'll say 25 miles is a safe bet. Give or take that. 25, 30 miles. This is another long tracker.
Copy. On that gas leak, there's multiple gas leaks. I will try to get a better thing, but there's multiple all over the city.
Look at all the
Copy, propane or gasoline?
look at the path.
Engine 2.
Actually, I can go to normalized rotation. Look at that.
Where's the elderly couple trapped at?
That right there is the path of the tornado.
Stand by.
Yeah, so this one here specifically is, I would say 25 to 30 miles. And there's the debris signatures as it went through.
MLK and High Avenue. Waiting on the elderly couple that was trapped. We got people trapped on 1075 E Avenue in a trailer. Yeah, bro. 31 days. Go ahead. If I there was a gas leak at the West English School.
Hmm. Potential small area of rotation south of Hackleburg is also possible. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying here as well.
Be advised, if anybody wants to that's close to my residence, I'm fixing to load a skid steer. I have a tractor sitting here full of fuel. If anybody can get on it and come. Copy. Who am I speaking with?
New mesoscale discussion. The risk for a few tornadoes continues, but probably will gradually lessen with storms overspreading the region through 2 to 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Tornado warning for Hackleburg has been downgraded all the way down to a radar confirmed tornado. Or excuse me, radar confirmed warning, not radar indicated warning, not confirmed, will repeat, not confirmed.
Yeah, this is Hatley 909. Robert
Can you
Stanton.
tell I'm tired?
Maybe just a little bit.
No, just means any parking lot, what machine we can. Just that any parking lot.
More debris fanning. Wow, so the debris actually got caught in the RFT. Huh. What about the cell near Pulaski, Tennessee? Looks like storms have passed Pulaski, so you should be good. That is a tornado.
Amory Fire, Atmos has been contacted for the gas leak on 6th Street North. We just had another one on 110th Street North. They've been notified of that one as well. Have you had a report of 4 people trapped inside a residence at 805 Walnut?
What?
4.
911, is that 805 Walnut?
Caller advised 805 Walnut Street. There are no injuries, just they are trapped inside the residence.
Base. Go ahead, base. Think about it. We have 1 car stuck under the underpass on 278.
Thank you, Joseph, for staying up with us. I really do appreciate it.
Copy 31.
Yeah, that's a tornado that was west of Rogersville in Lauderdale County earlier. That's east of Florence.
Copy. Did you make it to EMD?
Man. If any of you guys have anything that you want to share with me on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. I have that right there. We are currently trying to report on the aftermath of the tornado that hit Amory, as well as the one that hit Rolling Fort. So essentially, this one giant storm that produced numerous tornadoes across.
He said he is in the backyard of his house. He can't find his wife, and he is injured. He said as far as he knows, it's just injured.
He's in the backyard and he's injured.
And he can't find his wife.
He couldn't. Did he get picked up by the tornado?
Fire 1 to all units. Fire 1 to all units. Swamp to Fire Drill 1. Fire Drill 1. Amory Fire Drill 1.
Amory Fire 911 copy.
Fire 1, down 1.
Fire 1.
Man, if you will, go ahead and dispatch whatever you need to dispatch through me. I'm going to dispatch it through Amory Fire Drill 1 so I can kind of keep a list of everything.
10-4 Fire 1, I'm going to try to get you a list triaged with injuries first and then people stuck in houses.
That's covered.
Hey, Morgan. Can you do me a solid?
Fire 1, let me know when you're ready to copy, and I'll start.
I'm starting to get really dehydrated and I need water. So, you don't have to say anything unless if you hear something on the scanner. And you can just kind of repeat what they just said.
Alright.
Should be like 2 minutes. But, yeah, I need water. I'm going to die of dehydration. Because I'm going to pass out. True facts.
Necesita el agua.
Fire 1, I've got a report of a male subject in his backyard at 5071 D Avenue North. 5071 D Avenue North. Complaining of an injury to his arm.
Copy B.
10-4, let me know when you're ready for the next one.
Go ahead.
It's insane, folks.
Fire
You
1,
know,
I have a report of 4 people stuck in their hall. There's a tree on the residence at 805 Walnut Street. 805 Walnut Street.
gonna be hearing a lot of those, folks. I'd just like to make the statement right now, and I ain't targeting anybody in particular specifically at all. This is just a blanket statement. When we weather enthusiasts want severe weather events
Gonna have an elderly female in the back of her
Yeah,
house,
wait a second.
trapped, covered in debris, no injuries that I'm aware of.
Covered in debris, goodness gracious.
What was
I gonna say? I was saying something. Yeah, so people say that they want their tornado events all the time, and to be fair, this severe season has kind of bored me out a little bit. But we say we want our tornadic events until something like this happens, folks. This is a supercell that went through at least 3 different towns. Or excuse me, well, not one supercell, but numerous supercells that went through at least 3 different towns, folks. Doing significant damage to all of them. Killing people in some instances. And we're not going to realize the magnitude of this until daylight. So I really just wish, I really just wish people, and this really, okay, this really pisses me off, okay? And I'm not going to go too far into this because we've still got coverage to do. And I really can't let this get the better of me yet. It really, really, really infuriates me when people say, I want my tornado outbreak with no awareness for the people that are being impacted, no awareness for what their said outbreak could do. Consider more than just yourself and your desires. Consider the people impacted. Consider the people that have to deal with the aftermath of this for months and months. It's insane to me how morality and integrity of an individual goes out the window when people want something enough. They don't care what it takes. They don't care what it does. I want my thing and I'm going to get it. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry, Nate. I know you're back.
No, I get it. I get it. And I agree.
I'm pissed. I'm sorry. I'm pissed.
Language. No, Morgan does have a point. People who call for, wanting to be the ones to see the next EF5. But they don't realize that in seeing the next EF5, you are watching someone's livelihood disappear. And potentially their lives with it.
We've talked to several people that were still in their houses. There's no injuries.
And, it's not...
24 all operations are going to Fire Drill 1, Amory Fire Drill 1.
It's not.
Yes, thank you to everybody in chat that's saying language. I appreciate the contributions.
Yeah, language. It's. I think the worst part about it is I don't think people understand sometimes that it's just not acceptable in that instance under any circumstance. I mean, you can consider it, and, if something like this doesn't happen, you've been public in saying that you don't want it to happen, but, you make, like, a 5-second joke about it that isn't, like, something like EF5, it's usually like, oh, it's a little outbreak. That's harmless. But when you start to get into, oh, I want to see the next EF5, or the next EF5 is going to come for you.
This is the same category as pre-rating. Be considerate of the people that are actually, like, dealing with this right now. Be considerate of the people that just lost their child due to this. Come on.
Sam. I'm not going to get into an entire argument, but the rap saw this too. Double shortwave, surface in 700, storms rode the axis. Every model saw that, and that's the reason why no one was doubting that there was going to be strong tornadoes today.
Thank you, Andrew. There's a tornado on the ground north of Bear Creek.
Bear Creek. But it saw that too. So, don't know what else you want to say. Where's Bear Creek?
911, Fire 1.
Phil Campbell, south of Phil Campbell, east of Hackleburg.
Yes, there is a tornado there. 100%.
I've got a report
It's also moving east, too.
on the house with people possibly inside the residence.
Right mover.
It's going to be
Lol.
on the corner across from 209.
It's on the backside. It's that old supercell. It's still there.
Street North.
Something I said about vortices after the fact.
Yeah, if you live in Bear Creek along Highway 5 in Alabama, you need to get in your safe space.
On Annabelle Cove and 113th Street.
Copy 911. Do we know if there's any injuries on 209 Fifth Street North?
Negative. The neighbor called and saw the tree on the house and thought that someone was inside, but they haven't been inside yet, or to check.
Looks like the velocity's decreased over the past few scans. It's kind of hard to tell a little teeny bit. And with that, the debris signature also has fanned a little teeny bit. I should probably make my drawing a little larger. There you go. But that definitely was a tornado. I'm just hoping that no one got big impacts from that one too, because it was on the ground for a good bit. Probably, what, 5 minutes?
Something like that.
Donut hole is essentially like a boundary weak echo region, which is essentially when the rain wraps around the rotation entirely.
Circulation.
Now, in this instance, I don't think it was a donut hole. I don't think it was a boundary weak echo region, but that's just me.
Fire 1 to 37 or 21.
I agree, heart and soul. And the worst part about it, that I could say with that too, is that those are the same types of people that are going to argue if an event should be a high risk or a moderate risk, or if a tornado should be an EF4 or an EF5. Because let's be honest here, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Both are on the upper echelon values of its respective thresholds.
January 146, Fire 1.
And, yeah.
Sir, did I copy?
Man, double shortwave. Double shortwave.
That's covered.
Massive vorticity axis with streamwise vorticity across the board. That is so crazy to me. Double shortwave. And I said it in the beginning of the stream too. Everyone, if you rewind all the way back, if anything can ride the vorticity axis between that 700 millibar shortwave trough and the surface shortwave trough, which is it still riding it? Is there still shortwave? It's kind of ironed out a little teeny bit, but it is there. Just slightly. Let's go back. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was 2 hours ago. I can't keep it on there forever. But you see how it dips in the middle of Mississippi, in the middle of northern Mississippi as well? That's your surface shortwave trough right there, which just continued to just chew up. Man. So I'll go forward in time here. I feel like there's going to be a lot of spin-ups along the border of the Franklin County, Lawrence County, and Winston County lines here in Alabama. There's just a lot of, I guess, spinning. It's the best way for me to put it. Exactly, Crimson. There isn't really that big of a difference. You want to know something funny about that, too? You want to know something funny? Where is it? This is the wording from the National Weather Service. I shouldn't save it. I need to open image in new tab and show you guys. This is the wording from the National Weather Service in regards to its enhanced Vegeta scale. Extreme damage, homes leveled, cars thrown, top-story exterior walls of masonry buildings likely to collapse. And then massive damage. Homes swept away, high-rise buildings severely damaged, steel-reinforced concrete structures damaged, tree snap. The thing of it is that those two things right there are not very different. Homes leveled. Well, it's not standing anymore, and homes swept away, it's not standing anymore. They're the same thing. And sure, we don't want it to hit a big concrete building to be able for us to tell as to what's going through, because we don't want people to experience that. People experience those types of storms, people are going to lose their livelihoods. Just got to report multiple trees and power lines down and roof damage in Hamilton. Let me see if I can find some of that in some of the cameras that I have here. So me personally, I definitely think that the one that went through Amory, okay, was an intense tornado, which would be labeled as an EF3 at minimum. And I think the one that went through Rolling Fork was an intense tornado. So I think we have at minimum 2 EF3s. Now, whether or not they were stronger, I think is to be determined. I would probably need a little bit more of a visual on some of the damage that has been done. That way I can try and get a general idea as to what type of structures this, the tornado was ripping apart. Because if it was like a mobile home, then you can have EF3 damage. But if it was like, a brick house, which, and it's got to be like anchored down into the ground, which a part of me thinks that won't be the case if we're talking about Rolling Fork.
New tornado warning.
Oh, all the way up there. Whack.
What? Oh, wait.
It is rotating.
Fayetteville?
Yes.
Yeah, Fayetteville.
Tornado warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Central Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, Northwestern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
Are you asking about people if you were to stay doing stage right there? I'm making my way back to the people.
All broad.
Yeah, just a little broad. But it is there. So if you're in Fayetteville, Mulberry, Lynchburg, as well as Still Springs and Tullahoma in Tennessee, we're talking central and eastern or even northeastern Lincoln County, much of Moore County, as well as northwestern Franklin County here in Tennessee. This is Actually, southern middle Tennessee. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Y'all know a road that's open to the water plant over there?
And that is a supercell. Wow. That is a supercell.
No, there's not really no way over there. I mean, it's just going to be a time to get all the way through there. Careful.
True, Sean. True. But, I mean, at that point, you know, the common denominator is someone doesn't have a house anymore. Yes, Crimson, they are. See ya, computer. Thanks for coming out. It's a supercell heading towards Decherd and Winchester, Tennessee. Your son lives there. Decherd and Winchester. Let me look that up. Decherd, Tennessee is there. There in Franklin County. From the looks of it, the answer as of right now is not directly. It looks like it is going to go a little bit to the north of Decherd towards the Estill Springs area. So if that sounds familiar to you, if they reside in that area, then I would get in their safe space. This thing also could try to produce a tornado here. I actually would not be surprised if for the next 2 minutes we actually had a tornado that could have formed on the eastern side of Fayetteville, Tennessee. And I'm not saying that just to say that. I really do believe that this thing could potentially try to produce a tornado. We have an increase in spectrum width. An increase in spectrum width, an increase in velocities on that southern side of the couplet. Do you think that this thing... Do you think this thing could try? So Mulberry, Lynchburg, Estall. Someone said Estall Springs. Estall Springs.
25 Middle Walker County South, made as far as the Armory and the Boulevard here. We're going to be stopped here for debris, but we'll be working our way towards you. Copy everyone, but if you can, I'm going to make it to the Figgy Wiggly at Highway 25 and 6 right there. That's where we're going to meet up at.
Is Chattanooga in danger? I would say no. You guys are pretty far to the east. Storms should begin to dissipate well before it gets off into your area. So this is a picture here. This is from Koga James, Kouga James on Twitter. And you can see a lot of trees down in Amory. This is Amory, Mississippi. I think that first image, actually, this one right here. What about Cincy? Cincy's gonna be fine. Yes, that is a tornado. Fayetteville is producing a tornado as we speak. Spectrum width has peaked. I think that's what I should call it now. Spectrum width has peaked. Does that sound about right, Morgan? Spectrum width has peaked?
Ish.
Spiked still, I guess, then?
I like spiked more, truth be told.
Spiked?
Got a report of someone trapped inside their truck at 1218 Cowden
I would need to
Drive,
see...
1218 Cowden Drive.
I would need to probably find some other words that can probably describe the same thing. Because CC drop, I mean, drop is self-explanatory. I need something that's different. That's kind of like rise. You know, another word for rise.
911. Fire 1. I've got another one for you if you're ready.
But yeah, I do think this thing is producing a tornado as of right now. And it is going to cross over Highway 64 and head towards Mulberry. So if you live near Mulberry, this is east of Fayetteville, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There is another spectrum width drop still there. And that is a debris signature. So this is a tornado in progress right now. And velocities are still showing something, so that means this thing is probably still going to be on the ground for another, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes. And debris will still probably be in the air for a little bit longer than that.
All right. Now, if you don't mind, because, chaos, I am going to eat my dinner now.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I'll be here just more quiet than I already am.
No, it's fine. If you do see something, then feel free to shout, like usual. That is messed up. Wow, that was the tornado from Rolling Fork. This is from Adam Lucio. Adam Lucio WX on Twitter. Look at that. Look at how large that tornado was. Yep, that was a brief tornado in East Fayetteville. Debris signature is now fanned. You can see, go back in time once. There's the debris signature. Now it's not there anymore. It's fanned this way.
Advised that at the intersection of MLK and C Avenue, got a report of 3 injuries, unknown, and a missing person.
You got MLK and C Avenue, 3 injuries and 1 missing person.
10-3, a deputy is on scene at that location.
Oh. Mother was right. This is good chicken lo mein. Goodness.
It's the one thing you had to shout out. You eating chicken lo mein.
Indeed.
I didn't have dinner tonight.
Yeah, you should go make yourself a sandwich.
I probably will after the stream.
You want to know what I'm doing after the stream?
Sleeping.
With all due respect, going to bed.
Yeah, I know that. I gotta fix the issue.
Oh.
124, I made it to the tickle leader.
Never mind. They're saying let's figure it out tomorrow. I'm not gonna be here tomorrow.
24. Who you got when you have to
Wait, what are you doing tomorrow?
This entire weekend is the last tournament for hockey season. It's regionals. I was actually game 1 was actually tonight, but I told him I couldn't. So.
104, 1. Oh yeah. Give me some direction where I need to go. We got the machine loaded.
Clipsy with the 2. Says, what about Atlanta? You guys are fine, honestly. Not that big of a concern for Atlanta. So you guys should be good. Yeah, that picture that Aaron Rigsby took, I can't get that out of my head.
What's your location?
That picture that Aaron Rigsby took with the horizontal vortice, that right there is one heck of a tornado.
Engine 2. Go ahead.
Rolling Fork has been officially declared as a mass casualty incident.
Yeah, not gonna be the only one.
Me at 278 and the underpass.
7 corner report. Corner reports 7 dead so far in Sharkey, unfortunately. Which, as you guys know, for corner, you know, you can't just randomly have a guy who's a corner who just, you know, says, hey, this person's alive and this person's not. No, they got it through a vote, they got it through a job, they got it because they're
stand by and let me try to figure something out.
decently good at it. Hmm.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. There might be another storm here to watch, tornadic wise,
Fire 1.
that's approaching the southern side of Decatur, Alabama. So I would watch out for that.
10-3, stand by. I've got a subject needing oxygen at 405 6th Avenue North. 405 6th Avenue North.
In some spots, Infinity, yes. In some spots, especially with what happened in 2011. Will Huntsville get tornadoes? There's a small chance that you guys might believe it or not. But for right now, it's a lot of damaging winds. That is some significant damage in Silver City as well. Man, that is a large tornado. Look at this here, guys. This is from Freddie McKinney R. At Freddie McKinney R. And they helped pull people out and rush 2 ladies to the hospital. So well done, Freddie. Well done, Freddie. Hopefully they're all right. But well done, Freddie. This is also the picture you can see at Freddie McKinney, the watermark right there. So this is his. This is his stuff. Well done, Freddie. Well done. That's amazing. Great job, Freddie. Great job. Heart and Soul with the 50. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does help my channel out a lot. It says, just want to give a shout out to Nate Morgan, the National Weather Service, other storm chasers, and all EMTs and public service members for their absolutely amazing dedication to help warn, save, and prevent people from losing their lives. Your work doesn't go unnoticed. Well, I appreciate those kind words. I really do. Thank you so much. And yeah, I mean, I thought the National Weather Service did a really good job today of warning. They issued the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning very, very, very early, before the tornado was even on the ground. And about 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, it actually did go. And then they issued the tornado emergency. So I really do believe, you know, with the tornado watch that was issued. Now, granted, tornado watches, you know, that's a whole entire separate story. All right, I can go into these another day. But
911, Amory, is he one?
I really did think the National Weather Service and their warnings really were spot on today. National Weather Service Jackson was spot on today. National Weather Service Little Rock was spot on today. National Weather Service Memphis was spot on today. I thought they did a fantastic job. Billy Ann Cruz with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot. It really does.
10-3.
How many tornado emergencies were issued? You just got on about 4 or 5? 4 or 5? Does that sound about right? Maybe 6? Here, let's... 6?
Say about.
Let's see. There's 1. I'm trying to look through. That's 2. 3. 4. Only 4 of them. Only 4 tornado emergencies tonight. It's probably because the warning boxes were so large that I thought it was a little bit more, but... Man, oh man. Still a little bit of rotation here. There's one west of Coleman near Addison, and then there's another one west of Hartselle, southwest of Decatur.
Let him know that we are back at Station 1.
National Weather Service confirmed the tornado debris signature west of Bear Creek. So they counted that as the tornado too.
$19 to 24 or 13.
Zachary Hall said on Twitter, said, quote, "My final view of Rolling Forks, Mississippi tornado before it moved into town. Low quality screen grab from a video. I'm telling you, this tornado has a roar like I've never heard. Intense, scary tornado that inflicted major damage."
Did y'all advise you did clear Stephen Street? No, they Stephen is clear. You advise Stephen Street is clear? Hello, 911, that's at 146. We've taken care of the station at 405 6th Avenue North. We're transporting hospital now.
So, Nate.
Gentlemen, is there a shelter?
What do you think is your end point?
I have to look at HRRR more than likely.
Fire 1 to all units. Fire 1 to all units. If we can, let's 1033 traffic from the dispatch channel. Flunk to Amory Fire Drill 1, please. Amory Fire Drill 1 for all operations. Fire 1 now.
Fire 1. Fire 1, did you have traffic?
All right, I'm gonna take a look at the actual reflectivity here now.
I don't want to be that guy, but this looks majority linear at this point.
At the end of South Lane,
Except for the broad supercellular structure. That did, you know what?
Amory residents in that location for now.
It is mainly linear.
10-4 FD1.
I'll probably go for another 30, 40 minutes to the top of the hour, and then I'll go.
10-4, you did advise the old Amory garment.
Yes, ma'am, the old Amory garment. Now, when you was been contacted, if she responded to this air.
Marcus got, yeah, he got flipped. Wow.
Yeah. He got too
If you
close.
guys have just done have been notified, if she was out.
Stand by, I'll see if I can make contact with her.
She has been notified.
Wow. Yeah, probably till the top of the hour. Unless if this thing continues to be tornadic, which the thing south of Decatur does look like it still is trying. So take that however way you can. Still tornadic storm over west of Winchester, approaching the Estill Springs area. So, if you're just west of Estill Springs, west of Winchester, continue to stay indoors. Other than that, stay away from windows if you are going to be indoors, which I hope everyone is.
105 Highway 6.
Oh.
10-4, I will advise.
This right here is from Jonathan Satcher. Chocolate Lab sent this in, but Jonathan Satcher here on Twitter. So at Satcher Blake on Twitter.
New tornado warning.
There's a new tornado warning. Extension?
No, it's the supercell.
It is the supercell. They did issue the tornado warning.
Huntsville.
Then I'll show this footage a little bit later on.
Northwestern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southwestern Madison County in north central Alabama, southeastern Limestone County in north central Alabama, central Morgan County in north central Alabama, east central Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
Extension of Tennessee.
Mm.
Tornado warning for southeastern Moore County in Middle Tennessee, northern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
Man, a lot of this stuff is rain wrapped. That's looking south and that's looking south. So realistically, I just need to figure out where this rotation's gonna go if this thing does produce a tornado. That one. So I do have a camera in Alabama that's looking south at this rotation, south of Priceville. And it will be going right over the camera from the looks of it on Alabama dot. So we'll be watching this pretty closely. But yeah, that is a new tornado warning that has been issued for Winchester, Deachard, and Estill Springs. It looks like the rotation in itself, it's moving kind of eastish, which means the northern side of Deachard could get clipped. That's a massive lightning strike that I saw on the side screen that I just had. But Estill Springs, and then areas south of Estill Springs and north of Winchester. You guys need to watch out. So, tornado warning for Franklin. I'm going to continue to pull up the stream on the side. I'm going to watch that. And then we also once again have the tornado warning over here in Morgan County, as well as southeastern Limestone County and southern Madison County. So this is more for central and northern Morgan. If you live in Priceville, in Somerville, in Hartselle, and then of course Triana, you guys need to get into your safe space. Underground if you can. The lowest innermost part of your building, and put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors, is good too. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Get into your safe space if you are in Morgan County, Alabama. And then of course, as I mentioned, Franklin County, Tennessee, up there. Newest scan shows still not as much rotation, so it's kind of alright.
911 to 501.
Nina with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank you so much, Nate. Fantastic job as always. Where I am, Middle Tennessee. Wind is just unbelievable. Mean line of storms approaching.
Filters because of the power lines.
Keep staying indoors.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
10-4, just making sure.
It is a planes event, Joe, and that is all I'm going to say, because beyond that, I am not going to try and understand the event beyond the fact that there is going to be some capping inversion in the environment. It's already guaranteed. There's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of cape. There's going to be some pretty strong wind shear throughout the area. So I've seen a day 7 before. I've seen a day 8 before as well. But it'll be a pretty strong, severe weather event from the looks of it. But I won't comment further than that because I know better than anyone else to get involved with stupid models that far out.
The Nate Snyder organization refuses to comment on day 7 severe weather potential.
Once again, there is a tornado warning here for Morgan, Madison, and Limestone counties in Alabama. This is more for southern Madison County, as well as extreme southeastern Limestone, and then central and northern Morgan County. If you're in Morgan County in Alabama, need to get in your safe space. But as of right now, if you're along 565-ish, if you're from there or north, you guys honestly should be pretty much fine from the main area of where this rotation is at. But if you're south of 565, I would probably recommend getting into some form of shelter. Ryan with the 2 says, hi, what is the weather for Wisconsin for the next 10 days? That's a good question. I'll peek in here. Now, once you get past 3 days, it's not really set in stone, so bear with me. But here is Wisconsin. The time is right here. So if you want to follow along, feel free to do so. It's right above that line, okay? So we can move on through, and Saturday morning, snow starts to approach the southern to southeastern and even eastern portions of Wisconsin. And that'll move on through by the late afternoon into early evening hours. Then we shall get crossed into next Tuesday, the 28th. And we do have some scattered precipitation over there. Not really too much, though, honestly. And then we get off into Wednesday evening into the overnight. There is some snow, and then some precipitation will start to move on through again from Thursday into Friday. More precipitation, it seems, on Friday into Saturday. And then Sunday as well. Just a lot of on and off precipitation, really. Temperatures So it's gonna be it's gonna cool down just a little teeny bit between now and Sunday. Then it will continue to stay cool, actually, heading off into Monday. Tuesday could be a little slightly warmer, but then it'll just continue to be cool on Wednesday, looking at Thursday and Friday, before maybe on Friday stuff can actually warm up just a bit. And then after Friday, realistically, you guys could start to get a lot warmer in some instances as well. So I would look forward to spring here soon, but it would probably be another week before it becomes spring for you all. All right. We have our live camera in, or at least south of Priceville.
That's copy. It does not have power, correct?
If this loads quickly, I might be able to show you.
Lights are on inside. Power is on. Good copy.
I might be able to show you. Currently unavailable. Yeah, that's nice. Currently unavailable. Alabama dot. You're useless.
911 FD1.
Alabama dot. You're useless. That could very well be a tornado. North of Dietrich.
Fire 1 have a report of people trapped in a house. No injuries. 105 North Side Drive.
More people trapped.
105 North 1.
You're in Gurley going to Huntsville. Should you stop somewhere? If you're going to Huntsville, but it's northern Huntsville, you should be fine. But this tornadic storm will head off to your area at some point. So just realize. Deckard. You go to sleep in Madison, Georgia? Yep. Practically everyone in Georgia can go to sleep, honestly.
What direction was y'all working towards from the station 2?
That is another area of rotation south of Falkville as well. It is starting to spin up just a little teeny bit more, but it also is pretty outflow dominant for the most part. You can kind of see this bowing characteristic in the radar.
Female who was oxygen dependent. It was given to MedStat when it came in. I'm not sure if anybody was ever able to get to her.
Just a lot of the damage that is coming out of Rolling Forks is absolutely insane.
We'll be trying to make our way to James Street. Give me that house number again.
I am very interested to see what comes out of daylight tomorrow, because that's just...
Jennifer, you sure us responded?
Man.
10-4.
Yeah, as I said, if you're north of 565, you're okay. If you're south of 565, you're in the tornado warning. You probably should be indoors, and you probably should stay away from windows. Priceville is in the clear now. I will say that. So if you're in Priceville, you're in the clear of the immediate tornado threat. Anything out of out of Amory? A lot of people trapped, from what I've heard. A lot of people trapped. There was a crap ton of gas leaks early on. I think they've shut that down. Or at least I think they have.
All right, Nate. After further review of current radar and my level of consciousness, I am going to take myself
CP time.
and get out of here. Indeed.
That's understandable. I probably will go until the top of the hour.
I'm just not gonna make it there, realistically. You'll let me know about your hockey stuff tomorrow. And
Yeah.
we will
So
have discussions.
Believe it or not, I haven't actually looked at my schedule a whole lot about it. I know one of my games at noon, so I will have to wake up.
Great job.
I will have to wake up. Here, let's see. So yeah, noon, and then I have another at 6:40. And then depending upon the seating, the earliest game on Sunday is like 8:40. This is Ashburn.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the place we could have went to, if it, you know,
Yeah, well.
if my team was not great at hockey at that time.
Yeah.
Everyone say goodbye to Morgan in chat.
Keep people in your thoughts and prayers tonight, people.
Yeah. If you do find anything about tomorrow, by the way, Morgan, it's not that I'm going to be, you know, on my phone a whole lot or off it, but I probably won't be too involved. So.
Okay. Okay.
If you do find anything, feel free to let me know, because I am interested.
Will do. Sounds good.
All right. Take luck.
Will do. Peace out, chat.
And there he goes. So that was Morgan. For people who don't know Morgan, he is going to Oklahoma University in the fall. So he's going for meteorology. And I would like to think you'll know what he's going to be talking about in the future. But we'll see. We'll see. Yes, the velocity near Rolling Fork was indeed incredible. I think Amory and Rolling Fork was both that significant. It was just that intense throughout the area, so. Yep, appreciate it, Papa Smurf. Featured update? Yeah, they're fine. It's stuff that's northeast of it that could potentially be tornadic, which, believe it or not, there could be a new tornado warning that could be issued for Grundy County, so watch out. Watch out for Grundy County. I want to see, is there anything that I can use here? Do I have any decent cameras? The answer is probably not. How's Chattanooga looking? Chattanooga looks alright, honestly. I think they're a little too far east for a lot of the main tornadic stuff, but they will get damaging winds, so I'd watch out for that. Yeah, camera temporarily unavailable. Oh, there we go. Now we have a large view, though it is raining. Would I put the Amory tornado on the level of the Mayfield tornado or stronger? I would maybe a minimum of EF4 based on damage alone. I haven't seen damage from Amory, not at least ones that would support EF4. Velocities in itself were significant. Everyone saw that. But I myself have not seen EF4 damage. I've seen EF4 damage from Rolling Fork, or at least I think I have. I know 100% both of those were probably EF3s. There's a good chance both of them were EF3s. But I think the only one that I've really seen that was EF4 was Rolling Fork. Check Twitter. All right, I'm checking Twitter. I'm checking Twitter. Yeah, as I said, I haven't really seen a whole lot of damage from Amory. Seen a lot of trees down in some spots. By the way, for people who are wondering about tomorrow, tomorrow is a marginal risk, a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, with a 2% chance for tornadoes. And also, the weather watch that was issued out in front of the tornado watch that is currently in northern Alabama, that was a severe thunderstorm watch. So, not as much of a tornado producer the further east you go, from the looks of it. You're from Roanoke, Alabama. Do I think you're gonna be good? Well, I have to try and find where Roanoke is specifically. My assumption is it's on the northwestern side, but northwestern side of Georgia, but I could always be wrong. All right, you know what? We're just going to search it up. We're just going to search it up on Roanoke, Alabama. No, it is very far south. Yeah, you're good. You're all right. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, you guys, you're good, Nexus. You're good, Nexus. You should be fine. Yeah, you're all right. You're all good. They just extended the warning here. It is now a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm assuming this was from Knoxville. No, it's Nashville. Wow. A little surprised. But that is a jurisdiction thing, so I guess I'm not too surprised. That is another area of rotation that is starting to develop near Morgan City. If you're near Morgan City in Alabama, due south of Huntsville, that'd be on 231. I would watch out for that as well. That could potentially be tornadic. And you know what I may do? I think I might actually put the camera that's over in Guntersville on. I'll have that on in the background. Though there's going to be a lot of lightning in the background, though. You kind of see what I mean here with this. These severe storms are moving like east, almost due east. There's Guntersville, and if this storm just kind of keeps going, wow, it's really nice lightning. If it keeps going just north of Guntersville, we could try to see something, because this camera is looking off to the north. So, we could be able to see something if things continue to spin up. How's Madison? Madison realistically is fine. Huntsville realistically is fine. Decatur, Athens, they're realistically fine. So I think they're okay. See ya, Highlander. Thank you for being out here tonight and helping moderate chat. Is Western Kentucky in the clear? Yeah, Western Kentucky is all right. Just watch out for flash flooding, though. If there's any flooded roadways, don't drive into them. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. That rotation is starting to intensify, so that might be something to watch out for. Morgan City, Alabama. Is that a new tornado warning for that said storm?
Tornado warning for northwestern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, west central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, southern Madison County in north central Alabama, southeastern Morgan County in north central Alabama.
Well, there you go. I mean, there's that. There's also another area of rotation north of Fairview as well. Something tells me I'm going to be streaming well past 2 o'clock, aren't I? Yeah, something tells me. Just a slight hint. Just a slight hint. Just a slight one. Just a little outside. So New Hope, Owens Crossroads, Morgan City, and Grant. Oh, my ears. Oh, my ears. Yeah, Woodville, Limrock, Scottsboro, although Scottsboro and Limrock are outside of the warning. Owens Crossroads, New Hope, Grant, Morgan City. Y'all are under a tornado warning. You guys should probably seek some form of shelter. You probably should. Go back up to the cell up north. There is a little bit of vorticity here. Is that spectrum width or nothing? Nah, not as much turbulence with that. Looks like there could have potentially been like a little spin up right here. Hard to say though, very hard to say. There's also a nice bit of rotation right here near Colmont in Tennessee. This would be like the middle of Grundy County. So that would be something to watch out for as well. Lot of turbulence over in Morgan City right now, or at least west of Morgan City. That kind of tells me that storm could be trying to drop more towards the ground, create a lot of turbulence. Tornadoes do, after all, create turbulence. So, kind of gives a a decent idea of what we can expect here. There is a supercell here. You can kind of see a little bit of the hook right there. So there is that, and then the one up north, there's a not as well-defined hook, but it is there. And yeah, there's still potentially 2 areas of rotation. I'm thinking that there's only 1, but there could be 2. And that just got updated, and that tells me that there's only 1. So it'd be this one all the way down here. Still there. So that would be Colmont and Tracy City in Tennessee. But we're going back to Morgan City because we do have rotation here with this storm, and I'll play the entire loop here. This is actually a very long loop, so I'm going to turn off polling. And then I'll turn it back on, but under the limited frames. So 8 frames. 8 frames sounds good enough to me. Eight frames does sound good enough to me. All right, we're putting the camera back on. Yeah, Morgan went to bed. Hail in Seattle? Really? No hope for New Hope? That's classic. Sirens going on in Curly. Make sure you stay indoors then. Stay away from windows. I'm glad you found my channel too, Misty. Thank you so much. It's the latest story I think I'll stay up to. Maybe 2:30 Eastern at the most. Maybe. I really want to go to bed earlier, but I mean. Last time I followed you was December 10th, and it was 3 a.m. Wow. It was a good while ago. But, today was crazy. I'm not saying it was just like, December 10th. But today was very crazy on stream here today. Battle of the environments. But I appreciate you coming back to the stream, Elise. I appreciate you coming back to the channel, so thank you so much. It really does mean a lot, too. Stuff like that, small things like coming back to the channel are always, it's always the reason as to how a channel sustains. People constantly coming back. And when people leave, less people stay.
Is there anyone over on Rogers Drive going through the neighborhood, knocking on doors to check on people?
Oh.
I can't confirm exactly that it is our personnel, but we do have people out in multiple areas right now.
10-4.
911, we haven't made it to Rogers Drive. We're close, so we need to go to Rogers Drive.
Day 2 slight, 5-4? Really? That is a 5 tour. It's a pretty large 5 tour. Wow. I'm gonna put the camera up so that you guys can see what's happening on this screen. And while I do that, I'm gonna figure out why Sunday is a 5 tour. We're getting close to the 6Z run. Oh. Oh. Lapse rates are still an issue. That's linear. So Dixie. So Dixie. Let's look at the 3Z wrap. Now, sure, we'll cherry pick, but what is it really thinking about Sunday? A lot more energy. Wow. Kind of surprised. Not as much wind shear, though. Kind of actually lacks a lot. Is that next Sunday? No, it's this Sunday. I appreciate you wanting to help, Jen. I'm not entirely sure where all those funds go, though, with his things, because he hasn't actually released any anything about that in regards to how much money goes into it. So, yeah, I don't want to risk any of that money that I wanted to go to the victims to be used as a part of, you know, their own benefit. You know, I wanted to go straight to the victims. So if I were to put money in, which I probably would, probably a portion of the stream, the shares here, it would probably go to something like Red Cross or Mississippi, any sort of local charity in Mississippi that is helping tornado victims, something like that. Hey, listen, I'm always skeptical about everything. You know me if you've been on the channel forever. I'm skeptical about storms, skeptical about it. You know, events, whatnot. You know, all I'm saying is people have called him out on it, and he has refused to tell people how much money of that goes into it. I know he puts a lot of money into it, and the thing of it is that does wonders for victims. It does wonders. But, you know, in regards to my money, right? I want a surefire way that it goes straight to them, not through someone else and stuff like that. So that's just me. That's just me. You guys can do what you want, but that's just me. It's not that big of a deal. Money's still going to the victims. Claimed. I've given Ryan his props. I've given Ryan his props. He has a massive audience, and he uses that audience to get information out to people who may be impacted. That right there is a work of art in itself, and I respect that. I do. Now, morally, there's some things that he does that I don't agree with, but the fact of the matter is he does help. Not much else that I can say about that, really. It's just some moral issues that I have. And other people have. But that's besides the point. Point being is, if I want to send money to victims, all right, I would probably do it another way. Because I want to make sure my money gets to them. So. I'm not going to say anything more about Ryan. I'm just saying, I hope the victims tonight do get help from this significant event, because they do need it. If some of the reports that have been coming out of both Amory and the long track tornado that was over, God, why am I always blanking on that name? Fork something. Great look, Nate. Short term is great for you. Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork. If the reports are true coming out of there, they're going to need as much help as they possibly can. So. I'm going back to the radar here. I'm going to see what's happening with New Hope and Union Grove. Looks like the rotation hasn't done a whole lot, honestly. It's kind of prolonged over a little bit of time. Rolling Fork. I need to remember Rolling Fork. It's such a long name that it's just like, it's not short, sweet, straight to the point. It's just... Yeah, for the people who are talking about Rolling Fork, listen, that cell right there, that entire supercell, all right? That entire storm rode something called a double shortwave trough, or at least I'm calling it a double shortwave trough. It rode 2 shortwave troughs, which essentially meant that it was on a vorticity axis, pure streamwise vorticity axis, from at least 0. Oh, is that a power flash that I saw over there? On that right-hand side. I mean, we're getting a lot of lightning over there on the side. But anyways, it rode an area where there was a lot of pure streamwise vorticity along the shortwave at the surface, and the shortwave at 700 millibars. And it just continued to, you know, build up and up and up and up and up. And it was just really intense. So. What was worse, Rolling Fork, Silver City, or Amory? Man, I hate to compare them all because they all, it looks like they all sustain significant damage. That's my 2 cents off of this. My guess is Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork really had the peak environment for both a large violent tornado, and it was relatively early in its life cycle that it could be as robust and as strong as it was. Silver City was just a little bit further down the line, so it essentially got the same thing. Amory was so close to the radar, and it was trying to dodge a cell merger. So a storm was trying to collide with it, and it was trying to dodge it. and it essentially amplified the wind shear within it. Kind of. But it still had pure streamwise vorticity all the way up to like 700 millibars. That could potentially be a tornado here. If you live near Grant, areas north of Guntersville, could potentially be a tornado here soon. We might be able to watch it here on the camera here. We got the radar above, so we'll be able to at least see what's going on with that. I'm going to put my Doritos on the side here because as hungry as I am, I need to be able to see most of my monitors. There we go. All right, hopefully we are able to see something on the right-hand side there. I don't think we will, but not for the lack of trying. Rolling fork rolls off the tongue. I guess it's just not for me then. I guess it's just, it doesn't roll off the tongue for me then. Because I can't remember. I can't remember it. Yeah, it looks like for the stuff that's in Amory, we won't know until tomorrow. Which is also the reason why I am a little skeptical about some of the actual intensity of the storm. But at the same time, you know, we didn't really have a whole lot of chasers on the ground and reporters on the ground over in that area. So I can't really blame the lack of, you know, lack of imagery from the town on the storm and intensity, but it is. Yeah, we still got rotation approaching Grant and Langston. New severe thunderstorm warning because of it as well out in front. Yeah, probably 2:30 Eastern is when I'll probably call it. Because sleepy time for me in the future, right? Yeah, Silver City. Man, Silver City is crazy. Where's this camera located again? Guntersville. Guntersville. So it's south of the tornado warning on 431. So here is your supercell in question, right in there. And the actual camera's right here, and that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
So there is the extension. You'll see the new warning here in a bit. And the more things change, the more they stay the same, I guess, because I'm going to continue to be still on here until this warning goes out. Weather, whether you like it or not. Check comments also. Oh. Looking through Twitter because trying to make sure that I am not missing any sort of information that I could get.
9 Fire 1.
That slightly scared the crap out of me, but you know, that's not that big of a deal. Alright, there's some damage from Amory. Now we probably can start looking at it. Here's some damage. Thanks, Benjamin, for sending it in. This is from WTVA News from the National Guard Armory in Amory, Mississippi. Armory in Amory. I don't see a lot of significant damage, and a lot of these buildings seem to not be super well built. So that's something to consider. This is Amory. Thanks, Benjamin, for sending this in. Let's watch this. My ears just absolutely melted. That is a confirmed tornado, by the way, that is approaching Grant. Don't tell me that's radar confirmed. It is radar confirmed. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'd have to disagree with that one, but, you know, what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, let's look through. So this is, from meteorologist Ashley Bryant. Meteorologist Ashley
Tornado
Bryant.
warning for northeastern Rhea County in East Tennessee, northern Bledsoe County
Really?
in East Tennessee, west central Rowan County in East Tennessee.
Is it that cell near Pikeville? I guess we'll come back to that in a second. But anyways, here's Amory. That's at A. Bryant Weather. Damage to the gas station. Damage to the National Guard. Damage to the buildings. So there really isn't that much damage. Oh, that's the tornado shelter map. Yes, that's right. I shared that the one time. So there really isn't that much damage over there in Amory. At least none that I can tell. Yeah, it is Pikeville. Wow, that is a tornado warning. That was for Pikeville. So that's kind of whack. So Pikeville, Highway 127 northeast of Pikeville, heading off into the Bledsoe County, and there could potentially be a tornado warning in southern Cumberland County as well. So we'd have to watch out for that. But yeah, apparently that was a confirmed tornado that was over near Grant. Once again, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. But, you know, I've been wrong before. And, with that being said, look at that. Look at that rain that's surging across. Watch this. Belong to the streets. Be gone with you. Anyone know if Northern Illinois is supposed to be a part of Thursday's event? I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. It's supposed to be Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. That's what I'm also thinking, MK. That's why I think tomorrow morning is going to be crucial. But it also kind of reminds me of, if you guys remember that tornado emergency that was over near Tupelo? Now, obviously, we saw 210 mile per hour winds to 240 mile per hour winds within the storm. So it's obviously, you know, apples to oranges with this storm compared to Tupelo, which definitely wasn't at that threshold. But still. Kind of reminds me of that a little bit. See that shelf cloud there, chat? Big time shelf cloud in front of us. Look at that. Wow. You can see the shelf cloud coming into view. That is actually from the outflow boundary, from that supercell that's over in Grant. That is actually kind of crazy. I wonder if they'll move the camera. I wonder. See you, Drana. Thank you so much for watching. Why is the bag half air? Probably because Doritos Company knows they can get away with it. Oh, really? Chris Florida got hit? My goodness. All right, we're going to go up to Tennessee. We're going to go back up to Pikeville because we still have that tornado warning up there. So if you live in Pikeville, Highway 127, actually the rotation's not as strong on this storm as it once was, but 127, Grandview, and then eventually towards Lake Tonsai, or Lake Tonsai. It's probably Tonsai. Knowing me, it's probably Tonsai. You need to get into your safe space, because this definitely could be tornadic. Now, it's not super strong by any stretch of the imagination, but a tornado can pose a threat to life and property, especially if you're in a mobile home. Especially if you're in a mobile home. What was that? Did you guys see that? Tansy? Really? It's Tansy? So I was wrong both times. I think. Tansy. Oh, I 100% get it, Jen. Ow! You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you choose one or the other, because we're both doing the same thing. We're trying to do the same thing. And let's try and help people, so. You were trying. Sometimes I could be pretty stupid, so. Yeah, that is a, I'm stressed scarfing the Doritos. I haven't had dinner. So this is apparently my dinner? Once again, I said I wasn't very smart. Might be one of those instances. Later it gets the more silly Nate gets. You know, sometimes. It's a flip of a coin. It's either I get very tired or I get really, I don't know what to call it. I guess for you it's silly. So Francis, that was Marcus Reynolds, who got hit by a tornado as well, and he got flipped too. He says he's all right though. Fortunately, he says he's okay. But he also said he was an idiot. And I left off a lot of extra words to describe how much of an idiot he was. So at minimum, you could say he was pretty upset. That was a new tornado warning. For what reason? Who knows?
Tornado warning for East Central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in
That is a
northeastern
tornado.
Alabama.
Or at least pretty soon it will be. That is a report of... What? Reports of structural damage in Oak Ridge area near Hartselle. Tractor trailer overturned. Trees down. There's tornado damage in Hartselle. That was south of Priceville. I was hoping I got that one out in time. Oh, what is this? Here, real quickly. This entire line in northeastern Arkansas, not Arkansas, I'm asleep. Alabama. Northeastern Alabama is really whack. There's rotation along the entire line. There might be rotation right on the camera right in front of us. Is that a funnel cloud? I can't tell. The camera's shaking too much. Oh, power flash! I'm not sure if that's because of a tornado or wind. My guess is wind. But power flash. I think my point stands. A lot of whack stuff along this line. True facts. I'm sorry, Mackenzie. I'm sorry, Mackenzie. I will try not to do it again. I will try not to. That was a huge power flash. Well, we're going to continue to have the camera on the side. That's either very gusty winds or the potential of a small tornado. It's hard for me to say for certain, but there is numerous areas of rotation along the line. So I'm just going to start calling out towns. And hopefully it works. Hopefully people hear it. Hopefully people heed it. Section, Dutton, Powell, Sylvania, Henniger, Pisgah, Rosali, Eider, Flat Rock. Those areas over there. Of course, I will also be mentioning this is eastern Jackson County, heading off into northern DeKalb County. So if you live in those counties, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. The visibility for right in front of you guys is, I don't want to say completely gone, but that's a lot of rain in front of us. But yes, this is northeastern Alabama. Northeastern Alabama. We also have another tornado warning that's in central Tennessee. Rotation for that isn't very significant though, so my guess is that it's probably a bit more of a strong damaging wind threat as well. There's probably going to be a new tornado warning here for Jackson County, like Flat Rock specifically. You can kind of see a little bit of an arc here, a little bit of an embedded supercell here. So we have a lot of rain that's being wrapped around and jutted out in front here on the lower side, which means we could try to get a little spin up. So watch out for that. And we do have some good rotation with it too. You can kind of see a lot of bright reds moving away from the radar. And if we can get these greens to wrap around to right in here, we probably would be talking about a tornado. Probably will be talking about a tornado. Normalized rotation agrees because it quantifies that there is rotation there. So listen, about Mississippi, their road system is stupid. I'll just say Mississippi and Alabama and Arkansas, their road systems are stupid. You have north-south roads. You have east-west roads, right? You rarely have northwest, northeast, southwest roads, or northwest, southeast roads, right? And you rarely have southeast or southwest, northeast roads, stuff like that. So essentially, you have nothing that goes diagonal, ever. Which means, if there are storms that are moving northeast, like they usually do in Mississippi and Alabama, you're kind of screwed. So, chasing is not fun. Especially when those storms are moving at 65 miles per hour. Pennsylvania and Ohio's got a 2% tornadoes for today. Yeah, I know. I won't be able to chase it, though, today. I got work. Oh, wow. Bread Adair made a video. If you guys don't mind, okay, so I am not going to watch this live. I'm not going to watch it live. But what I am going to do is I am going to watch it on my side screen, and I'm going to mute the noise, the background noise. What I will also do is I will give you guys a link to this video that Bread Adair had for Silver City. It's in the chat. Wow, Flat Rock has intensified significantly. Look at that. We're gonna turn this off. Goodbye, Amory. I've heard enough. But that right there is the video from Bread Adair. And if you would like to watch it, feel free to do so. I'm going to watch it at 2 times speed. And I'm going to have the audio in the background to kind of watch it so that I can just kind of zoom through. That is indeed a large tornado from the looks of it. Wow. That thing is racing. That is rain wrapped too. Like, good luck. That is rain wrapped. But you can clearly tell there's a tornado on that front edge there. As I said, I'm not showing it on stream. I'm just watching myself and kind of commentating over it. So, trying to give a general idea. Oh, big power flash. That was on the stream. That's a new tornado warning, probably for Flat Rock. Yep. So they did issue a new tornado warning for that. Oh. That is a significant tornado. There's a large tornado, and it was crossing the road right in front of him. Rain wrapped, but very large. Wow, that's some gnarly damage. That tractor trailer, man. Oh, that's damage to a house. Looks like a single story house. EF2 damage-ish, maybe. Roof was ripped off, but the walls, for the most part, seemed alright. Oh, that's... Oh, that's so eerie. Especially watching this at 2 times speed. Oh my gosh, that house is gone. Reduced to rubble. Wow. That's a brick house. Side of the wall got smacked. That's a debris signature here. I will tune to this here right now. That is a debris signature. Flat Rock, we knew that this was going to be the case. We knew that you guys were going to get a tornado. Well, here you go. If you live in Flat Rock, Alabama, you need to get in your safe space right now. This is a tornado in progress near Flat Rock, Alabama. Guys need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That is a debris signature right there. Velocities are still pretty strong. It's actually not bad. Actually not bad at all. 102 on top of 10, so 113 mile per hour delta velocity to at most a 130 mile per hour delta velocity. Yeah, this thing is definitely a strong tornado. Maybe not a violent tornado, but it is a strong tornado. And if you guys live, once again, Flat Rock, Rising Fawn, and Trenton. This is starting to get closer and closer towards Georgia. All right, that's Dade County in Georgia, as well as Alabama 75 and northern DeKalb County. Guys should probably get in your safe space. So once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Albertville, Alabama, what about them? Pulling up Google Maps here because I don't know where that is. Albertville. You guys should be fine. There's a here. Yeah, it looks like you guys should be fine. That is a tornado confirmed. That has officially been confirmed by the National Weather Service. Yeah, it looks like, oh, look at that spectrum with spike. Just moved on through. Look at that spike right within that area. Still there. Go back a scan here to the normalized rotation. You can see the higher values of moderate rotation indicated in the green and the yellow. Usually when you see yellow, it's moderate. Green and yellow is moderate, but yellow is the higher version of the moderate of the green. And then, of course, we've seen too many reds, pinks, and whites today. My goodness. Those are strong to very strong velocity values, normalized rotation values. But this is a tornado. This is a storm that produced a tornado that was near Flat Rock. It crossed Alabama Highway 117. Marley, I hope you sleep well at night. I hope you do. You might be young right now, but if you're older and you're faced with a situation similar to what some people are dealing with down there in Mississippi, and it may not be from a tornado, it could be from something else. I hope people give you better common courtesy than you gave some of the people here today. True facts. Did I say Highway 75? Yes, I said Highway 75 in Alabama. This is in northern DeKalb County. So Dade and Walker counties in Georgia. That was issued from Atlanta's jurisdiction, which kind of doesn't make sense to me, in my honest opinion. Why that would be Atlanta's jurisdiction, but you know. Oh well. But yeah, Dade and Walker counties in Georgia now. You guys are now in a tornado warning for a tornado that is confirmed. Tornado that is currently in progress. And it could also be starting to alleviate here soon. But that was indeed a tornado. Rising Fawn areas near Trenton and south of Trenton, and then Cooper Heights eventually over into portions of Walker County. Definitely will need to watch out. I wonder if this is the last bit of supercellular activity that we have. I wonder. I don't know why either, Francis. I've seen significant tornadoes form on mountains before, so I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. Really, it does help out a lot. Hitting that thumbs up button down below, even subscribing to help me spread this information. As I said, this stuff really does help out a lot. And I'll get back into describing the video here in a bit after this tornado warning kind of dies down just a bit. Chicago, Midwest, Lamau. That's what it kind of looked like to me too, Tyler. Just barely. Morning from Scotland. Been watching for 7 hours. Well, I appreciate you watching. I really do. I've been live for quite some time now. 10.5 hours. Sheesh. Man, oh man. That is a new tornado that is forming right over I-59. More than likely it is a new tornado, and it is. The spectrum width is spiked significantly over here on I-59 south of Trenton. So that'll be heading to Cooper Heights. If you're in Cooper Heights, Georgia, you need to get in your safe space as well. Real quickly, I'll watch the rest of the video, actually, just to kind of describe. I've only got like a minute left, because I'm making it like super fast-paced. Wow. They're trying to clear some of the debris in the video. That looks like a mobile home that was destroyed. That does look like a mobile home, yeah. Lot of damage over there. Jeez. Wow. So yeah, that was kind of the Cliff Notes version. Man, oh man. Yeah, some of the damage that I've seen from Rolling Fork is just immense. Immense. Is that a debris signature? I'm gonna press X to doubt. Could have been a slight debris signature, actually. Maybe just a slight one, but... Yep, see you, Wendy. Thanks for watching. I really do appreciate it. What's the outlook for Warner Robins and Macon? It's not expected to be too much. Realistically, the tornado threat's starting to kind of go down. Actually is going down, I should say. And should be done and over with by either around the top of the hour or just a little bit beyond the top of the hour. I wonder why these storms are sustaining as long as they are. How much vorticity is in this environment? Good bit. Not a lot of energy. Good bit of vorticity, though. Tornado warning in Alabama has now been canceled. Or it is now expired. My assumption is by the time it gets to the top of the hour, this tornado warning will also expire. Storms are now approaching Chattanooga. Strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. I don't see anything tornadic with those storms, though, so I think you guys should be fine as long as you stay away from windows. Yeah, listen. 67. No one ever said I was the smartest being in the world. I really did think that we wouldn't see a whole lot of tornado warnings at this point, and we still have tornado warnings. So my water ran out. Great. Oh, that's some significant damage. That might be a slab. That might be a slab right there, what I just saw. Hold up. Let's go to Twitter. First off, this is just some significant damage. Ben McCone. Right there. At tornado_warned. I mean, just some significant damage over in Rolling Fork. But this right here from WLBT. And I'll show you guys here. This one specifically. Because I would like to think this is an actual home. Brick foundation. I mean, you can clearly see the floor. I don't know what type of floor that would be, though. May not even be a home. It might be a warehouse. I wonder if this is the Ace Hardware store. Looks like it could have been an Ace Hardware. As you see down here, there's appliances. Candles. A lot of candles. You know what I mean? So this could have been the Ace Hardware. I'm curious. Chat, if you're willing to, by the way, the tornado warning has now been shrunken. And it's now just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So it's no longer on the ground as of this moment. If we want to go on this little journey here real quickly. I want to actually see small retail building. Fast food. I would say it's kind of similar to that. Total destruction of the entire building. Ouch. So at minimum, that would be EF3 damage, which is pretty self-explanatory. No dip Sherlock. As a mean for damage, that would be 167 miles per hour, which would be an EF4. And then at maximum, the damage would be 193 miles per hour if we were going by that small retail building. Flat, hip, gable, mansard, asphalt shingles, metal panels, slate, tile, single play, roof covering, plywood roof decking, wood or metal roof structure, large areas of windows, glass, and double entry doors, canopies, covered walkways, porches. So it might not be a small retail, but according to this, if the building was well built, that would be 193 mile per hour rating, according to that. Let's see if we can find anything else that might fit that. Small professional, doctor office, branch bank. Timber post beam construction, wood or metal stud walls. Wow, if this thing was upper bound degree of damage, it still would be an EF4 because it would be 200-mile-per-hour winds. Anything else? Not a strip mall. Large isolated big box retail building. Alright, I'm not sure if this is upper bound. And I'm not sure if this is qualified as a retail building. Like a large isolated retail building. But it says complete destruction of all large section of the building. The upper bound would be 201, which that would be an EF5, but it's not like it matters, really. So I think the main thing to take away from this is we're looking from that video right there that we just saw. It is at minimum EF3. We could be talking about that being our first real sign of EF4 damage. Based off of the official National Weather Service Enhanced Fujita Scale Tornado Damage Site. Which I love to look through. That's, you see, this is the type of stuff that I mean if you are going to pre-rate, you look at stuff like this and you try to make an estimated guess based off of the degree of damage. All right, and it gives you a guideline as to what type of degree of damage there is. Like, for instance, if we were to look at small barns and farm outbuildings, there is 8 degrees of damage here within this. And it ranges from 53-mile-per-hour winds to 131-mile-per-hour winds. But it's like as minimum as, you know, small visible damage to total destruction of building. It has different levels for every single one. So as long as you abide by those, you know, those guidelines, and make an actual educated guess based off of how well built the building was, I mean, you can hypothetically try to pre-rate, which I do, as long as you know what you're talking about. But yeah, EF4 or EF5 damage does not matter. It doesn't. They both do significant damage. It both requires you to completely start over with whatever foundation you had. See ya, EM. Thank you for watching tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, they do need to fix their system. This is only for tornado damage and not how strong the actual tornado actually is. Yeah, velocities have died with that system. We'll show you guys this here again. Tornado warning should probably dissipate here pretty soon. I guess it depends, MK. I guess it depends upon what building it is. But I would assume so if it was the most well-constructed building in the degree of damage. I would assume so. Tornado on the ground in the town of Hebron, near New Hope and Grant. Yeah, so we knew that that was the case. First one live and the last one to be off. I mean, I don't think I'm the last one. It looks like Andy Hill, who's the meteorologist for Ryan Hall, who started his own YouTube channel, who is also working with Ryan Hall. Still, I think he's still alive. But my guy grew, what, 47,000 subscribers in like a week. Little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. Little jealous, not gonna lie. But Andy went to bed? Are you sure? He's got his own YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure. Let me look it up. Yeah, he is definitely still live right now. I don't see Ace selling candles. I don't either, but, you know, I guess I'll have to figure out as to where exactly that building was. I really have no clue. I really don't. Oh, I like Andy 100%. I like Andy too. I think Andy is very very knowledgeable. I mean, he's a meteorologist, but he's very knowledgeable. But I mean, my guy was on for like, I don't know, what? A week? He made his YouTube video, and then in a week he got almost 100,000 subs. Does make me a little jealous. It does make me a little jealous. I'm not, listen, I will admit when I actually am jealous or not, all right? There's some instances where I have moral beefs. I have moral issues with people, and then there's some instances where I'm just like, you know, I'm a little jealous. But hey, he's providing a lot of hard work. I can't say too much. We talk about how this tornado spawned in Rolling Fork, traveled over 350 miles. Is that thing? Was that the same storm that did its thing? I mean, this entire storm system has been traveling for so far. Oh, wow, Mitch West. I haven't heard that name in a while. Hold up. I completely forgot Mitch West existed. No! Go away. I don't want to do that. Go away. West weather. And by the way, when I say I've forgotten about people, it's not because, you know, like I don't like him or stuff like that. I just genuinely haven't really cared about other people on YouTube that much. I mean, I check to see how many subscribers they have and if they're gaining stuff and what their view counts are like every now and then. But, like, I gotta admit, over the past 2 to 3 weeks, I haven't really been checking. I really haven't, so. And that's with weather stuff. I mean, because I'm gonna be honest with you, right? And this was kind of a dream that I've always had since I was a little kid. Not this YouTube channel itself, but being able to get a silver play button, right, on YouTube has been something that I'm sure every person who was born in the early 2000s has kind of dreamed about, or even in the late 90s. The late 90s and the people who grew up in their teen years watching YouTube, right? YouTubers have always made out the play buttons as if they were huge accomplishments that were built as a channel together. And, yeah. I've always wanted one of them. Now, hopefully I get to that point, and of course some of you will say, oh, you'll definitely get to that point. I hope I do too, alright? I appreciate the confidence in me. But seeing everyone else get there a little bit quicker than me, I'm just like, bruh, I'm not that patient, you know? Like, what am I doing wrong? Is it because I'm that conservative that I don't spread hype that people don't seem to find that as entertaining as people spread hype. If that's the case, I kind of understand that, but that still kind of morally sucks. Morally sucks. Like, why would you do that? But have I ever heard of Evan Freiberger? Yes, I have. I've actually talked to him a couple of times. Can I elaborate on these moral issues with Ryan? If you were to ask me in my private DMs, I would, but I'm not comfortable with saying them live because I really don't want to start a whole lot of drama. I really don't. Last thing I need is drama in my life, especially right now, especially after yesterday. That was an ouch. Oh, what? Yeah, if we're talking about Portland, Oregon, that's a little bit out of my expertise because I haven't really been paying attention. Oh, that is a barn. That is from Bear Creek, too. That is a whack barn. Looks like the top part of the barn was ripped off, too. Ha! Watch until... Guys, take a look at this. What? What in the goodness gracious? What in the goodness gracious? The threat for me might be over, but we watch until Nate ends the live stream in this house. Yeah, that's classic. That's classic. Realistically, I think the storms are pretty much done and over with. So you can go to sleep, and I probably will go to sleep here relatively soon. But what in the goodness gracious? Until the live stream ends? That's crazy. You know what time it is? You know what time it is? It's 3 o'clock Eastern. It's 2 o'clock Central. That's pretty late. I mean, I get it's a Friday, but sheesh. 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 Yeah, I'm still live, but I'm not going to be live for very much longer. Yeah. Yeah, MK. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. But, I mean, type of videos I make may not even hit the algorithm all that much, too, because people may not be interested in the style of videos that I make. A lot of people are more hype induced, which means they're probably going to be a little bit more attractive to new viewers. stuff like that. So I'm not hating. I'm not hating. The weather has died down, Mike, so you can go to sleep if you really wanted to. Really could. Do we have anything on the ground? We did about, what, 20 minutes ago. Now that isn't the case anymore. And I think we're officially in the severe thunderstorm watch now across the board, which means tornado threat probably has decreased to the point where I can get off here in a second. So I'll continue to chat with chat for a little bit and then sleepy time for me. Can I explain what the Amory cell did when it split into two and reformed? It was very confused. Yeah, so the original rotation occluded and went further into the base of the storm, so it went into the forward flank downdraft. Essentially, it curled off to the left. But there was a new little smaller bit of rotation that formed on the southern side of the that hook, that rear flank downdraft, that basically spun around the old one, and the old one spun around the new one, essentially spinning around in a circle, and then they merged together. So that's pretty funny. And this is a giant line now. This is officially the wind threat. Officially. All right. Yeah, I'm going to chat a little bit more. I'm not going to talk about this coming Thursday, though. All right. I will leave that for either Sunday, if I can get back home in time. If my team is not good, then I will do that. Or on Monday. Either or. I will talk about Thursday then. But I will not be able to make a video tomorrow. There is no way. Yeah, okay, Dustin. Am I going to go live Sunday if things materialize? It really depends upon how well my hockey team does. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If we are terrible, maybe. If we're not, probably not. So. Appreciate it, Jen. I really do appreciate it. Night, Kelly. When's the next river gonna hit California? My guess is early next week, like Tuesday or Wednesday, from what I remember. I am not on, or at least I'm not extraordinarily active on TikTok. Right, Dustin? Check Discord. I'm not able to spell. I'm not able to spell. Yep, Night Ashley, thank you so much for staying up with us. Thank you so much for everyone who's here at the stream and is going to sleep now. I appreciate all you guys. I really do. And I think I'm going to go to bed here myself. There is no reason for me to still be up. There is no reason whatsoever. CP time for me. Yep. That does sound like sleepy time for me. Alright. Everyone have a good night. Please be safe. I hope that when the sun... Oh, that was a heck of a lightning strike right in front of us. When the sun shines on the damage... I mean, I hope it's not as significant as people are saying and what we've seen, but it's hard to say. It is hard to say for certain. So all we can do is just sleep this one out here tonight, and we'll see what's going on tomorrow morning. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family on social media. Also, follow me on social medias. Please. Please. You guys help me out. And you guys are able to help me spread information. You guys also, by the way, I say a lot of stuff that's on my mind. On Discord, right? On Discord and on Twitter. Alright, so if you want to see my hot takes, my killer hot takes, as well as me, I don't know, be biased, unbiased, I don't know. Something like that. If you guys want to see what's on my mind, follow me on Twitter or join my Discord server. Link will be in the description. Yeah, that'll be it. I will see you guys either on Sunday or on Monday. So I wouldn't really expect a video on Sunday. I would expect it on Monday. But be thoroughly pleased if I do upload it on Sunday, because then I'll at least be saying something about the event. So yep. Yeah. I will catch you guys later on. Peace out, everyone. By the way, someone who said, Wendy, all the people who watch me on the stream, that's pretty cool. Thank you guys so much. Especially on the TV, that's pretty cool too. Anyways, now it's time. Bye.